दरकार हाँ देखो आप ऑडियो सुबह नते
Okay, that's good. Then we'll keep the time.
If you have any standee or anything, you can put it in.
Yeah, where is just outside the next.
ऑडियो चेक कर ऑडियो आस नेम ना आस
देखिए
सेटा आपन जो लिंक देबे से लिंक से देखि सी जाने माने वीडियो आपन जो ना ऑडियो जाउछन चेक कर
चाबीटा से नहीं है ना दे दीजिए ये तो आसुची किंतु वॉइस ऑडियो जଣା पड़ियो
सेटा लाइव है
ये साउंड है सिस्टम साउंड है
पर पॉडकास्ट लगेले ना
को बने से
कथा है ऑडियो पिन जो डुअल को सिंगल जे थी बोले अन्य जो इलेक्ट्रिकल साइंस जे थी बोले के बड़े भाई तो पैसा ये भाई बहुत ही हेलो कौन चार्जर कहना सी हाँ किए बा देखो ऑडियो देखो ऑडियो देखो
नहीं कुछ सोर्स में दी नहीं
वो चार्जर कहला वो चार्जर दरकार कौन चार्जर कहला
नहीं जेटा खराब
खराबटा
ना असुनी
आसुन
गोटे मिनट काढ़ी देले
ना ना अच्छी बाहर कर
ना खाली डेस्कटॉप ऑडियोटा देखो जी
ठीक है
आउ दिन मार्केट पुरीले
देखिए
माइक ऑक्स
ठीक है
एक्शन कौन स्ट्रीम आप तो पहले
हेलो
हाँ
टिके बाहर पड़े पाखे अच्छे ना इको हो टिके बाहर पड़े क्लियर हो जाए
हेलो हेलो
कैमराटा खाली भल होता है ना हाँ हो
एसी रे इंजीनियर एक्सपर्ट
कोटा लगे मत देखिले टी
जेमिति प्रकार एसी माने प्लांट से आरंभ करी
गेलो ना एटा এই আগটাই পকাই দেন খালি খুলি আছে
चिल्ड ने पकड़ो से साउंड हमें ये मजी चलो गए चलो
कैमरा एंगल है तो वाला
ଏଠି ଅଫିସ୍ ଯାଇ ହଁ କାଗଜପତ୍ର ଦେଇଦେଲି ସେ ଇଏ ପେପର ଆଣିବାକୁ ପଡ଼ିବ କେଉଁଦିନ କହିଲ ତ ରିଲିଭ୍ ଲେଟର୍ ଯେଉଁ ପୂର୍ବ କମ୍ପାନୀର ଯେଉଁ କାମ କରୁଛି ସେ ରିଲିଭ୍ ଲେଟର୍ ମୁଁ କହିଲି ହଁ ମୁଁ କାଲି ଆଡ଼କୁ ତାଙ୍କୁ କହିକି ନେଇ ଆସିବି ଆଉ ତାକୁ ନେଇ ନେବ ଏ ଯେଉଁ ରିଲିଭ୍ ଲେଟର୍ଟା ନା ସେଠି ଆମେ କାମ ଯେଉଁ କରିଥିଲୁ ସେଠି ଛାଡ଼ି ଦେଇଛୁ ହଁ 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 କହିଲେ ହଁ ନେଇ ଆସିବା କାଲି ହଁ କାଗଜପତ୍ର ଦେଇଦେଇଛି ତାଙ୍କର ଜଏନିଂ ଡେଟ୍ ପକାଇଦେବେ କେଉଁଠି କେଉଁଠି କଟକରୁ ହଁ ହଁ ସେ ମୋର ଏକ୍ସପିରିଏନ୍ସ କେଉଁଠି କ'ଣ ଅଛି ଦେଖିଲେ କେମିତି ଇଣ୍ଟରଭ୍ୟୁ ପଚାରିଥିଲେ ନା ହାଉ ମେନି ଇୟର୍ସ ଅଫ୍ ଏକ୍ସପିରିଏନ୍ସ ଡୁ ୟୁ ହାଭ୍ ପଚାରିଥିଲେ ନା କେତେ ବର୍ଷ ଆପଣଙ୍କ ଏକ୍ସପିରିଏନ୍ସ ଅଛି କେଉଁ ଫିଲ୍ଡରେ କାମ କରିଥିଲେ କ'ଣ ସେ ପଚାରିଥିଲେ ଇଣ୍ଟରଭ୍ୟୁ ନା ତାର ପ୍ରେସର୍ ନୁହଁ ନା ତାର ପ୍ରେସର୍ ହେଲେ ହଁ କେଉଁଠି କାମର ଏକ୍ସପିରିଏନ୍ସ ନାହିଁ ଏଇଆ ଆଉ ହଁ
ସେଠି ଆମକୁ ସବୁ କଷ୍ଟ ରେଟ୍ରେ ଆମେ ତାଙ୍କୁ ମେଲ୍ କରିକି 10ଟା ଲାଗିଲା ସେମାନେ 10ଟା ସବୁ ପିଲା ପ୍ରାୟ ବିଭିନ୍ନ ଜାଗାରେ ଆମର ସେଇଠି ହେଇଥିଲେ ପିଲା ଯାଇଥିଲା ପିଲା କିଛି ନାହିଁ ଷ୍ଟାର୍ଟ କରିବା କ'ଣ କରିବା ଆମ ପିଲାମାନେ ଏମିତି ସବୁ ଆରମ୍ଭ କରିବା ସାର୍ ଆସିଥିଲେ ଭୁବନେଶ୍ୱର ବି ମୋତେ ଏବେ ରେଜିଷ୍ଟ୍ରାର ଫୋନ୍ କରିକି ଡେଟା କରୁଛନ୍ତି ଇଏ ଭଲ ଗୋଟେ ଆମର 28 ଦେଇପାରିବ
ହ୍ୟାଲୋ
11:30 ରେ ଥିଲା ନା।
ମୋତେ ଗୋଟେ କାମ କଲେ ସେଟା
नहीं मैं आ रहा हूँ
ये भी पावर है क्या इसमें?
USB वन में डालो उल्टा ना दीदी
हम देख रहे हैं ना नहीं तर ये जैसे अटक गया है कुछ
नाले तोड़े लगे आने लगे
हाँ
एना दे दन तोड़ दिन से आसुम लोग
देखो फिक्स की प्राय बुझियो सीधा मन ऑटोमेटिक रिमोट रे
इस फाइल में तोड़ के देखिए रापड़ में निकल
हां से तो ऊपर गई
नहीं सुन कर एटो सपोर्ट दी गया ओरिजिनल
अरे ना ये मूव करो
टेबल पर रख दो
और यहाँ से तक पानी में
अरे ये टोटल से इंद्र रिमोट मामूली करियो इंद्र रखले ना हो
ଏମିତି କ'ଣ ରହିବ ସିଏ ଆହୁରି ଦେବାକୁ ପଡ଼ିବ ସେ ଥାଇଯିବ ଭାଙ୍ଗିଯିବେ ଆଉ ଗୋଟେ ଦିଅ ହାଫ୍ରେ ଗୋଟେ ଦିଅ କ୍ୟାମେରା ଡାଉନ୍ ହେଉଛି କି ହଁ ସେ ଉପରକୁ ହେଉଛି ନା ଡାଉନ୍ ହେବ ତଳକୁ ହଁ ଦେଖିଲେ ଏବେ ଆଉ ଏଇଟା କିଛି ଦରକାର ନାହିଁ ଏଇଠି ଆଡ଼ଜଷ୍ଟ କରିଦେଇଛି ଜୁମ୍ ଅଛି ବୁଝିଲି ଅଛି ଜୁମ୍ ଅଛି ଏଇଠି ଜୁମ୍ ଅଛି
नहीं लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग हो रहा है
कहाँ से हेलो करो इधर हाथ रखो शिफ्ट करो
ଆଉ ଡାଉନ୍ କରିବେ କ୍ୟାମେରା ନା ଏଇଠି ଡାଉନ୍ ହେଇପାରିବ ଏଇଠି ଡାଉନ୍ ହେଉଛି ନା ଇଏ ଲାଷ୍ଟ
थोड़ा टेढ़ा हो सीधा स्ट्रेट
ठीक है चलो
ଆଉ କିଛି ଚେଞ୍ଜ କରିବେ
इसको छोटा कर दो ना थोड़ा
छोटा करेंगे अच्छा नहीं दिखेगा लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग में ऐसे दिखता है
वो कट हो रहा है ना
ठीक है सब नाइन असल कहना मेरे कहना मुझे लगा नाइन असल ठीक छाड़ दिया तो उसका छोटा
ये ऊपर को हो गई
Happy National Startup Day. We will start. I think that कॉलेज में आप लोग बैक बेंचेस थे तो यहाँ भी बैक बेंचेस रहेंगे क्या? So we will start. So who all are students? Just raise your hand. हमारे IIT के students जो लोग हैं. Okay. Are your other friends coming? ठीक है. Okay. So basically we have two sessions now after the inaugural address by Dr. Dogra. So I just wanted that you would introduce your startup so that our esteemed mentors whom we have empaneled, Dr. Surjit Kar and Dr. Siva Prasad Padhi. Surjit Kar sir is a marketing expert and Padhi sir is a company secretary and they both are my teachers. So I just wanted you to introduce. So we'll start with Abhishek. Idhar aa jao. And then we will have inaugural. So that they know what you do and it will be easier for them to address you. Next is Yuvraj. Next is Abhilash. फिर बाकी सब आप लोग अपने आप आ जाना. सर भी आ जाए. सर हमने इंट्रोडक्शन करना है.
Good morning all. I'm Abhishek, and I'm right now pursuing an MBBS from AIMS Bhubaneswar, and my company is Embula Technologies Private Limited. And the concept behind Embula is like we're building an emergency response system. Like we can get you a doctor even at 4 a.m. if you get through any pain. But the entire infrastructure is built and as an integral partner of Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission. So the entire mission is, I mean, I'll tell you a bit about the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission and then a bit about the idea. So Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission is like they are building the ecosystem for the entire healthcare infrastructure, including private and government healthcare stakeholders, including everyone. Like for the patients, they are creating ABHA IDs, and for the hospitals and clinics, they are creating health professional IDs, and I mean health professional IDs for the doctors and the working professionals who are in that domain, and for the hospitals and clinic, they are creating health facility registry ID (HFR) IDs. So that way, this ecosystem is being created so that one ABHA ID patient can interact with the HFR ID or HPR ID hospital. So I won't be taking much time. I'll just tell you that with this help, I mean, as an integrator of this ecosystem, we are trying to bring the emergency system along to you. So that's all. Yeah, thank you.
So we'll just give a brief idea about the audience so that we know how to. You can talk about your startup little bit and then what all grants you are applying and what you should take.
Hi, good morning all. First of all, happy National Startup Day to everyone here. And myself, Yuvraj Harichandan. So I am the CEO and founder for Arkan Motors Private Limited. We are basically electric vehicle manufacturers. So we are developing a few critical core components in-house with design and development of our core team who is helping us with the R&D. We have been a core grantee for Startup Odisha's need-based assistant, and also we were the grantee from the HDFC Smarter program, the Parivartan scheme, which is a CSR fund for HDFC Bank. With the support of IIT Bhubaneswar Research Park, I think so this has been all achieved, and we look forward for raising a bigger round in coming days. Thank you very much.
Hi, good morning all. First of all, happy National Startup Day. I am Abhilash Jha and I am the co-founder of AROVR Innovations Private Limited. So we are doing augmented reality and virtual reality tourism for the Konar sites, which is our first site. And we are also been granted through Department of Technology's DCIS scheme, and we have the second project in hand of Oil India. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning everyone. Happy National Startup Day. And I am Sabishachi, co-founder of Sigma Scott Private Limited. Our main purpose is like we are working on Odisha handicraft and manufacturing that handicrafts and exporting to the national and international markets. And we are working with the rural artisans. They are continuously giving their 100% effort to keep that traditional with us, and we are marketing that crafts in different way. And with the help of IIT and HDFC Praram Fund, we got a few achievements, and in that we are getting the research. We are working on one research with Professor Sujit Research, so he is helping us to patent that research as well. Thank you.
अपने ही लोग हैं, ताली तो थोड़ा जोर से बजाओ, है ना?
Good morning everyone, this is Vivek Gupta. I'm a co-founder of Eagle AI Private Limited. We are enabling a diagnosis system which will enable the doctors to reach to the remotest of place, and our AI can work without internet with the help of a patented chip called SAIC chip, Specific Application Integrated Chip. which will reduce the diagnosis time from 15 minutes to 3 minutes. Thank you.
I am the founder of an AI assistant we are building called Tera Bhai, and tomorrow just we did our first beta testing launch. So we'll see. Yeah. Thank you.
So I request Dr. Devi Prasad Dogra. He is PIC Startup Center. All of you already know. Sir is also director of our IIT Bhubaneswar-Research and Entrepreneurship Park, and we aim to grow more. Since last 1 year, this is what we see. So probably in next years it will be much bigger. So I request you for the inaugural address of National Startup Day.
Good morning to all of you. Welcome to the National Startup Day celebration. I'm really sorry for my late arrival. This is due to something at the back end happening. So I came a little late. I was in my office. So I welcome all of you and all the guests, all the startups, my team. I hope that you will enjoy the whole day. And many of you I have already interacted different times. Okay. So I know the kind of work you are doing it. Even if I don't meet you on regular basis due to my other commitments, but I keep on track whatever you are doing, wherever you feel difficulties. This is a great opportunity for all of us to showcase at the national level that what are the startups that that are coming out from, particularly from the street. I'm not only talking about IIT Bhubaneswar-Research and Entrepreneurship Park. Around this street we have, I think, 14 incubators around this locality, so who are doing good. Okay, and to bring all these startups together, IIT Bhubaneswar is taking the lead role. I know that there are big incubators, at least in terms of names, but I'll tell you something which why IIT Bhubaneswar-Research and Entrepreneurship Park is different than other incubators. So if you look into TBI, they have a beautiful infrastructure. You go to their building, you will find that all the infrastructure is available. What they lack is basically the mentors. You don't find faculty members and experts who are from different domains. Somebody is working in automobile, somebody is working in AI, somebody is working in, say for example, handicrafts, somebody is working in augmented reality, somebody is working in, say, battery materials. You will find all such experts under the same umbrella of IIT Bhubaneswar-Research and Entrepreneurship Park, because we have a faculty base of approximately 190 faculty members working on different fields. Okay, so that is the USP of IIT Bhubaneswar-Research and Entrepreneurship Park at present. Okay, what is coming is probably much more. That is why I will brief you, because I am busy for last 15 days and I will be busy for another 15 days. The reason is that we are going to organize one of the largest startup event in the Eastern India, which will be inaugurated by Honorable Minister of Education on 28th of January. Okay, so that event will be organized here itself. If you have probably observed that we have an auditorium which is going to be inaugurated on the same day itself. But auditorium inauguration is a secondary part. Primary part is basically relaunching the IIT Bhubaneswar-Research and Entrepreneurship Park. Okay, so what are we going to do? We are going to sign MOUs with a few companies. I will tell you the names of these companies, they will understand. Tata Steel, CMD is going to come. L&D, CMD is going to come. So on that tune, we are inviting 15 big corporates who will be on the dais with the minister, sign MOU with IIT Bhubaneswar-Research and Entrepreneurship Park. So you can understand that the volume of work that I am having. In addition to that, there will be 100 other companies, R&D organizations who are going to sign. Probably some of them are going to sign MOUs with IIT Bhubaneswar-Research and Entrepreneurship Park. Then what it is going to give us? It is going to give us opportunities. Like funding opportunities, problem statements coming from these companies, okay, because they are large corporates. Okay, some of them are probably $100 billion companies. Okay, more than that. Okay, you can understand the volume of collaborations that we are going to do it. The second part which I would like to tell you that because this is a big funding project for the infrastructure coming from the Ministry of Education, so we will shift the entire ecosystem, startup ecosystem from our Samudri campus to our institute. Okay. The reason is that we would like you to be co-located with the mentors. So we are going to have a big building just beside the main building, which will be of in the tune of 100 crore. Yeah, I'm saying right, 100 crore building, which is going to come. So you can understand that that's the reason why 15 minutes delay was there. Okay, so all this planning is going on back end. The inauguration of the entire project will be done on 28th of January. So I feel that this is the platform on a national startup day. I would like to announce this one to all of you. You will get formal invitation for the event through our office. But I am telling you, beforehand that this is the event we are going to conduct, and we are also going to bring VCs on that same day, so that you people who would like to get some funding from initial funding, you might have received some funding from various sources. We shall try to connect you some other VCs on that event itself. So there will be separate events. Okay. So I believe Bhubaneswar-Research and Entrepreneurship Park is going to be very big for the next 1.5 years of time. Okay. So at present you may not be comfortable with the infrastructure facilities available with us. That's the reason I told you what is our USP. Our USP is the technical mentors, which we will get it. The second USP which we are going to generate is a world-class infrastructure in terms of your seating environment, your laboratory infrastructure. That is we are going to generate with that 100+ crore funding from the Ministry of Education. Okay. So now once we get this, which will be signed on 28th of January, you can understand that it will be a big launch. Okay. So you will get the same thing, the fund, the infrastructure as well as the mentors under the same umbrella. Okay. If you go to OHub, you will get good building. You don't get much of your infrastructural support from the technical infrastructure support as well as mentors. If you go to KIIT, you will get very good, excellent infrastructure. Okay, but you don't get mentors. But what we believe that IIT Bhubaneswar is going to support you both. Okay. So you try to keep your goals aligned with IIT Bhubaneswar-Research Park at least for next 1.5 years. Okay, those who have started their journey very recently, you will be definitely with us. And some of you who may require space, because after your incubation period, which is 18 months as per the contract, but still you will get space. You can actually rent the space and you can run your companies from here itself. Okay, we are going to create this infrastructure in a big way. Okay. So that is what I think National Startup Day is the one podium or platform where I wanted to announce this one. Okay. And at present, I can see that at least 4 or 5 stars. This Saturday I was there in the research park or Samudri campus also. I saw that some of them are really doing good. For example, here I went into their lab. I saw that what kind of development they are doing it. I even told them that one such product to be demonstrated on the 28th of January event. Okay, so they are also going to ready. Yuvraj, I already talked to him that he will also display some of these products into the. We are making stalls on that same day event. We may not be able to provide stalls to everyone because there is a limitation. It's a national level event. I need to basically restrict it, but because this is done by IIT Bhubaneswar-Research Park, whatever comes, the first priority will be given to the startups. But you can only demonstrate something which is at the very good state. Okay, we would like to present IIT Bhubaneswar-Research and Entrepreneurship Park to a big, large set of, I'm sure that large corporates. So I want those products which are really at a stage. I'm not talking about in terms of TRL levels. We forget about TRL levels. At least the demonstration, okay, should be very good. Okay, so that it also gives you an opportunity to be connected with the VCs, to be connected with the large corporates. Okay, So that is the reason I feel that all of you should participate in the event, and you can also call your friends, other startups who are within your network. We will send formal invitation to all of you. Okay, there's no doubt on it, but I am telling you that this is what we are going to do it. Secondly, related to today's event, I believe National Startup Day, we have more than 1,11,000 startups. If Shakti, I am right, 1,19,000 startups in India. Okay, if you see out of 1,19,000 startups, not all of these startups are going to be big businesses in maybe next 2 years. It's not possible. These are all startup ideas. Some of these startup ideas are actually die down in next 6 months, 1 year, and then there is a curve, standard curve. So nothing to worry about it. This is a natural phenomena. Anything you do it, okay. So it's not like it's likely that because startup requires some spark and some opportunities to be grabbed by the from the market, so that you can create businesses. So this is a little tough journey, other than typical academic journey. You know that you get your degree, you go to a company, your job is secured, and you are happy, which is not going to be here. So you'll have to be a little bit of careful. Sometimes it is frustrating also. I can see that Yuvraj is with us for almost 2 years. Initial 1 year he was breaking his head like anything. I still remember one of his circuits was getting blown up a few times. He was so frustrated that, sir, क्या होगा इसका, क्या होगा, ये circuit क्यों नहीं काम कर रहा है. So all these things are there. These are part of startup journey. Okay, but at the end, if you have that zeal, I believe that success will come one day. Okay. So with that message, I would like to invite all of you to participate in the National Startup Day, and please, participate wholeheartedly. And I don't think there will be any problem from the mentor side at present. There may be infrastructural problem. Okay, you may not be getting in a good corporate environment into our building. That's the reason we are shifting our entire infrastructure to the campus itself. Till we are not able to provide the full building support, which takes within infrastructure, it will take 1.5 years time. What we are planning, actually, we will create the startup laboratories inside the respective departments now, because that is the mandate. We need to shift from the city to here. For the transportation purposes, we are also thinking about to provide transportation from the city to the campus, so that you don't face difficulties. That is also we are planning. But keep in mind that we can't run our business, your businesses from the city. You have to come here so that you get, the objective is not like that I can't visit there. The problem is that if you would like to access a mechanical lab, say for example meeting lab, you'll have to come to the campus. You want to meet a faculty member who is an expert in a particular domain, they are staying here itself. Now, that's the reason we invite all the startups to be operating from the campus itself. Okay, and which is going to happen very soon. Okay, so this is a strategy change, and we believe that this will work. Okay, and any mentorship issues, if you feel that faculty members are not responding, you can come to me. We have now expanded our board of directors of the research park. In our current board of research park, which website we will update it. We have the director of IIT Madras. IIT Madras Research Park is the largest in the country. So the director of IIT Madras, Professor Kamakoti, is now a director of IIT Bhubaneswar-Research and Entrepreneurship Park. CMD, Chairman and Managing Director of Oil India, is now a director of IIT Bhubaneswar-Research and Entrepreneurship Park. So there are external members which they have been onboarded into our research park during last 15 days. Okay. And also we have included, my colleague Dr. Yogesh, he is also board member. We have now expanded the board also. Okay, we have recruited manpower. So this is another point. We didn't have enough support. So for example, as a faculty, our primary job is to do teaching. Okay, I am having the additional duty of professor in charge startup center. So I may not be able to provide enough time to. So that's why we actually recruited team. Now our team is ready. I will not say that it's a full team, but at least now we have a support at least 5-6 full-time, I think 7 full-time employees are there in our research park, including Purvi. Okay. Other than the 7 full-time employees, we have 9 board of directors members. Okay. So we are expanding, and I believe that the entire ecosystem is going to be very dynamic in next 12 months of time. So I hope that you will have a great time, and please contribute in a positive way, and we all look forward for your success. Okay, yesterday I was talking to director for one of our student startups, Rapido. Rapido is one of the founders is from IIT Bhubaneswar. Okay, so yeah. So we are also probably going to invite him into our this program, 28 program. Okay, he's an IIT Bhubaneswar student. Okay, he's the founder of Rapido. So this sort of stories will definitely encourage all of you. Okay. So with that, I'd like to once again welcome all of you to our campus, and have a nice time, and please have a fruitful discussion over the day. Thank you all.
Okay, so we will start our first session by Mr. Siva Prasad Padi sir. Before that, we had a lot of questions on GST and how GST will be helpful for startups even if we do not achieve that amount of 20 crores or that kind of revenue. So there are a lot of things which is involved in online, offline. There are benefits and all. So that is why we have requested Padi sir to come and address you. You can actually have an interactive session. I'll tell you about sir. Sir has done his MCom and MBA in finance. He is a fellow member of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India, fellow member of Insurance Institute of India, fellow member of IISLA, life member of Indian Institute of Materials Management and Indian Accounting Association. He is currently practicing as a cost and management accountant and also as a surveyor and loss assessor in fire, miscellaneous and marine category. He is based at Bhubaneswar, Odisha. His area of interest includes GST, insurance and risk management, cost management, accounting and audit. He is a keen learner on GST and has conducted more than 200 learning sessions and workshops for various corporates and organizations. He has also written and published quite a few articles on GST. Sir is associated as a consultant auditor relating to GST with Ministry of Railway, East Coast Railway, NALCO, RVNL, GAIL Odisha, NTPC, RITES, Balmal Lorry, OPTCL, OCPL, OSHB, OTV, Hotel Communication, ZCall, that is GED, EPCall, MGM Minerals and a few more. So he has issued more than 1300 survey and loss assessment reports till now. He was my professor when I was studying. So I am supposed, I will not miss that privilege to take. So he was the former Dean Academics in IMIS and he has also offered papers as a visiting faculty. He has worked with XIMB, IMIS, XIM University, NIMS, Goa Institute of Management and many more. So I will not take much of this time and will start this session immediately. So please.
Slides, nothing.
No slides.
Okay. A minute before you start, sir.
You can start, you can go that way. Sir can start.
So, very good afternoon, friends. Dr. Surjit Kar, Purvi Madam, entrepreneurs and your students. I have around 30 minutes time uh, during which we will discuss about certain issues relating to GST. In fact, I could know about your projects like Abhishek, Yuvraj, Sabyasachi, Vivek and all, but I could not really get a clear message whether you started booking your revenue by now or not, whether you are registered in GST law or not, whether you are dealing with any kind of provisions relating to GST or not. So please raise your hand if you are registered under GST law. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Please raise your hand if you are availing input tax credit. 1, 2. Okay. Please raise your hand if you have filed GSTR 9 for last year, 9 or 9C for last year. Thank you very much. So I understand it is basically a you can say elementary session wherein we are supposed to learn about few very important issues which an entrepreneur must know, and as students also you are equally you will be beneficial to know some of these provisions. It's not like you know about some basic provisions when you start your own entity. So friends, first of all, please appreciate after rolling out of GST with effect on 1st July 2017, as in today when we talk about central acts, particularly indirect taxation, we have two major indirect taxation which is in force today. I am talking about central taxes. One is customs duty, which is applicable for import and export. I am talking about basic customs duty, and GST, which has replaced 17 different central and state taxes. Apart from this, there are few state taxes which are applicable to a business, like maybe a professional tax for a state. Those who are registered under GST, you might have paid 2,500 rupees per annum to state government of Odisha, which is a state tax which is required to be paid. 2,500 rupees is required to be paid by all those registered taxable persons who are registered under GST law. Apart from that, VAT, CST and excise duty even today is applicable, but only for 5 petroleum products and alcohol for human consumption. So apart from this alcohol for human consumption and 5 petroleum products, which include crude petroleum, petrol, diesel, aviation turbine fuel and natural gas, all other goods and services today are under the net of GST. So when we say goods or services, please appreciate there is no ambiguity today in between goods or service. Harmonized system of nomenclature has been very well defined for goods, and service accounting code has been defined for services. So the rate for goods and services has also been defined by the government under the GST law. Earlier, whatever anomalies we had, thankfully that anomaly is not prevailing today. So understanding GST law is very important for an entrepreneur because, keep it in your mind, compliance has no cost under GST law or any other taxation, direct or indirect. I repeat, compliance to law has no cost, but non-compliance in form of non-filing, wrong filing, late filing, availing excess input tax credit which someone is not eligible otherwise, not complying to any provision will attract a huge cost, burden of litigation, loss of peace of mind and whatnot. So always as an entrepreneur, as a maybe a future entrepreneur, we should always aim at one important aspect, which is nothing but compliance of law. To the best of my knowledge, compliance of law is not really difficult for an entrepreneur or for any businessman, because basic understanding of taxation, without basic understanding of taxation, an entrepreneur cannot really move ahead. You cannot depend on your consultant, on your CA or CMA or accountant for filing, for compliance of each and every provision of law. Major provisions, applicable provisions, important provisions, an entrepreneur must know. And it is not at all a very difficult task or job for anybody who can understand and read simple English to know the minimum basic provision and important provision. Even if you are dependent on a consultant who files your return or who maintains your books of accounts or who guides you in respect to compliance of the GST law or any other law per se, you have to be very well aware about the minimum basic important applicable provision to your own business. Maintenance of books of accounts is actually the key to compliance in GST law. I repeat, maintenance of correct, accurate books of accounts is the key to compliance of GST law. Gone are those days when people were maintaining books of accounts at the end of the year and paying tax at the end of the year. Now it is a monthly taxation system where a businessman or a registered taxable person is required to file monthly returns on the basis of books of accounts that he maintains. So all the expenditure that you book, which will make you eligible for availing input tax credit, right, is to be maintained on real-time basis. If not real time, maybe on daily basis. So you cannot defer maintenance of your books of accounts or recognizing revenue as well as expenditure by more than 1 day today, because that is the key to compliance in case of GST law. We have seen those who are not quite perfect and accurate in maintaining books of accounts, documents and records always fail in compliance, and they end up paying late fee, interest and penalty, which is a part of the taxation system for non-compliance. So, Purvi madam was talking about 20 crores. I don't know what 20 crore figures she was talking about, but the threshold limit for registration is 40 lakhs for goods. If you are a manufacturer dealing with any goods, or if you are a trader or a wholesaler or a distributor dealing with only goods, the moment your turnover reach 40 lakhs, you are liable for registration under GST law as a taxpayer. You may register yourself as a regular taxpayer or a composite taxpayer. There are different types of taxpayers, right? If your turnover is not exceeding 1.5 crore in a year, someone can prefer to register as a composite taxpayer. There are certain advantages of getting registered as a composite taxpayer, right? Like the rate of tax is less, the return filing compliance is also lenient, right? The procedure is lenient, but there are few difficulties also. For example, input tax credit will not be eligible in the hands of a composite taxpayer. So people don't buy from composite taxpayers, because whosoever buy from a composite taxpayer will not get input tax credit, right? I am not explaining each and every term here, assuming that those who are registered under GST are aware about these terms. And students, luckily, the information available in public domain, particularly the CBIC website, is adequate to learn about these basic terms. And the FAQs, the flyers which are available for each and every important function of or provision of GST law can be referred if you really want to know about the provision in respect to any of these terms which I am referring to, right? But otherwise, I strongly recommend and suggest each one of you, whether you are if you are registered under GST law, to ensure that your books of accounts is up to date, correctly maintained, and the documents that you are required to maintain in respect to availing ITC should also be available with you. Otherwise, you all know that the registration is required once your turnover exceed 40 lakhs, but optional registrations is always available. Someone can even register from the day one, right? Even if your turnover has not exceeded 40 lakhs. The benefit of this is you can avail input tax credit. The tax that you pay when you purchase any capital goods for your business or for any input goods or for any input service, the tax amount which you pay is your input tax credit if it is relating to your business or in course of business or in furtherance of business, and that input tax credit is cash for you. It is a basic which you must keep in your mind. Input tax credit for a taxpayer is like cash for him or her, right? Because it is a credit which you can set up or adjust against your outward tax liability. For example, when you make a billing, when you make an outward supply in form of goods or service, if it is a taxable supply and if you are registered. Two things: if it is a taxable supply and if you are registered, you have to raise an invoice charging GST as applicable, and that GST is a burden which is ultimately to be borne by the recipient. But as a taxpayer under forward charge mechanism, I have to collect that tax and I have to pay it to the government, right? But if I have ITC, input tax credit, accumulated in my books, and if I have availed it by filing a monthly return called 3B, then I can set off that input tax credit against my future liability, right? Or out to a tax liability. What I want to tell you is, every invoice that you get where you are paying GST to your supplier for supply of capital goods, and input service is important for you, because if it is in relation to or in course or in furtherance of your business, and if it is not paid, you have to be very, very particular when you are paying tax to others in the course of any inward supply made to you, right? That is not adequate. Only an invoice is not adequate. Based on the invoice and based upon fulfillment of certain conditions, you have to claim ITC by filing a return. Returns are filed, monthly returns are filed. For outward supply, monthly return 1 is filed, GST return 1 is filed by 11th of next month. Tax period under GST law is a calendar month or part thereof. So the return filing system is mostly on monthly basis. Though there is a QRMP scheme where a taxpayer whose turnover is not exceeding 5 crores in a year can opt to file return on quarterly basis, but that is not even advisable in many cases. So take it for granted, monthly returns have to be filed by you once you are registered. We have seen many taxpayers, they are registered, but they do not have any outward supply, so they do not file return. They end up paying late fee, and the registration can also be cancelled. It is a PAN based registration. Once your registration is cancelled, you cannot register in any other state. I am not frightening you, but this is what the provision is, right? Like your CIBIL rating, credit rating, maybe few years down the line we will have rating for the taxpayers also under GST law, right? People will not do transactions with those suppliers, goods or service, who have a bad rating as per GST, GST network, right? Because ultimately use of technology is very extensive as far as GST ecosystem is concerned. Rather, I should say, whatever we do today in GST law, starting from registration, amendment to registration, payment of tax using challan, filing return, serving of notice by the department to the taxpayer, replying to the notice, seeking refund, each and everything is done only using the portal. So technology is very extensively used, and you know much better than me how AI, robotics, machine learning and data mining is used these days, and government is no way behind. They are using AI tools, machine learning, robotics and data mining in a very large extent, and today we find that system itself generate notice wherever the system finds any non-compliance. So no one can really escape from any non-compliance. If you want to do business in a long run, and if someone want to be compliant, then you cannot afford to become non-compliant even in any month or on any occasion. When we talk about ITC, friends, there are many purchases which a business taxpayer or a registered taxable person makes, but ITC is not eligible, right? You need to know which are those purchases on which ITC is not eligible. Yesterday I was addressing to the startups of Institute of Life Science. I found almost 20 startups. They have started booking revenue there. One of the gentlemen, after my presentation, he said, "Sir, we have taken ITC for a motor vehicle which we purchased for our business 2 months before. We have also availed the cess as ITC. What should we do?" That is a blocked credit. Food, you cannot avail ITC. Motor vehicle, you cannot avail ITC. When you hire a car for any passenger transportation, you cannot avail ITC. Any goods lost or stolen, or if you are writing it off from your books of accounts, ITC is not eligible. If it is a personal expenditure, if it is relating to employee, ITC is not eligible. So as an entrepreneur, you need to know which are those purchases on which ITC is not eligible. If by mistake, even inadvertently you have availed it, take it for granted, 99.9% it will not skip the knowledge of the system, right? From the SSE code and HSN code, these days they are tracking which are the ITC which is not eligible in the hands of a taxpayer, but the taxpayer has availed that. So you will get a system generated notice. Not only the tax is to be refunded, but interest is also to be paid along with penalty in certain cases. So it is a must to know some of the basic important required provisions by each and every entrepreneur. Even as a student or as a normal human being, as a citizen of this country, I must know some of the provisions when I am paying GST for each and every expenditure that I make. Take it for granted, all of us 24/7 we are paying GST to government, right? It is an indirect tax, unknowingly or knowingly. Whatever we purchase, whatever we consume, whatever we spend, right? We are paying GST to the government. And some basic, question that I always ask people to think and consider whenever they make any purchase is invoice. Many times as a businessman, you pay GST to your supplier, but you need to check whether the supplier is actually registered. He is registered as a regular taxpayer. He is discharging his tax liability or not. Is it reflecting in your GST at 2A and 2B or not? Then only you will be eligible to avail ITC. So these are the few checkpoints which an entrepreneur must make at every point of time. Just dependence on an outside agency or an individual or professional like me for compliance of each and every provision of GST would end up, maybe you will find some difficulty in future time. So keep your eyes and ears open. Wherever you want to know about any particular provision, you can always refer the public domain or the literature available in the CBIC portal, or maybe a WhatsApp group can be created by the center wherein we can interact on any particular issue relating to GST and other subjects. Nothing wrong to learn from others than making a mistake. Coming to the documents, please appreciate the documents. If books of accounts, I give priority number 1. I give documents as priority number 2 as far as compliance to GST law is concerned. When I talk about documents, it can be an invoice, it may be a bill of supply, it may be a delivery challan, it may be e-way bill, it may be a receipt voucher, it may be a payment voucher. There are different types of documents which has been mentioned in the GST law, right? Each and every document is important. I'll tell you about transportation or movement of goods. Let's say you are registered under GST law and you are buying something or selling something, goods in particular, the value of which is more than 50,000. You must know that provision of e-way bill is applicable here, right? You have to register under e-way bill portal so that you can generate an e-way bill whenever you are transporting goods whose value is more than 50,000, right? Let's say you don't know about the provision of e-way bill and you have transported your goods from your location to some other location by any means, right? Then if during enforcement, if the department comes to know about it that a e-way bill is not accompanying the goods and the value of the goods is more than 50,000, they will confiscate the goods. They have even the power to confiscate the vehicle. They have even the power to levy interest and penalty on you. Not interest, of course, penalty on you. So friends, understanding the minimum basic applicable provision is a must. Once your turnover will increase 5 crores or exceed 5 crores, then e-invoice is to be generated. Very simple processes. So far, I have not encountered, whenever you learn it for the first time, you will find difficulty, right? Maybe yesterday some participant was telling that to generate the first e-way bill, it took 40 minutes for her. Like she took 40 minutes to generate the first e-way bill. After that, today she generates e-way bill in 2 minutes. Right? So whenever you things are new, you need to learn, and once you learn the things, you probably can do it better, or you can guide others to do it flawlessly, right? Similarly, compliance in form of ITC is also very important, because as I told you friends, input tax credit is 70% of GST law as per my interpretation. 70% of the litigation, 70% of the confusion, 70% of the mistake taxpayers do in respect to input tax credit only, right? And if you spend 2 to 3 hours, you can learn all the important provisions which are to be complied in respect to input tax credit, right? I'll give you the 6 conditions which are applicable. Someone must know, right? Because whenever you avail input tax credit, you must have an original invoice with you. Many of us, we don't care collecting the invoice. Even if we are not registered, many times even we don't bother collecting the invoice. Please appreciate, even if you are not registered and if you are not collecting an invoice, it is not quite sure that the person who has collected GST from you is actually raising an invoice and paying it to government or not. Because if you are not registered and the supplier is registered, then it's a B2C transaction, business to customer transaction, right? And I'm not saying in every case they evade, but even if he, whether he pay tax to government or not, that I don't know. Let's say you are buying any FMCG or any FMCD goods. Yeah. So ask for an invoice, and if you are availing ITC, invoice is a must. You cannot dispense with not having an invoice. Second condition, the goods and services. If you are availing ITC, those who are registered or about to be registered in future, you must know that the goods or services must reach you. You must have received the goods or services before availing ITC, right? Second condition. Third condition, you must have paid the supplier the entire money within 180 days. If you are not paid the entire money to the supplier within 180 days from the date of invoice, then ITC is not eligible. You have to reverse ITC, right? But it's not that you will avail ITC only after 180th day. No, you can avail it from the first day itself, okay? In the same month itself. But you have to pay within 180 days. If someone is not paying within 180 days, then the person who has availed ITC has to reverse it with interest of 18%. That is the third condition. Fourth condition, the supplier who has supplied goods or capital goods or input service to you must have filed his return. He must have discharged his tax liability. It must appear in your GST or 2B, right? I strongly recommend to those who are registered under GST, please make a detailed visit to your own what is that called, portal, GST portal, right? You have your own user ID and password. Look at each and every table and each and every field and button what you find in the portal to learn what it offers for you, right? You can learn a lot when you visit your own portal, right? Notices are also served online. Even today, after almost, we are about to complete 7 years in this July. Even today, friends, 90% of the taxpayer, from my experience I am saying, 90% of the taxpayer, they never find or they never check the notices served to them. So that someone can check only by logging into the portal. So logging into portal and checking each and every activity is very important, which many of the entrepreneurs don't do. When you completely depend on others, now the efficiency of others will decide your compliance level. If he is not efficient, then your compliance is at stake. Rather, what I propose, you be vigilant and you time to time log into your portal and check all the notices served to you and all the amendment that takes place from time to time. You need not run the bare act. You need not run the notification in detail. Even if you read the minutes of the GST Council, right? We have so far 51 council meetings taken place, and after the on the end of the day of the GST Council, a minute is published by the PIB, Press Information Bureau. Even you read the minutes of the GST Council, you can know many of the changes that is proposed. Of course, they become applicable only when a notification is issued. But you can know about the summary of the notification, summary of the changes by reading maybe any relevant or pertinent journal article, right? But not knowing is definitely something which a taxpayer cannot afford. Next, I have around 7 to 8 minutes time. Next thing, what I want to tell you about supply. Many of you may be exporting your goods tomorrow, right? So when you export your goods, we term it as a zero-rated supply, right? Please appreciate, as per the international trade agreement, any export by any member country, export of goods by any or service by any member country. We have more than 190 members in the WTO and all are member countries of that. And then as per the agreement, taxes cannot be exported. Taxes and duties cannot be exported. So when you will make a zero-rated supply tomorrow, that means you will export your goods, you have two choices. Either you export it under LUD, what I call as letter of undertaking, which someone can generate using the portal in 1 to 2 minutes. So using an LUD, you can export without any payment of GST. Or there is a second choice, you pay tax and export and you get it, you seek refund from the department. Okay, ask for refund. So these are the two options. Any of you who are exporting or plan to export, acha, he is exporting. So how you are doing it? You are paying tax or doing it under LUT? Doing under LUT. So these are the two options. But for LUT, please understand and appreciate, this is an annual exercise. Every year you have to apply for LUT. And second, invoice is to be raised mentioning that you are supplying under LUT, right? The proper disclosure in GSTR 1 and export procedure is also to be maintained, because IceGate, which is the portal for export, the GST portal draws data from IceGate and make a reconciliation when they allow you refund, right? But otherwise, input tax credit also can be sought as refund, okay, in case of export. But for import, please appreciate, for import of any goods or service, it is not, it cannot be done under LUT. GST is to be paid. They are treated as interstate trade. IGST would be applicable, and IGST is to be paid at the time of receipt of goods, maybe at the port or dock area. Right. So friends, lot of issues are there which can be discussed, but I don't want to tell more from my side. Next 5 minutes we can go for 5 to 6 minutes time or 7 minutes time, we can go for interaction. So if you have any specific question, relevant, not relevant, less relevant for you or whatever, please feel free to raise that. We will spend the next 6-7 minutes for interaction only. Yeah, please.
Sir?
Yeah.
जो startups revenue नहीं बना रहे हैं, उनके लिए क्या-क्या
Can you use a microphone, please?
मैं आगे आके बोलूँगा।
हाँ.
जो startups revenue नहीं बना रहे हैं, उनके लिए क्या-क्या compliance है?
अच्छा.
और GST के लिए।
Very good. If you are registered under GST, you can accumulate ITC. For example, when you are already a registered entity, either as a company or a partnership firm or proprietorship firm or in any form of business entity. Now, any expenditure that you make in the course or furtherance of your business and upon fulfillment of those 5-6 conditions, you are eligible to avail ITC.
अभी सर हमने अपने कंपनी से सिर्फ लैपटॉप्स खरीदे हैं, उसके लिए हमको इनपुट टैक्स क्रेडिट मिलेगा, राइट?
Are you registered under GST? Is the invoice mention your GSTIN number? Is it appearing in your GSTR 2B? 3B आप फाइल कर रहे हैं, जब वो 1 फाइल करेगा एंड 3B फाइल करेगा, आपका 2B में पॉपुलेट करेगा वो. It is a auto-populated return which you can see in your portal, GSTN portal. If you find the particular transaction in your 2B, then you can avail ITC if other conditions are fulfilled by filing your next 3B.
तो हमको ये 2B देखना है अपने
2B देखना है.
2B में हमको क्या दिखेगा सर?
2B में दिखेगा what is the invoice number, what is the GSTIN of the supplier, what is the taxable value, what is the tax rate, and what is the invoice value and tax amount. ये सारा चीज दिखेगा 2B में. अगर 2B में दिख रहा है, then you can avail ITC when you file your next GSTR 3B. Please appreciate, for a financial year, like currently we are in 23-24 financial year, you can avail ITC by 30th of November 2024. Effectively in October return, you can up to October 2024 return, you can avail ITC. But
वो पैसे देंगे, लौटाएंगे?
वो पैसे नहीं लौटाएंगे. ITC is tax which can be set off or adjusted only against your outward tax liability. जब आप बिलिंग करेंगे आगे जाके, रेवेन्यू बनाएंगे, तो आप इनवॉइस रेज करेंगे बिकॉज यू आर रजिस्टर्ड. इवन इफ योर टर्नओवर नाउ इज नॉट 40 lakhs, you have to raise invoice from the very first billing itself. You need not wait till 40 lakhs. ठीक है ना, because you are registered. तो first invoice बना. मान लीजिए the taxable value is 10 lakhs example. Tax rate is 18%. So GST would be 1.8 lakhs. So आपका invoice value हो गया 11.8 lakhs. ठीक है ना. आपका supplier recipient आपको 11.8 lakhs देगा, which contains two parts. एक है taxable value जो आपका value addition और cost है एंड प्रॉफिट है, और एक है टैक्स जो कि 1.8 lakhs है. दिस 1.8 lakhs इज नॉट योर मनी, प्लीज अप्रिशिएट. दिस 1.8 lakhs he has collected from his customer. He has to pay it to the government. This is a forward charge mechanism, right? As a registered person, he supplied goods, he raised invoice, he charged tax, collected tax. This is not his money. किसका पैसा है ये? गवर्नमेंट का. He has to pay to the government. 1.8 lakhs is his outward tax liability, जो कि आपको गवर्नमेंट को देना है. ठीक है, इसमें आपका नुकसान नहीं हो रहा है, फायदा भी नहीं हो रहा है. बट लेट्स से आप कंप्यूटर खरीदे हैं, इसमें आपका 10,000 ITC अवेलेबल है. दिस 10,000 यू कैन सेट अप अगेंस्ट योर 1.8 lakh आउटवर्ड लायबिलिटी. जब बनाएंगे तभी ले पाएंगे. अनलिमिटेड पीरियड. ITC कैन बी accumulated till unlimited time. There is no time frame limited in the act.
मतलब जब भी बनाएंगे ये वाला क्रेडिट यूज कर सकते हैं.
ये accumulate होता जाएगा. जब आप रेवेन्यू बनाएंगे then you can set it off or adjust it against your outward tax liability. Clear? Good question. Could I answer your question?
Yes sir.
हाँ.
दूसरा क्वेश्चन ये ग्रांट्स आते हैं जीएसटी में?
What type of grants?
मतलब जैसे मान लेते हैं कि स्टार्टअप ओडिशा का ग्रांट.
नहीं, that is not a supply. Grants are not supply. For example, आप कल सुबह बैंक से लोन लेंगे, क्या वो जीएसटी में आएगा? वो भी नहीं आएगा. लेकिन बैंक आपको LC देगा, उसके लिए एक फी चार्ज करेगा, वो जीएसटी में आएगा. बैंक आपको चेक बुक इशू करेगा, उसके लिए वो फी चार्ज करेगा, उसमें जीएसटी आएगा. सर्विसेज आर सपोज टू टैक्स. लोन्स एंड ग्रांट्स आर नॉट सब्जेक्ट टू जीएसटी because it is not a supply. Supply is the tax incident. ठीक है ना. तो supply takes place between two persons, recipient and supplier. ठीक है. They have defined what is supply and what is not a supply. तो आपको इसके लिए थोड़ा रेफर करना पड़ेगा जो CBIC का फ्लायर है. You refer 2-3 page flyer. What is a taxable supply? You can understand. Flyer. हाँ. Around 50 flyers are there, but you pick up the one which you need. For example, if you are dealing with ITC, pick up the flyer on ITC. All flyers are 2 to 3 pages and updated, right? Quite relevant. And let's say आपको supply क्या जानना है? What is exempt supply? What is zero rated supply? What is nil rated supply? What is non GST supply? What is supply under forward charge? What is supply under reverse charge? ये सारा चीज आपको flyer से थोड़ा आप देखेंगे ना, पढ़ेंगे, आपको पता चल जाएगा.
तो ये मंथली जो हम भरते हैं जीबी वो नील रिटर्न करके हम भरते हैं.
अच्छा.
तो अभी जब तक रेवेन्यू नहीं बना रहे तब तक दिस पैथ इज करेक्ट और हमको अलग कुछ करना है?
कुछ अलग नहीं करना है. नील रिटर्न भरना ही है. इफ यू डू नॉट फाइल ए रिटर्न यू हैव टू पे लेट फी. व्हेनेवर यू फाइल ए रिटर्न आपका रजिस्ट्रेशन भी कैंसिल हो जाएगा ऑटोमेटिकली बाय द सिस्टम अगर आप 2 महीना फाइल नहीं करेंगे रिटर्न. तो नील रिटर्न होने से भी फाइल करना है, बोथ 1 and 3B. क्लियर? 1 and 3B because it seems you are registered as a regular taxpayer. Good.
1 and 3B हर मंथ करना है.
हर मंथ करना है. Yes, please.
So like you were discussing about the transaction involved with foreign country. So let us say someone from different countries paying for like physical services maybe, and they are paying. So what are the
Come again.
Like you were discussing regarding foreign imports and exports, right? Services. So let us say someone from different countries is availing my service that is involved in India, and now they are paying involved in transaction. So what are the GST?
It will be an export of service. You are exporting a service. Service can also be exported under LUT, right? As he is exporting goods under LUT, I have a client which exports service under LUT. My largest client pay 150 crores tax in a month. Ministry of Railway, right? We file their return. Ministry of Railway also supplies service of goods transportation by rail to SEZs under LUT. So the transaction which we are talking about will amount to export of service. right? You have two options: raise an invoice if you are registered, raise an invoice, charge tax, seek it as refund from the department, following the export procedure, like the money must come in foreign exchange, you must have a foreign exchange account, you must have an IC code, right? Follow procedure is to be followed. Or you export it under LUT, right? But if you are importing, then you have to pay IGST at the rate of 18%, depending on the rate applicable for the particular goods or service, right? So friends, we have one more session to go. Dr. Sujit Kar is here. He will also interact with you. I am truly, I should say that not quite okay with the timing, because I thought maybe around 1 hour or 1.5 hours we should get for interaction. But nevertheless, it was a sensitization session. It is not actually a learning session. My numbers are available with Purvi madam, and I again request, create a WhatsApp group. We wherever and whenever required, we can learn from each other, and I assure you that I will respond to your queries at the earliest time possible. Do you have any other question, or else we can wind up? Thank you very much.
I request Dr. Yogesh sir. Sir is a professor with mechanical sciences, and he is very well known as drone for his drones and his commitment towards it. Sir is also a Nidhi Prayas grantee, and he is opening his own startup very soon. So we have one more competitor also. I request sir to present a memento to Siva Prasad Padi sir. Sir, please.
Sir, thank you so much for coming and giving so much talk. Thank you. Purvi madam, lucky आपके लिए आपके से टीचर मिले.
Sir, we'll take a picture, group photo. Sir, please. Sir, please. Photo नहीं लो, sir, calling photo नहीं. I request the founders to join the small stage. All the founders can join.
এটা জিব্ব স্যার সেটা খুলে উঠে তো স্যার सब लोग आ जाओ थोड़ा
यहाँ पीछा लंबा है
Thank you.
ଗୋଟିଏ ମୋତେ ପଠେଇଛ ସେ ଗୋଟିଏ ପଠେଇଦେଲା ଆଉ ପଠା ଛାଡ଼ ସାଇଡ଼୍
Okay, so we'll start the next session. We had some of the queries with lot of our startups also. It was regarding the PDMA, Product Development and Marketing Assistance, that we apply with Startup Odisha, right? How many of you applied? PDMA grant किस-किस ने apply किया है? थोड़ा हाथ उठाइए. Okay. सबने किया है, हाथ क्यों नहीं उठा रहा फिर कोई? So basically, I have requested Surjit sir to talk about the marketing plan. That is how it is originally done, because we do a lot of things which is not up to the mark and never appreciated in a way. So we want him to help us with how to do a marketing plan which is not for investors only, but for us also, because it is very important to know our roadmap, that how we are going to operate ourselves in the field of marketing for next 1 year, which becomes a big issue with startups. And also it becomes very important for engineers, because engineers jo hote hain, they don't come for a marketing background, and they I won't say that they are not equipped, but then we would like to consider that we should talk to people and understand how it is done. So I'll give a brief introduction of Dr. Surjit Kumar Kar sir. Sir is a accomplished scholar with a strong academic background in marketing and strategy. He is a UGC NET qualified and PhD in management in marketing and finance. Before he joined BITM, he was working with IBS Hyderabad. He has recently shifted to Odisha, and that is a major help for us to ask him and take his help. Sir's academic journey spans for 2 decades, and he has been marked his presence or his dedication to teaching, research and consulting in the field of management. He has also gained valuable corporate experience during his time with organizations like Neptune India Publications, Pentasoft Technologies Limited. Throughout his career, he has contributed his expertise to several reputed institutions including IFFI, IPSAR, IMIS, IIPM SOM, and IBS Hyderabad, and currently BITM. His academic excellence extends internationally, as he is a respected life member of Emerald Literary Club in the UK and Operational Research Society of India. Dr. Kerr has played a vital role as mentor, guiding doctoral candidates to success and contributing academic growth. In addition to his academic achievement, he has shared his knowledge and expertise in the various settings, from departments of posts to mentoring entrepreneurs through District Industry Center, that is DIC. He has worked with executives from well-known organizations like Bharat Dynamics Limited, Coromandel Fertilizers, Ortel Communications, and he has published a lot of papers and handbooks. He is the editor of Marketing Mastermind, a bi-monthly marketing publication at IFFI University. His expertise include customer knowledge management, strategic marketing management, marketing analytics, design thinking, product management, and he has delivered lectures, presented papers at esteemed institutions like IIMS, Stanford International University in Thailand. Furthermore, he has his knowledge through QIPs, which is called Quality Improvement Programs, at prestigious institutes like IIT Madras and IIT Kharagpur. And he is also an empaneled mentor with IIT REP. So I'll ask Sir to come up and start his session. Sir, please.
Thank you, Purabhi. Good afternoon, everyone. I just open, maybe a bit of clarity I need in terms of the topic that I was assigned. And can I log into my ID? Okay, it's a touch screen now. Okay. I don't know how this session would go, as we already listened to a consultant who is tax consultant to a not a great consultant, but yes, I'll always try to discuss and learn from you, like the way you are proceeding in terms of marketing your venture, your ideas to rest of the world, and if I can add some value, maybe through an interaction, that would be really nice. So yesterday I was actually struggling, to prepare this PPT because in the morning briefing session, each one of you came forward and shared your journey so far in this entrepreneurial venture. There I could gather, like, we all come from different fields. We have got, on my right I have got engineers, on my left I have got doctors. So all varieties are there, plus computer scientists and whatnot, AI, ML companies, AR, VR companies. So all sorts of, the crowd is so diverse by itself. So this was the topic given to me by Purvi. I thought, let me, understand the topic first, what way I should take it forward. Elevating growth with innovative marketing strategies for VC funding, grant support. This is how the email looked like. So, and some focus on marketing plan. So moving on, I'll try to do a small quiz first, just to come on board to the same plane. All of you, I would request, please log into the site menti.com. Please use your phone, open menti.com, and there's a passcode. So let me open this passcode once more for you. You can keep it noted somewhere. Yeah, I'll show it. I need to present also my quiz to you. So you can note it down, 59181095. Can someone confirm if you have already logged in using this code? The screen is visible to you? The Menti screen is visible to you? Can you take this quiz? Not sign up exactly. Just open menti.com and use this passcode to take this poll or quiz. Sign up? Menti.com. Don't open Mentimeter. Please open Menti.com. Menti.com. Okay? Alright, so I already logged in. Now I can present the poll, and I believe after that you will be able to take this quiz. Now you can see also on the screen there is the code. On the top you can find the code. Please open menti.com, take this code, answer this question. Guys, please raise hand if you are able to do it. In case anybody is still stumbling, please take help from some. Already there? Answer. It's an open-ended question. You need to answer. Alright, so the word bubble starts appearing here on the screen. I could not get it. Trade it means. To be more precise, you can write also your name after your answer. Just write your name so that we get to know which answer has come from whom. Alright, so I'm getting answers like unique idea or product solving. Maybe it's a problem solving you meant to say. Unique ideas works on existing ideas. Okay, traditional business works on existing ideas. Speed, innovation, disruptions, unique USP, new problem statement. Alright. Unique idea that has not been done before. So I can see the answers. Brings disruptions in the market and creates impact. Very nice. Agility, analyzing target audience. So you know the marketing. No doubt about it. I mean, this is what marketing says. When you say all that, if you sum up, it is the starting point is to know your market well, right? That's the starting point. If you know your market well, half of your problem is solved. So as they say, once you explain your question to yourself, you know it's half solved. So understanding the question by itself is solving the answer for it, or getting the answer for it. Okay, let's move on to the second one. Please take up this one. Now this is a multiple choice question. So you pick up the best answer that you find suitable to this question. So now this is a poll actually. We will see like which answer gets what, how much of response. No, single. It's a multiple choice question. Pick up one choice that you think is most apt. I hope all of you are aware of this word called pitch deck, right? So elevator speech, there are many nomenclatures used for this. So when you pitch your idea before your investors, could be angel investors, could be venture capitalists, could be anybody who shows interest in your project, and you want to secure some funds, some support from that party, right? So you are basically pitching an idea. Pitch deck is not but the presentation that you make to pitch. It could be in any form. Normally we call slides. So the word, if you see, dates back to the transparent slides that we used to, before the PowerPoint came up. We had that transparent sheets and one after the other, it was coming in the form of a deck. So from those days, this word has been used as pitch deck. Okay, so two answers actually are contending with one another. I have already got responses from 23 people sitting in the crowd, on the crowd side. So if you see here, to secure funding from investors and to showcase the company's product or service. Obviously, yes. Or what is the end result? When you showcase your products or services, what is the end result? What is it that you are doing? Or what is the outcome that you are expecting? So what is the ultimate goal? Showing your product, showcasing your product or service is not the goal, right? You are showcasing it for some outcome. So what is that outcome? I think the third answer is the outcome. The second one is actually the process, is an activity. You need to do the second as an activity in order to get the third as an outcome, correct? So ultimately your goal is what? As a startup, you need support and you need to sell your idea to the person who is listening and then is probably, is stepping up the mood in the right direction to go and fund you. Okay, let's go ahead with, of course, you can always back to differ and there is a subjectivity also in that. But what I am saying, when you go for a pitch deck, obviously you are pitching for funds. Let's go to the third one. Please mind the word not. Which of the following is not a key component of a business model? Alright. Target market is not a key component of a business model. Marketing and sales strategy is not a component. But majority of you say board of directors. In your business model, I think really it doesn't matter who forms your board of directors. They are the advisory group, and it depends on you whether you take the advice or you don't. Right? But if you see, technically, the other three have to be a part of your business model. You need to understand who is your target market. Right? Everything centers around that. Revenue streams, like our friend was asking, like the moment you start booking your revenue, first revenue, the GST, etc., etc. And of course the marketing and sales strategy, which is going to make things happen. So first, second and third actually are part of your business model. The board of directors you can reconstitute as and when you proceed and you think there is a need. So that may not impact directly your business model. Right? Let's go to the next one. Again, mind the word not. Which of the following is not a common characteristics of a startup? That means rest three are common characteristics. Only one is an odd man out here. Okay. Many of you are saying that small team of founders is a common characteristics. It has to be there. Focus on innovation and disruption should be there. Clear business model and revenue streams should be there. But long track of record of success may not be there. Well, justifiable. If you are a new startup, you may not have a trail of your success to demonstrate. So that makes it logically correct. And even if you are a very fresh idea in the market, people can still venture out and give funds. So it's possible. It looks good. What is the purpose of a business plan? So I might synonymously use the term business plan and marketing plan. Of course, they are not same, but yes, interchangeably we will use, but precisely we will try to deal with marketing plan moving forward. Alright, I think it is about how you prioritize it, isn't it? It's a prioritization issue rather than a single multiple choice question. Maybe it depends on the stage at which you are. Like our friend is in EV sector and he has to rise to a certain stage. Somebody is into healthcare and he has gone to a certain stage. So obviously, based on the stage you belong to, the priority would keep changing, would change. And obviously your purpose of the business plan would differ. But when you start a venture, when you are still at a concept stage, if you think from that perspective, where you are yet to take a step, maybe your answer would be very, very rudimentary in approach. Your answer will not be then different, it will be one. So what it should be like? Majority of you actually, hitting at the right answer. So the outline company's goal, strategy and financial projections. That is the backbone of a company. If a company doesn't know what is its goal, what are the strategic tools in hand to reach out to that goals, and whether it is going to be a financially viable option for me or not, makes no sense, Even it doesn't sound soothing to the listening ears. Then what for you are here then? If you don't know where are you leading to, or what are the ways forward to it, or in what way your finance revenues are to be managed. So obviously you are heading at the right point. Okay, let's take up one or two maybe last ones. What is a startup? I think I would have started with this question first. Obvious answer. No much distractions with the other options here. Not necessarily to be owned by a large corporation. Yes, 100% correct. Small business that has been there for a long time. No, not necessarily. Company that is publicly traded? No, not necessarily. So obviously, you can zero down on the second answer, which is correct. Company that is in the early stages of operations and is often focused on developing a unique product or service. 100% correct. Now actually we'll, okay, I guess this is the last one. This is a subjective answer again. What is the term used to describe the process of transforming a new idea into a successful business? What is this process to be called? Maybe we can use different words meaning the same thing. Alright. Design thinking, okay? Innovation, entrepreneurship. Startup. Okay, magic. Nice. I think we got the answer. It is actually entrepreneurship. This is how you understand entrepreneurship as a concept, as a process, as a practice. Alright friends, so we still have one more question left. There are a few more, but I guess we should skip it for the time being. Or if you want to take up, I have no issue. What is the term used for the initial funding raised by a startup to finance its early stage operations? Sometimes called pre-seed, sometimes called seed, depends how many stages you want and all that. Angel funding, okay. Angels normally come forward during that stage, so, well, in general we can call it as seed funding. Pre-seed funding also at times people say. Okay, this answer is very obvious. What about this one? Version of a new product? This question you should try to answer, because many of here I can see are tech startups. So you should answer this question. Version of a new product with just enough features to satisfy early adopters and provide valuable feedback for future development. Okay. Any other better answer? Beta. Pre-seed. Pre-seed is the answer for the previous question. I think you got the answer. MVP. That is called MVP, right? Minimum viable product. Right. So this is just to know that we all are at the same plane, and now we can move on. Can someone brief me about how betting is done in a horse race? Anything that you know about? Any derby events where you bet on horses? What exactly happens there? You might have seen, you might not have played ever, you might not have done any betting ever, but yes, some idea that you have gathered of late. What exactly is this whole event? What exactly is this? Who are all involved? Who are the stakeholders? And what for people play? Any random idea, any random thought? What happens in a horse race? Jockeys are there, yes. What is their role? So the horse is under the control of a jockey, right? So the winning is decided by both. It's just not who runs, but also who makes it run. Alright, go ahead. Let's say you take the other side. You are going to bet on a horse. What is it that you would think, and what way you will go ahead? One is past record of that horse. Okay? If the horse is new, possible the horse is new, right? Entering into the race first time, possible. So you will try to see that no such possibilities are there, and then there is a track which you can verify. Okay? One is the trackable record of that horse. Second, let me start with one. The jockey who is riding the horse, right? Second, maybe the past track, whether this horse is a winning horse, first, second, third positions, isn't it? Current health records, okay? Is it populated? Populated means, is it under your, can you have a view of it? Is it circulated? Do you know in advance? What are the stuff that you know in advance before you bet, or you would like to gather more before you actually bet? Okay. How many are betting on that horse? So you go with the crowd, you go with that herd mentality, or okay, that also would be one of my parameters to judge whether to bet on this horse or some other horse. That's what you're saying. Okay, maybe that is another one. So one is, who is the jockey, the caliber of the jockey, or maybe the past record of the jockey, past record of the horse. Second, how many people are betting on that horse? Okay, now you go on. Go on. I think it will be n number of items that will be there in your checklist before you decide to bet on that horse. Correct? Are you betting for the first position? Or it could be second or third position also. When do you win? Someone who is betting, when does he or she win? Depends on the bet, right? If it is a straight bet or some other kind of bet. So there are different types of betting again. Now tell me, would you like to bet on a horse which has got less potential to win after your all analysis is done? You have done all your analysis as per the checklist that you have prepared. Would you bet on a horse which is less likely to be in the top 3? No, right? So, how a venture capitalist or a funding agency would bet on a startup which is not supposed to come in the first top 3 in that given trade or in that given business? So, just try to understand this from a startup and a funding perspective. So, it is just like a race of a horse, a derby event where people are actually investing for a better return, and the return could be as much as 10x. To that extent, they are aggressive. Now, when you are pitching your ideas, like in what way to go ahead and pitch your ideas, it seems very, very difficult. Why? Because there are many people who are also vouching for their ideas before the VC funds, funding agencies, or companies or angel investors or anybody. Now here I have gathered, because my immediate past background was a case method of teaching where we used to discuss at length about in and out story of a company, failure stories, success stories and all. Here I have gathered a LinkedIn list of around 20 companies who have been really wonderful startups in recent past. Okay, and there is a disclaimer also given here. It's a certain companies have not been put into this list. So certain companies deliberately have been delisted, and after that all this list has been prepared. Alright, so I have also given the link, later on I will share that, you can also search yourself. Out of this all, I'll just pick up one. Jepto. How many of you are aware of this company called Jepto? Headquartered in Mumbai. What is so enticing part about this company? Why this company became so popular? And let me tell you, we are in just 2024. 2023, just the last year, hardly few weeks back, actually this company has become a unicorn. Guess how many years it took to be a unicorn? 2 years. Founded in 2021, 2023 it became a unicorn. So they must be having certain value for which they have come to this stage today, right? Now, for those who are not aware what kind of a business line it is into, there is a small paragraph, what exactly they do. You can read this small paragraph, where it says, Jepto is a quick e-commerce company delivering groceries and essentials, and by any chance you know who is the brand ambassador? Jepto has roped in a brand ambassador, a cricketing star, Indian cricketing star. Who is the brand ambassador? In fact, you can see their YouTube channels also and see Jasprit Bumrah, known for speed, right? And they are also known for speed. So let's see how they have combined the speed and accuracy together and have put the right marketing strategies in place. What makes them a unicorn in just 2 years' time? That is actually the case study for us. So if you see, they started in 10 cities. Just let's say their scale up and all. So if you see, there are other companies also as per this list. There are other companies also like Blue Smart, Ditto Insurance. Similarly, you have got Go Quick, Sprinto, etc. I'm not detailing out. You can check later on. Now, this is what is the success story of Jepto. Just I have bulleted out few points. You can just quickly go through. The innovative marketing strategies they adopted are just 5 to 6 in numbers. Hyper-local targeting. At a very, very micro level, actually they targeted. Normally what e-commerce companies are open to the rest of the world, anybody and everyone. Anybody and everybody. They didn't go that way. Because they were localizing their operations, they went for hyper-local targeting first. But not restricting themselves from scaling up. They quickly rolled out their models across 10 cities in a very small span of time. That's how they scaled up. Second, flash sales and limited time offers. Even the e-commerce goods which they sold were sold like fashion statements. Were sold as with fashion statements. Fashion statements with any product is like, if you don't grab it now, you will not get it further. So that fashion will go away. So they brought out a sense of urgency with the buyer. With innovative marketing strategies and communication and promotional strategies. Third, personalized recommendations. This is where comes the power of their data analytics. Right? So all the website visitors to their site, their app visitors and all that, they were very thorough with the data, what they are supposed to do, and then very, very clear personalized recommendations that they started selling. Strategic partnerships and local businesses. They did dissociate from the local partners, local vendors, who can actually be very quick in dispensing the services at reasonable prices because of the logistical costs, otherwise what it would have been. So they built up a network of local vendors also as a team. I'm talking about now collaborators and partners. So when you envision for your company, it not necessarily be you as the prime element in the company. It could be other people also in the value chain who you can take as collaborator or partners. And also, or share a win-win situations with them. This is what they did, if you see the 4th point. Community engagement through social media. So, what do you want your customers to be? You want them to be just a customer selling and buying, or you want, the relationship, it should be a transactional relationship, or it should be a serious relationship with engaging experience. Naturally, you want your customers to be more engaging, right, with whatever you are offering to them. And not just selling and buying of the products that you're selling, but also exchanging ideas for your improvement or betterment, or even for your inventories. So this is what they did. So it's an involvement to that stage they brought their customers to. Referral programs and loyalty rewards, which many other companies also do, but it was very, very tactfully done, very, very smartly it was done. Now what was the end result? If you see, these are the 3 end results. In fact, their YouTube channel also is there. Rapid expansion, customer acquisition and retention. Why? Because they stood out very, very relevant to the to the market. Consultative ways of selling, recommending, personalizing their recommendations also. To that extent, they gave that experience to the customer. So this is again, there are many case studies available on Jetto and so many other companies which I have just shown you. So you can go deep dive and see in what way actually their marketing strategies started working for them. This is just a small snapshot of it. Another example, I'm not again narrating it out. How many of you are aware of this company called Growth School? Growth School. Sorry? Bhavan. Okay. So, any idea what is this cohort-based courses? They're an online, learning platform, you can say. EdTech. These days we use a word called EdTech company. So, what is this cohort-based courses? That was the fundamental product with which they started. How they sold it and all is the rest of the things. How did they build the collaborative network and the content, the thought leadership? Almost in similar lines. The previous company was into product selling, e-commerce platform. Here this is also kind of a selling, but then into learning packages and solutions. So if you see, these are the cohort-based courses are basically approach to cohort-based courses sets them apart, emphasizing collaborative and interactive learning experiences within a group. They created a sense of community among, you can say, in a way, crowdsourcing also. In a way, they got the content from the crowd in the form of blogs, interactive forum and all that, and then they started tapping on the resources from the market and then mobilize those resources through their platform of this EdTech. So it's a beautiful model which they built, and that's what is also content marketing. How did they generate the content and then market the content? Community building, exclusive webinars and events. So their YouTube channel is there. So what was the result? So the keywords are there, the key strategies are there, centered around cohort-based learning, instructor partnerships, content marketing, community building and exclusive events have contributed to their rapid growth. Alright? No need to discuss about this, you all know what is a venture capital firm and who is a limited partner. Limited partner can invest through virtual, this venture capitalist firm in your venture. So all this mechanism, maybe you are aware of the first one. I have made a small list of all the venture capitalist firms which are available in India, and in fact if you visit SEBI's website, you have got foreign VCs operating in India, that list is separately available, and Indian VCs operating in India also there is a separately available list in SEBI's side, as because VC firms are regulated by SEBI's amended regulations of 2012, right? But VC funding is not new. If you see Seco Capital, way back they entered into India market, and in fact they are pretty old company. They are pretty old company, and if you look at their credit, if you see their history, they have funded companies like Airbnb and Apple. So they are that old. But their Indian arms also is doing fabulous, and along with them there are many others. Now the whole idea is, this is slightly dated again, till 2019. This is slightly a dated data which was 10 billion worth, but this is too much big now as a funded capital. It is too big now, and it could be from anybody. So likewise, if you see here, corporate VC firms are also there. Now Tatas are also known for their VC arms, and then they are funding many good startups. So what are the categories of VC funding in India? Who you can vouch for? As I said, you can make a random choice also and then vouch or pitch your ideas with them. Or if there is a hackathon or ideathon anywhere also, that is also a good platform to raise some funds and all that. But that's still at a very early stage. But when you are growing at stage 2 or stage 3, obviously your target becomes then different. Maybe you can also become a participant in Shark Tank India. How many of you visit? I mean, most of you, almost all of you must be acquainted now with this Shark Tank model, right? Ever tried approaching them? No? Any idea why you didn't try, or it's a confidence gap that so far you see, or what is it? Yes. Why not approach so far? If anybody has done, we would like to see what happened. But not done, I would like to know what is the reason why you have not approached them yet. Scrutiny? So you had tried, it means? अच्छा, too much of detailed. Okay.
उसमें भी वो देखा हूँ मैं, उनका पैसा वैसा कम देते हैं, कईयों का मैं रिव्यू पढ़ा, पैसा भी
नहीं दिए हैं? Okay, okay.
उतने के लिए जाए हवा बनवा के आए, कोई पैसे ना दे, बुरा लगेगा ना सर। बड़ा पैसा भी नहीं देते हो, 10 लाख 5 लाख 20 लाख इसी में इतने पैसे।
All right. So you dilute your ownership and then get nothing out of it. Okay. ठीक है. I mean, this is also an experience that you have shared. Maybe that will be an eye opener for others who. नहीं ठीक है. I mean, this is an individual call. This is an individual call, and what you have experienced, you are just sharing that it is very cumbersome to go and apply in their process. It's very time consuming. That's what you are saying, because they are asking for too much of details, and the end result may not be as lucrative as it looks from outside. That's what you are saying, right? No problem. So I just wanted to know whether, because some of you are at different stages, so whether you have tried ever and all that. Good ones. So again, nothing new in this. Now, all of you know this Series A funding, Series B funding and all that, and what stage you need them, isn't it? Normally C and beyond is when you go and get listed and get to a public listed kind of a stage and all. Advantages and disadvantages of it, but I'll restrict my talks only now to this point, which is the marketing plan which we are talking about. If you see here, let's look at this part first. This one. If you see here, you have if we can do an experiment here right now. Can one entrepreneur venture out, stand up and say, what is the goal of your company? What is your goal? It's very futuristic, of course, and long-term goal is not short-term. If you have a short-term goal, maybe you are probably planning to wind up your business in next few weeks or few months or few years. But if you want to sustain in that business for a longer time and create a brand name for yourself, obviously you have to have a clear goal. Subject to change, of course, I understand that, but at least for a time horizon of 5 to 10 years, you should have some goal in mind. Yes, sir.
We are building an AI assistant right now, but through which you can interact and handle your emails, your tasks, and to this AI interaction just by chatting. Our goal is to transform the entire technology communication. Like we have touch screens, we have keyboards, but we want to transform it completely through the voice communication.
Okay.
You want anything, you want a photo editing, you want anything, just you have to like communicate like a human. So our goal is to reach that.
Is it a goal? Whatever he explained, to me it seems like a product feature or the solution the solution space in which he is working currently. Is it really a goal? Anybody? Please critically examine his statement, whatever he said. And I would expect him not to take it adversely, but we are doing a small workshop here. Is it really a goal? Okay.
If you're taking as a point of impact, then definitely that's a goal. अगर कोई impact के point of view से देखें तो वो goal ही है. अगर आप businesses sustain करने के लिए
So you mean to say if it is an impact, can it be refreshed, highlighting the impact part rather than the product or the features or the journey part? For example, what I say, let me justify that with an example. Xerox as a company has got two choices. One, they can say we sell photocopiers, right? We sell photocopiers, which is 100% correct. Otherwise, they could say we help improve office productivity. Which one looks better? We sell photocopiers is a very mundane thing that they do on a daily basis. But is it an outcome focus? No, right? What is the outcome? The outcome happens at the user level, at the user side. If they say we help improve office productivity, so do you notice a difference here? One is your product centric way of explaining your business, the other one is the user centric approach of explaining your business. So if you just take the turn and go to the user side, what should be your way of explaining your goal now?
So interacting with the technology needs a very concrete knowledge of the technology, but everyone interacts with the technology with some goal.
Okay.
And they know in their own language what they want through that technology. So we want to empower everyone through AI so that their language.
Everyone means irrespective of age, gender, caste, color, everyone. It is open to any age group people.
Any age. Okay. If the person can speak, so his words can be understood by the.
Speak in any language.
Yeah, speak in any language can be understood by the technology itself. It does not need to learn the technology.
Okay.
So if you want to do photo edit, you know there is a picture and you want that person to be moved to left. You just tell that I want that picture to be moved to left. I want it to look more like a cinematic. So you just say that I want it more cinematic. You don't have to learn in that tool like editing. So this is empower the.
Can someone attempt to give him a better statement when he is trying to express his goal for the company? He is saying that anything, any XYZ thing which the user wants over a voice command, the machine will do, or the technology will do for him or her. Anything. It could be moving a piece of image from A to B place or what? What else?
Installing some app or
Okay.
cleaning your old photos.
What is it?
जिसमें वो अपनी भावनाएं रखें और वो इंजन को भावना इनके व्यक्त करके दे दे, मतलब वो मैनिफेस्ट करके दे दे, तो ये मतलब वो बोलता हूँ लाल रंग के दे देगा.
But वही बोल रहा हूँ ना. So when he goes for demonstrating, what is it that he can demonstrate and to what extent he can go on demonstrating it? Of course, जब आप.
Can I bring this entire in a better?
That's what I was. Yeah. That is what is my objective.
For this context, I say this is very diffused and very vague.
Right. So, I think you are on the second or the third stage. If you see here, the strategy and tactics are more detailed out, product and its features, the target market, who you are going to approach. That is the reason I asked, is it open to anybody? If it is open to anybody, then the whole world is your market, then whole India is your market, then the whole state of Odisha is your market, and it could be anywhere and everywhere your product could be available. Right? So what is it? The AI, I'm still not getting the product that you are trying to show here. Okay, please go ahead.
So our goal is, as what they said, empowering everyone through AI.
Okay.
Now when we say this, there are lots of people who do not have enough technology or not enough acquainted with technology.
True.
So we have laptops, right? We take them for granted because we know what laptops do. We have phones. Now AI is available only through these devices. But someone who is older, he does not know how to use a smartphone. But AI can still help him in lots of ways. But he does not have an access to AI or will never have in the current scenario. So our goal remains the same, empowering everyone through AI. So to do this, to achieve this...
No, explain me clearly. Let's say I open my phone.
Yes.
How your interface, how would I get your interface on my screen?
Have you seen Iron Man?
Oh, yeah, I've seen.
Have you seen Jarvis there, right?
Yes.
To use Jarvis, you don't need to know any technology as such. You do not need to know how to use a keyboard. You do not need to know we have these apps. You just communicate to him. Jarvis call him, what mails do I have? Can you schedule a flight? You just need to know English. So Jarvis can empower anyone through AI. The person does not need to know any tech.
Alright.
So
it will come in the form of an app, right?
Yes, in the form of a OS itself later. But of course, I'm speaking very big things right now. We're in very early stages. But later we'll have our entire OS, which will install, and then everything will be accessed to this one.
I think Windows and this MS also is working in that direction. And I think this voice integration over YouTube also is now in place, and AI integration to YouTube also. I think Google is planning that.
Next thing that we will go to see. Because in the future, entire operating system will work in an English language itself. To come in the normal language.
Alright, maybe my technology wavelength is not matching yours. I'm too dwarf in that sense, because I understand what you're saying, but then to put it in words, it's coming to be very, very difficult for me at the moment, as because things are very, very fluid. This area also is quite fluid now, and almost on a daily basis we found, we see new innovations coming up. But that's good. The initiative is good. But again, coming back to the framework, the framework in which direction actually we should go ahead when we are, writing a marketing plan. Because what Purvi was saying, the PDMA proposal also you need to submit, and for your funding agencies also want you to give a certain certain percentage of your fund also towards PDMA and all that, right? So that is the reason. How do you put it in record? What is it that you want to give a feel of to your documentation? Anybody else would like to try any other venture, any other anybody else? Like what is your goal basically? 5 years, 10 years down the line, where would you like to be? Okay, so although they are a commercial entity, it looks like a social impact that they trying to bring out. That's what you're saying, right? So empowering the rural artisan class and becoming a kind of an avenue or a platform for them to expose to the rest of the world for a better livelihood at their end. That's what you're saying? Okay. Maybe a little bit of rephrasing is required, but it looks like there is a social impact that they try to bring in. By and by, of course, they are a commercial entity, so they will make their own business out of it. Alright. In what way it will help the user, the buyers? Why would they buy? Just because it is from Odisha, they would buy? But how do you assess the marketability of those rural products or those handicrafts? How do you understand the marketability of it? All the products will not be equally marketable, no?
How to target? How to target? Where do you get those information? Through digital marketing. So you would have your own social media pages and your digital marketing stuff in place, and then you will try to link the buyer and the seller, being a middleman there. Okay, so you procure and on your platform you will try to sell. What other e-commerce companies are doing? Okay, with a social angle to it. Alright, looks interesting. But again, the operational challenges should be there. Alright, so let's move on. Please sit down. So if you see here, the goal is at this moment I'm sure the vagueness should be there. It will appear very very vague because you also don't know where this journey is leading to. Believe me, the past statistics says I'm not discouraging you anyway. 66% of the startups have a tough time to survive. It's very tough to see even 25 months of life. So 66% die down in 25 months. Hardly. So the passion has to remain always burning and live, and it's very difficult. It's very very tough actually. So the journey you have embarked upon, many very very less people you would actually see have got that guts to go into that direction. So all my echo will go to you, as because it's the toughest journey that you have taken. It's the toughest call that you have taken. To be an entrepreneur is not at all a cakewalk. I mean, it's too tough. And good that I would also acknowledge the fact that you are in the safe hands of IITs and the mechanism in place here. But then to keep that passion alive and burning in you, the fire in the belly is your call. You have to always keep that fire in the belly without letting it die down. That self-motivation is something that many times diminishes and it actually becomes a stumbling block for yourself. No? So surpass that. Surpass that threshold where you go undeterred. Many times we go on to a stage of introspection that we challenge ourselves, saying that no, the idea that I have embarked upon is not going to be fruitful. So the moment this kind of a demotivation thing comes, I would surely suggest please do a lot of networking, read the good stories of similar companies, how they have succeeded and all that. Try to build up a network with them and all that. Try to get back to the mentors and the support mechanism which is there. And please keep your passion always at that adequate level. It's not go below that particular level. So that please try to maintain that. In that, all this journey would be there. All this learning, dissemination of knowledge, etc. would be there. That becomes a part and parcel. So if you see here, the strategy, the target market, value proposition, many times we actually miss out on this. So before that, let me tell you what is this 3V concept. Just now what our friend was saying, this handicraft business, what he was saying, the guys who are actually into handicraft, they are makers of these handicrafts, they become the collaborator for him. So what is the value that they are getting out of this whole trade? So from that example, if you see, basically we are talking about, that is the reason I asked the buyers sitting in some other countries, maybe who is importing from you or who is buying from you, or in some other cities, what is he or she is getting from this handicraft item? What is the customer value that you are offering? Now the people who you are sourcing from, what is the value that you are giving to them? And then ultimately, what is the value that you are getting out of it? So what is that optimum value mechanism that you have built? So if you want to grab everything on your own, I'm sure your business is going to be a short-lived one. You have to have a win-win situation looking at the entire value chain. What is my point of sourcing to my point of consumption? And in between whatever happens, who are the major stakeholders involved and how can I take them all along? Instead of going all alone myself, how do I take them all along and make a team where everybody understands that it's a win-win situation and so they collaborate. So if you give them a best bargain or a margin, somebody will come and then will topple you down. Somebody can give you a better margin than what you are offering to that guy and then he can immediately change and then stop collaborating with, stop selling to you. So if you take him or her as a vendor or a seller, it will not suffice. Actually, you have to make him or her a collaborator with you or a partner with you. So that big brotherhood actually is required. So as an entrepreneur, actually, you have to take everybody and then try to understand in nitty-gritties what is actually their expectations being associated with you. And then only comes the collaborator value. Otherwise, it's very difficult. And you might have seen in past also, Swiggy had a tough time, when the restaurants started delisting themselves from Swiggy's platform. And you have seen in past, this kind of problems happen. Maybe because of margin adjustments or territorial protections or whatever. There are many glitches. So in your field of business, you understand your glitches well. In his business, he understands his pain points well. And also you have an answer there. Because you understand the pain point, you also know how to, tackle with that. But then ultimately, this model actually works. So when you are creating, yes sir. No, value is not money. Okay, mathematically, because maybe in past I might have told you, some of you. If you see actually value is what comes to you at the cost of what goes out of you. What you gain out of what you incur as cost. Means, you understand productivity, right? Output over input. You buy anything, you get certain output from there, certain outcome. So what is the output? Okay, very mundane example. Let's talk about the ceiling fan. If you buy a ceiling fan, what is it that you are getting? Comfort, right? It will blow as a fan, and then you will feel soothing, right? That is one. That is a functional outcome. But why have you picked up a white one? Why didn't you buy a black one? If I ask you this, that's a white fan, right? What made you buy a white fan and not a black one? Aesthetics. The artistic sense there, right? The aesthetics means what? It appeals you emotionally. The fan will give you fanning, soothing. That is the functional benefit. So if you see benefits, it could be functional, it could be emotional. It's a combination of two, functional benefit and emotional benefit. It cannot be just of any color and then you can still be okay with it. You won't be. Otherwise, so good design fans would not have made a market for themselves. Why? Because they have that sense of aesthetics and that appeals emotionally to the buyers. This is on the benefit side. What you get, right? But what you have invested or what you have spent for it. Money? Only money? Time. Why time? Choosing. Where did you choose? In shop, physically you might have gone to multiple shops, dealers, authorized dealers, multi-brand outlets. You would have cross-checked A versus B versus C. So we invested time there, right? Ultimately you have paid. Payment is one part, but that is not the end part of it. There are many other parts also that you have spent there. One is time, one is money. What else? Were you not physically involved? Have you not gone physically yourself into multiple shops? Somebody might say, no, I visited multiple e-commerce sites. There I chose my model. Fine. There also you are involved physically. That 1 hour time which you spend on e-commerce sites, you could have spent elsewhere. So there is an opportunity cost to that. Means you have also physically spent certain time there. And what else? Were you not mentally involved? Were you not under certain degree of stress that I might land up in a wrong choice? Was there no a small degree of stress that you are undergoing then when you are actually making a purchase decision? That is a psychic cost. So look at the cost part now. You have got time cost, money cost, physical cost, and psychic cost. You add it up all together. That makes your denominator. What have you got? Functional benefit and emotional benefit. That is on the benefit side, which is the numerator. Divided by the denominator. What is the denominator? Time cost, money cost, physical cost, psychic cost. Now how do you change this ratio? Higher the ratio is better or lower the ratio is better? More benefit compared to cost is better or less benefit compared to cost is better? X by Y. Which one is better? X by Y ratio should be more, no? More is better here. When would it be more? Give me the permutations, combinations when X versus Y, X upon Y would be more. When? X being very high, Y being very low. Most optimal situation. Will it be possible? Given the competitive pressure, price pressures, margin and all that, it won't be possible, right? Have you ever thought why this e-commerce has made our life so easy? And these days companies are no question, and they within 7 days they take the product back. The product details are also so comfortable and convenient now. Why? How have they been able to do this? They offer you the best bargain. They offer you the best varieties. Right? And now even for service, you can directly register for service from the original brand owner, from the brand company. So the service also is assured. Whether you are buying from Amazon or Flipkart, the service comes from Khaitan fan or Usha fan if you have bought that brand. Now my question is, how do you see this X by Y ratio in today's marketplace? Be it any kind of product. Even if you have ordered online from Swiggy, that is also service, right? So what is that X by Y here in this case? What benefit you have got if you have ordered from Swiggy? What benefit you have got? Multiple. Okay. Any emotional benefit you have got? Any functional benefit you have got? What is the functional emotional benefit? Now you try to explain that. Is the food, but that food, that credit goes to the restaurant. Swiggy has just picked up and delivered at your place, right? So the food taste and the food price also comes from the restaurant, which has done a listing on Swiggy's platform. The time and effort is Swiggy which is taking care of it. So certain, as Swiggy, you may not entirely take care of the X part, but on Y part you can very well take care of. Because X in your, it is not in enough control under, you're not having enough control on that. Because your vendors, your collaborators are different. They have their own value propositions, they have their own cost, they have their own menu. You can't tinker with that to a great extent. And I think that is the reason why there is a ghost kitchen concept now. Anybody heard about ghost kitchen? What is it, ghost kitchen?
They don't have a brand, they just, it's a kitchen from where different
They can still be a brand, they can still operate in a brand. But they are almost like non-existent. Physically, they are not available anywhere to have the physical dining experience. You can't go for a physical dining experience because they are a ghost kitchen. It is just a kitchen operating in certain brands. And even celebrities are, these days investing in crores and millions in ghost kitchen concepts. Rana Dugubati for that matter, the Bahubali star. He has invested in multiple cities, Hyderabad, Pune and all that, and has owned up a chain of ghost kitchens where you can always be a licensed brand player. Let's say Behrouz Biryani. Behrouz has no outfit in Bhubaneswar, but you want to have it. There might be a ghost kitchen who operates in Behrouz Biryani and Swiggy can deliver Behrouz Biryani at your place. Possible. So the SOPs is owned by Behrouz Kitchen, wherever they are. They might be based out of Hyderabad, doesn't matter. But if you want to consume it in Bhubaneswar, you can still order that. And on behalf of Behrouz Kitchen, actual kitchen, some ghost kitchen will actually do that job locally at your place. And that is how the models are working. And this is called a ghost kitchen concept and emerging. Why? Because why people will be deprived, well, the market will be deprived of the brand. If the brand cannot make a presence physically, let there be other arrangements where the brand can still be made available. And that is how things are working. So a lot of business model initiatives are being done. And that is the reason, that makes my second point. If you see here, this one, this is how your market offerings are now getting redefined. The market offerings are not the way we used to understand earlier. Market offerings and dynamics are changing very, very fast these days. Now, so look at this: product, service, brand, price, incentives, communications and distribution. This comes as a complete package now. You cannot delineate any one out of this whole package. Every single element of this package actually is instrumental now. Can you say my distribution can be taken care of by somebody and then? No. So it is actually how do you optimize this as a combination package, as a combo package, all of this with certain degree of or certain proportion of them, and we'll focus on that. And of course, this is the company action and this is the customer impact. This is what I was asking. What impact are you going to make? Right? So what it could be? Attractiveness of the offering, awareness of the offering, availability of the offering. So how it pulls the crowd, how easy it is. Because you are talking about a tech product. First of all, you have to deal with the mental bias, which the market will come naturally with. Kyun chahiye bhai? Why? I have got Google Assistant. Whenever I switch on my smart TV, I can use Google Assistant and also whatever I am looking for, it's there on my screen. How does your product make a difference to me? Try to understand this. This is an objection handling you have to do on a daily basis. The moment you are in a tech journey with product concept like this. So what is it? Why as a market I would appreciate your idea? What is that compulsive proposition that I have to anyhow buy? Oh, this looks wonderful to me. So that is what is the customer impact. How are you going to attract? I mean, what is the attractiveness? What is the USP in your product? How are you going to make it aware the market, and how are you going to make it available? This is the customer impact side, and this is what on the design side when you are there as a company. How you design your value. Now I hope I made my point X, Y, Y value statement, right? So value is what? Kind of a productivity you can say. So benefit over cost is value. So how do you design that? How do you communicate that? And how do you deliver that? So this delivery linked to availability, this communication links to awareness, and this designing links to attractiveness of it. So how do you look at two sides of the coin? This is one side of the coin, this is the other side of the coin. And all of this have to be very, very loud and clear in your marketing plan. Your entire journey has to be reflected through your marketing plan. Where you start, where you want to be, what is the way. So it's that same WH question: who you are, what path you have, designed for yourself. If you stumble upon that, like how are you going to do a corrective actions very quickly without failing? So all of this would come. So these are the key components of a business model for a new offering. Your target market, your value proposition. This value proposition is none but this value. The optimal value taking three stakeholders into view: your company, collaborator, as well as your customer. Three major stakeholders, and then the overlapping area is your common value point. And then of course your market offering. So this is the elevator pitch. I'll go slightly before this. Now remember one framework. This also source is mentioned. You can later on see. This has come from Alexander Chernak. In strategic marketing management, there is a famous book, and this model is very, very famous. I don't know whether you're aware of a model explained here called G-Stick framework. This is called G-Stick framework. If you see here, G-S-T-I-C. This is a G-Stick framework. So whenever you are chalking out a plan, make sufficient provision for each of the components as per this G-Stick model. What is your goal? You may not immediately reach at a goal statement. Take some time. Take some time. Rephrase it. Get it vetted by the industry practitioners, by people who are experienced, by your mentors, right? Get it vetted. No harm in that. So come to a stage where it looks very, very comprehensive, and your journey is actually coming out, emanating out of it very clearly. Otherwise, what would happen? You will be going on explaining about our features, but making no sense to me as a listener. The example of Xerox, as I said. Another example I would cite: if Kodak says we sell photographic films and cameras? Kodak can always say that. But what if Kodak says we help preserving memories? Understand the difference. So it should be user-centric. Definition of your goal, and of course you can make it very, very concise by making the financial goal. The financial detailing also you can do in your goal. Let's say you want to reach to a certain $1 billion company by so and so year. So goals, what should be your goal, what should be your mission? These are on the strategic marketing. Actually, no, the vision and mission is something that it starts with. So your vision and mission are going to actually help you reach out to your goal. At the moment, you can actually bring it down to a marketing level. What is your marketing goal? Maybe yes. So what is your marketing strategy? What is your marketing tactics? And likewise, you can confine it only to the marketing functional area as of now. But when you look at it as a business perspective from a complete business scenario, then your G-Stick approach would be different. What is your business goal? In that, marketing is a functional area where marketing goals are defined. Similarly, your HR goal. Some companies also say we are going to have this many people by so and so year. That also could be one goal. So for different functional area, your goal setting will be different. But collectively, those all together meet your business goal, which is the final entity's goal. You can break it down to the level of functional area, right? Because today you are a startup or a venture with 1 or 2 person, but tomorrow you might have a team. Somebody might look after HR part, somebody might look after cost and finance part, somebody might look after operations and production part. So you will have different specialization area automatically, gradually building up within your framework, and you have to have authorities and experts leading those particular functional area. So in that function, as a functional head, that person has to have a goal, has to have a strategy, has to have a certain plan. So that is how it would look then. So at the moment, you are 1 or 2 individual entity firm. So for you now, it is a business goal. Later on, it becomes a functional goal. So get it, granularized later on, if not at this moment. And that's how your tactics relating to product, what it will be, relating to service, relating to the brand, price, incentives, communications, distribution. So these are the tactical side. Strategy side is what? Target market, value proposition. Because why we call it strategy? Because you cannot go on juggling with changing your target market. Your target market is precise. You understand this is my target market. The moment you keep changing your target market, what would happen? You are playing in a football match and your goalpost is shifting. You don't know where you are, going to hit your goal. That is how it would be. If you don't know your target market, it will be shifting of your goalpost. The moment you hit at this goalpost, the goalpost is shifted to some other place. That will be the difficulty. So your target market, that's the reason I asked you, who is your target market? You said no, any age group, any gender group, any literacy background. May not be. It becomes too broad as a product, and I may not, give that value to every market segment. Rather, I should be strong in certain market segment that I clearly understand are going to make a business sense to me, rather than opening up my product to everyone and anyone. So try to understand that market segment and target marketing, element in this. So that is in strategic marketing also we have got something called segmentation, targeting, and positioning. Who is my segment? How do I target that segment? So for example, if you are selling a baby food item, who do you target? Mothers or father? Parents, right? So the segment is baby's market, baby's product market, but the target is the decision maker who is going to buy for the user. Correct? So that is why. And then how are you going to position? Maybe in female magazine, you try to promote women's kind of magazine where mothers can be targeted for baby products. So look at the promotion vehicle then. Promotion vehicle segment. Why? Because the mothers are going to be reader. And why mothers should read? Because they have to buy the baby's product. So segmentation, targeting, and positioning are so different ways of handling things. But then ultimately, it is your product which is getting sold out by having a clear vision of where to put what. That is where comes the understanding of the strategy and technical part of it. And of course, the implementation and control. This is just a small elevator pitch of 5 points. Normally, these are the points which in any elevator pitch you actually want, you have to have. So starting from your understanding audience, that's where everything starts and ends with. Who is your target segment and whether they really derive the value or you are beating around the bush. Don't beat around the bush. Have a very clear idea about who you are going to sell and what you are going to sell. And actually, is it making a value proposition to them? So few elements there, sequentially lined up till you do a follow-up, final follow-up, to know whether they are going ahead with you or they are dumping the whole idea. They are not proceeding with you. That's the follow-up, right? And it could be just a maiden attempt from your side, or it could be a platform where actually you can go and pitch with your idea. If there is no platform, let's say, and you are pitching with, attempts, with people who are not known to you, that also you can do. You can always approach your VC farms, and there are listed entities where you can still send your proposal or seek an opportunity to go and do the pitching. That is still possible. Okay, I'm not detailing out all of this. I think these are the simple startup pitch for VC funding, introduction, problem statement. So coming back to you, what is the problem that you face for which you have come out with this solution? So solution is the third one. So the problem statement, that also you have to be very, very precise. Now I got your answer, but putting your thoughts in a right sequence and meaningfully coming out very, very clearly in clear terms. No ambiguity there. So who you are, what kind of a problem statement you found for which you are designing a solution. What is the market opportunity? You know what is the market opportunity? Any idea? Can someone tell me what is market opportunity? If people would pay for that, is the market opportunity?
I think it's about the culture. Right now, for example, if I start designing a car and thinking I will make a car company, so I think that right now, the car, we don't have a huge opportunity for making a car and getting entered.
Okay. I think all of you have got the answer, but it's slightly difficult to put across in words what exactly is the market opportunity. Very, very simple understanding, and I'll just explain you through a small Venn chart, Venn diagram. What is market opportunity? Look at this. This is one circle. This is one circle.
Intersection of what makes
Yes.
people's life easier.
Now tell me, if I actually know it is overlapping, can you find an intersection point there? Or maybe I can use this particular chart, this one. Let me just use this one and take this as just take these three circles, okay, and this orange space which is overlapping, and I'll give you three answers for this three. Let's say this three in a Venn diagram. One is the market requirement, customer need. Let's call it customer need. Okay, one circle represents customer need. Another circle represents competitors' offering. Okay. Another one represents company's strength, your company's strength or USP. So I'm giving three circles. One circle, customer need. Second circle, competitors' offering. Third circle, company's strengths and offering. Tell me a part of the Venn diagram where customer has a need, company has a capability, but competitor has no offering. Can you find out? Can you draw a chart? In that Venn chart only, Venn diagram only, find out the space, set it, where customer has a need, company has a capability, but competitor has no offering as of now. No, you draw that, I'm saying. Draw that chart and set me out that portion. Can I use this? Oh, not possible. Otherwise, it's difficult to draw here on PPT. Alright, maybe I can use whiteboard. So it doesn't ask for a sign up. Okay, just see this. This is one circle, this is one circle, and this is another circle. Okay, now let's say this is customer need. This is competitors offering. This is competitors offering. And this is company's capability. Company's offering. Tell me this space where customer has a need and company has an offering. And competitor has no offering as of now. This space, right? This space? This is market opportunity. Your competitor is yet to build up the resources and that thought. So means what? It is very, very crucial that you early detect a need in the market, or you define the problem statement before anybody else does. I think that is where the opportunity space is created. If already competitors are there in that space, it's going to make your life tough. Why? Because you have to come out with a better solution than them. So because they have already set a benchmark. And the moment you launch second, sometimes companies also say that second mover advantage, third mover advantage, but first mover advantage is undisputed. Lies with somebody else. So in your space and in tech world, there are many first movers. Problem is there are many, many fast movers, and very quickly they roll out their tech products. So in such a dynamic business space, where do you find that small opportunity? And how novel that idea is, so that it cannot be immediately replicated by the next door competitor, or the next potential competitor cannot immediately replicate. So what is that less chances of replication that you bring into your solution? That is actually going to make your product stand undisputed as a leader for some time. Otherwise, immediately that will be copycat. A lot of copycats will be readily available, right? So protecting is also the novelty of the idea, and the innovation also needs to be protected. Of course, there is a mechanism like getting patented, etc., etc. But you know that even though patented products are copied, and there are, so who would get into a legal battle and then even though you win finally the war, but the battles you have lost in between. You might win a war later on. Those battles, what about that? We are still in a battle state, right? Winning a war comes very late. So you have to have that intellectual property protected smartly, if not legally. Of course, legal course you have to take, but also smartly. How do you put that into your entire solution space? So this is what is market opportunity if you technically understand this. All right, I'll take up few questions if any. Otherwise, I can close the session.
I guess we have to ask questions because everybody is hungry, so no one is asking any questions.
It's time also. Thank you very much. If there is no question, yes, madam.
What would be the Zen mode of dealing with the competitors? Because, like you said, there would be copycats. How to keep the cool and just, like you said, the belly.
There is no definite or an answer to this. I tell you, I mean, you help from a company, so you know it's very tough. There is no one-liner answer. I mean to say, it's all trial and error. And of course, keeping all your yes, what is all happening around, and also you have to be very, very aware and very proactive in whatever you do. Steve Jobs also said once when there was a conflict, when they reduced the price of their iPhone, in just 2.5 months time, they reduced the price to almost like 60% drop in the price. So people who bought actually rolled it back, saying that we would have waited for another 2.5 months. Why did you sell us at such a hefty price, and just 2.5 months down the line you reduced it to 40% of its price? So are we fools? And they also went to legally suing the company. Steve Jobs said that the technology is such, if you don't buy now, you will not buy ever. So that is how technology landscape, it is so fluid and so fast. Non-tech products, yes, you still have a bigger cushion to play within. You still have some margin, some scope, some chances, some liberty, some flexibility there. But if it is a tech product, it's very, very tough. Right? And you know what is happening in this big data space, and I would say SMAC space. What is all happening? SMAC stands for Social, Mobile, Analytics and Cloud. All these areas now, huge competitions you would see. That is the face of the technology today, SMAC. So, social, just look at the social media and the competition going on there. LinkedIn acquired by Microsoft. So, almost in every space, you'll find every tech company is now getting into. So, there is no one-liner answer. I think together we need to find an answer for this question.
Sure, sir.
Thank you.
Great session.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Basically, I wanted all the startups to understand that marketing is not about telling people that I will attend some events, I'll go for an exhibition, or I will be maybe spending some amount of money on leaflet, and that is what you do. I mean, many a times, lot of startups show their marketing plan in these numbers. So I just wanted you to understand that marketing plan is beyond that. And once you prepare a market plan, your target market and your product plays, the hero heroine wala part in your movie, and you cannot keep it changing. So if you have decided, you have to take it forward in a way, and every time you put it in your elevated pitch, it should be very clear. The narrative has to be very clear. Who is your target market? What is your product? You cannot keep that also changing. है ना आपने पहले राउंड में बोला कि this is the product, and then in the second round then you put something else as your product, so people don't accept it. So that simple thing makes the whole journey very clear. So I guess we'll break for lunch. So before that, I request our FEBS Society Secretary Saurav and Kritiz. Kritiz was the one who actually helped me connect with IIT students. So I'm very thankful to him. And he is also one of our projects, that startup project he is doing. It is called TIC, and he is planning for his startup. I don't know, he's telling yes, he'll do or not, but अभी तो लग रहा है he'll do. I request both of you to please present a memento to sir. Sir, please.
You can invite everybody and take a picture.
With all?
These Feb society के बच्चे हैं. So basically, they are actually trying a lot. They have initiated and I'll tell you. Sir, they'll take a picture.
I'll tell you, in IIT Bhubaneswar, we have started a Step Zero program for students. And what we are trying to do is from the very initial stage, we are trying to help our students to know what is a startup, how they can actually, pitch on their ideas and make things which is from the campus, because they have 4 years and they want to dedicate some of their time to build a startup. And whoever wants to do that, we are with them. So that is why we have taken this step. And Saurabh is leading that initiative that is called Step Zero. We have also tried to invite one of the VCs from US, and they are working very closely with them. So this is a cohort of 30 students who are actually currently working on the startups. Thank you.
Please join us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Everyone is requested to have their lunch outside.
दो लैपटॉप देखो, ये भी कनेक्ट करके देखो. मैं एक और लैपटॉप ले रहा हूँ.
नहीं, एक ही होता है यहाँ पे एसबीआई में एक ही.
नहीं नहीं, बाद में मतलब वो अनप्लग करेंगे फिर दूसरा लैपटॉप लगेगा.
एक हो रहा है तो दूसरा ही.
हाँ. मानसून.
Which connects to all the all the literally banks, food, background job, and a lot of other things. That's what sector is possible.
पहले इसको देख लो होता है क्या, फिर ये देखेंगे. ऑपरेट कहाँ से, वहाँ से करना पड़ेगा.
नहीं, मोस्ट लाइकली आपके से.
हाँ ये आ गया. हाँ बट ये स्क्रीन नहीं आया.
ये वॉलपेपर ही दिखा रहा है.
वो स्क्रीन 1 है ना, ये स्क्रीन 2 पे देख लो आता है क्या.
नहीं, यहाँ पे मेरे पास कुछ कंट्रोल नहीं है. आपके पास ही होगा.
आई
ନାଇଁ ଖାଲି ତାଙ୍କର ଏ ସ୍କ୍ରିନ୍ ଆସିଲା ସେ ସ୍କ୍ରିନ୍ ଟା ଆସିବ F7
ये आ गया और एक केबल टाइप को
क्या हुआ क्या
नहीं मैंने वो डिस्प्ले सेटिंग चेंज किया यहाँ से
अच्छा वो वाला किया
वो हो गया
एक्सटेंड किया या क्या किया
नहीं एक्सटेंड नहीं मैंने ये प्राइमरी डिस्प्ले लिया था तो दिस इज फाइन इसको देख लो अभी
ତଳେ ଯୋଉଠୁ କାଢିଥିଲି
इनपुट बी इज दिस
सेम
yours?
हाँ सेम
हाँ sorted
मतलब मैं इसका क्या दी हाँ
you will leave it here only
हाँ
यहाँ पर रख दे चलेगा ना
ये एड़ा तो चार्ज भी लगे देवे चार्जर
ये भी यहीं पर रख देता हूँ मैं
हाँ
इसको
उसके बाद एक्सटेंशन जो करना है फिर से कर देना प्राइमरी
हाँ वो मैं कर दूंगा हाँ
हम लॉक कर
ठीक
दीजिए
है चलो
अपना चार्जर लगे दूंगा बस
हाँ आपण लॉन्च कर देंगे आसन तो आप रेडी करियो
अरे देव भाई खाना नहीं खाना क्या खाली क्या
नहीं इकडे ऐसी कपडे डायरेक्ट डाउनलोड करेंगे ठीक है ना मन पटेगा देखिए फूल चार्ज अरे सिग्नल कहीं इसमें नहीं कदर
लेकिन
अभी एचडीएमआई कॉर्ड लॉगिन है
कनेक्ट कर दिया आपने?
कनेक्ट हो गया है इसे लगाने
लगा दीजिए ना फिर। ये रखना है अभी के लिए, फिर
नहीं
रख
आप
दो।
लोग आए नहीं थे तो इसलिए लगा
नहीं तो फिर वो अभी के लिए रहने दो, वो आएंगे तो मैं उनको बोल देता हूँ लगाना। अच्छा ठीक है, लगा गया, चलो ठीक है, कोई नहीं। ये स्क्रीन वहाँ से ऑपरेट होएगा?
नहीं नहीं अभी के लिए
यहीं से करना पड़ेगा।
ये लगा दिया ना अभी सेकेंडरी ये ले
ये वो वीडियो का मेरे को जी चैट पे भेजो जल्दी।
लिंक भेजो, डाउनलोड करोगे?
हाँ, कितना एमबी का?
ज़्यादा बड़ा नहीं है।
ज़्यादा है how much?
मुझे कैसे पता कि मैं याद रखूँगी ये सारी चीज़ें? होल्ड ऑन टू
एड्रॉप होएगा ना?
हाँ ये वाला मिल गया।
व्हाट्सएप पे भेजना।
What is your name? Stand for.
Device is shaking.
लिंक भेजना। मेरा ही नेट नहीं चल रहा।
You have the कुछ नहीं है ना अभी तक। You want to connect the laptop में है वो?
ये क्या है? जी आपने क्या क्वेश्चन भेजा?
वो मैंने क्वेश्चंस किया था।
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope lunch was good. So now we will have our next session, that is about generative AI. and the team from Microsoft is present here to present this topic. So I request Mr. Stanford to introduce ma'am and start the presentation.
So guys, good afternoon everybody. I hope you all are healthy and awake now post lunch, no after effects. So today I'd like to introduce ourselves. We are from Microsoft. We predominantly come from the Azure OpenAI team. We have Monsoon Acharya with us, who is an expert speaker. She is a consultant with us at Microsoft. She's got a good, healthy 7 years of experience, and she's also into domain. She's a domain expert. Holds domain expertise into Azure AD. And without much ado, I'd like to call Monsoon with us, and she can start off with the presentation. Thank you.
I'm too short for everything here. I'll just pull some chords. Is this mouse linked to this one? Yes, sir. Yeah, me too. Can I put it here? It'll be not on top. Here? Okay, I'll put it here. Let's reply. It's just a man. Is my voice audible? For you guys too? Right? Okay. Cool, let's start. So my name is Monsoon Acharya. I have 7+ years of cloud experience in Microsoft Azure Active Directory. It is now known as Microsoft Entra ID. So we are the people who take care of the identity providers. अपने रोल को explain करने के लिए I'll just give you a small example. When you go to log into a page and it shows you, do you want to sign in with Facebook, or do you want to sign in with Google, or do you want to use your Gmail ID to sign in? We are the people who set it up. So we are the identity providers, and I work for Microsoft IAM team, Identity and Access Management. I have a proficiency of about 7+ years now. I have to stick to the slide, so okay. I'm here to address Microsoft's vision and scopes on Gen AI and help you navigate your way through building foundational understanding of how Microsoft provides a great platform of OpenAI, Azure OpenAI, that can help the startups in current day to amalgamate, like fusion, make a fusion of either your existing setups or something that you're starting up, build Azure open source AI on top of it, and then launch your business. So I'm here to propagate that. Okay, so I would like to start with our mission, Microsoft's mission, and trust is central to Microsoft's mission of empowering every person and every organization on the planet to achieve more. So that's Microsoft agenda. We believe that we should be empowering everyone to achieve more than they are currently doing. So the trust in Microsoft Cloud is built on foundational principles of security, privacy, compliance, and transparency. So these are not just words. We have technology that we have embedded in Microsoft's current infrastructure, which makes sure that whatever integrations are coming through, either or our existing integrations with us, they have the level of security that is needed. We have something called zero trust model, which makes sure that your data is safe with us and there is no one else handling your data but you. and there is a transparency with everything that is available to you from our services, which makes sure that you know what you're doing and you know what exactly you're gaining when you're investing with Microsoft. The trust of our customers and partners putting their data in our cloud, and our developers building products and services on our cloud. So, yeah, we spoke on those lines. Okay. So when we say your data is your data, we mean that all of the data you use or generate with Azure, let's say Azure OpenAI service, which we are here to propagate, is stored encrypted at your own organization's Azure subscription. Let's do a little Q&A and let's see how much aware you guys are with respect to Microsoft or Azure. So, does anyone know what Azure exactly is? What does it do? You can sit and answer.
Ma'am, Azure is a cloud computing platform
Mhm.
which provides services such as networking, like and infrastructure such as platform. So basically, it is classified into three parts: IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS.
And there is something with OpenAI which we are bringing, which is model as a service. So he's correct. Microsoft Azure is a cloud platform, like I said, and the services that initiated with cloud very early in 2000s was infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, software as a service, and with AI into picture, we have model as a service. We will dig a little deeper into understand what is model as a service and how does it work. Um, Before to that, does anyone have a little bit of idea on what these things are? Like what is software as a service, for example? Any, even if you hear the word and just tell me what you think it is.
For example, Microsoft Word is a software as a service.
Yeah. Yeah. Any examples of infra or platform as a service?
Platform as a service, for example, LinkedIn can be a platform.
Yeah, correct. Right.
Infrastructure as a service, like those companies that provide cloud platform for someone, like this kind of infrastructure. So those companies can be paid as infrastructure.
Correct.
Virtual machines will come under which category?
Depends on what are you exactly trying to do with virtual machines. What is your purpose with hosting a server? Do you want? Yeah.
Or using graphic cards on their cloud.
So if you are taking infrastructure along with the OS, I'll say specifically, that is platform as a service. So it's like if you're just taking the VMs and you're not putting in anything, like Microsoft is not putting anything inside it, it's just giving you empty containers. Like if you rent this apartment and it's just empty apartment, it's just an infrastructure which is being provided to you as a service. When you say platform as a service, they put things into it and then give it to you. For example, you're hosting a server, but if you are specific that you really need a SQL server, then we will go with platform as a service. That is a platform which we are giving. Other than that, example could be जैसे you guys develop applications. आप लोग coding करते हो, application develop करते हो. Then you think of कहाँ पर host करना है, इसको maintain कैसे करना है. So that also is a platform as a service which Microsoft provides to you through Azure portal, wherein you can use Azure's portal to host your applications, and it's Microsoft's responsibility to maintain it. So you'll take a server, you'll put a IIS on it, you'll host it, right? To be able to make application and host it, you need IIS component on the server. तो आप डालते हो IIS, आप उसको host करते हो, उसके बाद आपका server जो है, how do you know that it is reaching out to people? या तो आप एक public domain लोगे, you'll go that route, or you can go with existing people who are already famous, like Microsoft. People know Microsoft, so people use the I would say applications which are hosted already in Microsoft. So you can take Azure's platform and host your application there. Publish your application in Microsoft's portal and you can access it then. That's one of the functionalities. And like he said, software as a service, Gmail is an example of software as a service. What we mean by that is you just have to click and access the application. You don't have to create it, you don't have to host it anywhere, you don't have to do any maintenance or anything. एप्लीकेशन बना बनाया है, आपको क्लिक करके यूज करना है, जैसे आप जीमेल यूज करते हैं या फिर द वे यू यूज वन ड्राइव, वन नोट, आउटलुक. All of these are examples of software as a service. I got distracted. Okay, cool. Moving ahead. So we cannot stress it enough that the data is always under your control. Whatever data is provided to Microsoft, our privacy policies and our security policies are a major thing to us, and we always make sure that data that you provide to us is always in your control. And when we say that data is used to train foundational models, so again, just out of curiosity, do you guys know anything about the AI which is in current gen? What is working in current gen? Because I'm going to use a lot of terms which I would be using through the presentation. I don't want you guys to just stare at me and look at me like I don't know what I'm speaking. So, do you have any idea on anything about AI? You just feel free to just speak out loud. Chatbot, okay. Okay, okay. Uh-huh. Right. So what he's trying to say is AI works in a way wherein one of the examples is wherein you provide a speech data to a AI thing. Let's call it a thing since we don't know what it is. We'll start with calling it as a thing. So this AI thing, you talk to it and it visually creates the data that you want to see. आपने ये सब जादू में होता था पहले कि आप सोचते थे दिमाग में पीछे से कार्ड वही निकलता था कि हाँ ये इक्का है. So that functionality is currently being provided by AI. So what AI really is, when I started to learn it and understand it, is a little bit I was against it, thinking that मेरे job में मुझे replace तो नहीं कर दिया जाएगा. What if everything is AI, and what if I don't have a job to do? What would I do then? So later, as of my understanding and as of my research, I understand that AI is here to help us accomplish our tasks easily. For example, I'll give you an example of AI. Outlook में या फिर normal messages type करने में, when you type a message, do you see an auto-filling thing which is completing your statements, right? It is an example of NLP, natural learning at NLL, natural learning language, wherein it थोड़े acronyms गलत हो सकते हैं. So it is an example of how AI is helping you draft a complete email without you having to type each and every word, because it is hectic. When you guys start working, you guys are here for a startup. You guys are somehow related to startup. And every day you'll have to deal with emails. Every day you'll have to deal with a lot of monotonous, humdrum tasks in your day-to-day life. AI is here to make all of those tasks easy for you, and it's a functionality which you can avail to save time to do other things which are more important. And when we say your data is not used to train foundational models are used with respect to AI. So the way AI is built is it's built with respect to foundational models. Whatever, जैसे कि कोई भी चीज build करने के लिए उसका एक there has to be a platform on which it is built, and how we categorize, how do we know that the platform is evolving. So AI evolves around foundational models. There is a norm called foundational models wherein AI evolves according to that. You might have heard of ChatGPT. Any YouTube you try to run it, there would be a guy popping up and telling you that if you don't know ChatGPT in today's world, you're gone. So that's when I came to know about ChatGPT, and then I started understanding ki what actually is happening to the world. So what is this AI and on what is this all of this noise about? So ChatGPT is one of the AI foundational models. When I say foundational models, they started building GPT models. They started with one, they went with GPT version 2. GPT, it has a full form. It is, I'm not very good with full forms. It's general, progressive, generative. You're right. Yeah. So it is generative, pre-trained. So I cannot focus enough on the word pre-trained. So it is already trained for us. The way ML and AI work together is the data which is the bots which are reaching us, they are being trained in and out. And this functionality came into picture with AI recently, but Microsoft, since I started working with Microsoft 2016, 17 onwards, somewhere or the other I have seen those functionalities being implemented inside Microsoft, but they were not named as AI then, wherein we had a machine learning language which would understand what location you are in. Are you signing in from different locations? Are you signing in as a user that जैसे कि अगर आप अभी ओडिशा से साइन इन कर रहे हो और नेक्स्ट सेकंड में आप इंग्लैंड से साइन इन कर रहे हो. So there is a machine learning algorithm which is able to understand that you cannot be in these two locations in such short span of time. So it learns, it evolves, and this is one of the concepts which we use in security. There is something called identity protection with respect to Azure. If you Google it, you'll be able to know it a little bit better. Identity protection with Azure uses machine learning language. There is a little bit of AI, but then AI was not that much into picture. So now when I think about it, we were already using it. So any fine tuning do stays that Azure subscription never moves into foundational AI models used by the world at large. There are a few terms which I would like to again tell you. When we say subscriptions, it's exactly like Netflix subscriptions. So you are taking a service and you are taking a subscription so that you know what you're paying for. So when I say subscription, Azure also has a lot of subscription which comes with a lot of functionalities that you're using of Azure. So any fine tuning which happens on top of your application, on top of your data, when you're integrating Azure OpenAI with our services, that data is only used to train the foundational models. For example, you're using an AI. Maybe you're using, any of you use Teams? You use Teams. Have you seen a little thing called Copilot sideway? It's a new feature. You put things inside it, it talks to you. It talks to you as if you're talking to a human. It responds to you like it's talking with a human. So Microsoft Teams is just an example of where we are putting our AI into the market, and that AI is getting trained every day based on the thousands of input which it is getting from the users. It's just not one user's data which it is using. It is using the thousands of users' data to train itself and to understand this natural language that users use. So currently, it's in slides ahead. Microsoft is able to take any language that comes in. It's not, matlab, in English, we have thousands of slangs. With each person, there is a different slang which comes into picture, right? You have a different slang, you have a different slang. So it does not depend on what kind of slang and which languages slang you're using. AI that we are developing and which is evolving will still be able to understand अगर आप Russian English बोलते हो, and if you're speaking French English, there is a lot of dialect, there is a lot of MTI which comes into picture. But AI is getting evolved in such a way, specifically Azure OpenAI is evolving in such a way that it will be able to understand any variants of these natural languages. that you speak. So you don't have to worry about training the model with your data and then having a competitor be able to use that learning. The fine-tuned model only lives in your subscription and only you get to use it. जैसे इससे पहले सेशन में सर बोल रहे थे कि there would be, say for example, you find an MVP. MVP, it was discussed in the previous section. It's minimum viable product. You come up with an idea कि मुझे ये प्रोडक्ट बनाना है, मेरी टीम को ये प्रोडक्ट बनाना है, एंड सडनली आपने शायद कॉफी पे या फिर यू हैड सम ड्रिंक्स एंड यू डिस्कस कि यार ये आइडिया मेरे माइंड में है एंड समवन कॉपीड इट. That's an MVP being copied. And there is a competitor which comes along. He starts developing, like he said, if he has the resources to develop the idea faster than you can, then he will develop and launch the idea in market, right? Before you have the resources, your idea will already be in place. So now you're stuck with no idea and hurt that you don't even have an idea anymore. So that protection is taken care by Microsoft. So all of your input which you are putting into your data, say for example you integrate a bot and you're giving it inputs. The inputs which you are giving to train your bot, it stays inside your subscription. It does not leave your subscription. That's how we secure data apart from training the bot in the foundation models. So this gives you the confidence to build great AI solutions on Azure and Microsoft Cloud. Okay, we'll move forward. Anytime you have any doubts, you just let me know. We will speak about it. I wanted to ask one more thing. I'm not sure why this slide is not coming up. Okay. Okay, here is something from the news which we have gathered. Technology is advancing incredibly quickly, grabbing headlines every day. Experience based on large language models. LLM, they call it LLM. It's again a jargon which is frequently used with AI. Like ChatGPT have taken the world by storm in part because they can draw a vast store of data, leveraging from the massive computing power available today in the cloud. Data is everywhere today. People don't know how to comprehend it. So we have seen this technology breakthrough with customers. It's not just for tech anymore. So as a result, you can expect your employees. So you're building a startup today. Soon you'll have employees. So you can expect your employees to start demanding these kinds of experiences and tools that they use in everyday life. Similarly, your customers will quickly come to expect AI capabilities in the services you offer if you don't already. But there is a third element that's really exciting right now, and that's the real tangible impact technology like this can drive. It's a build up, it's coming up. Cool. So I wanted to ask, has any of you ever heard or read or even Googled this? Any AI books that you've heard of? Even the masterminds are not answering. Cool. So, like I said, when my lead and my manager came and told me that AI is into picture, you're so good with your communication skills and stuff, but AI is taking you over. What are you going to do with your communication skills? AI has it. So eventually they might not need you anymore. That's the perception we gained, the people who are currently working with technology. We gained the perception that we soon will be out of jobs with AI because if AI is doing everything, then what is the need for us? So there were a lot of books written around this concept that AI is not here to replace you. This is one of the books which was written by Reid Hoffman, the co-founder of LinkedIn. So this book explores how artificial intelligence and human creativity can intersect. So it's not coming to replace you, it's coming to help you. It's coming to elevate your performance. Instead of replacing human potential, Hoffman proposes that AI can be used to enhance it in creative pursuits. Okay, this is a graph which we made. So if you see the lines going through this graph, you see that आजकल followers का बहुत ज़्यादा है. Everyone likes followers. Everyone needs followers. Even if you run a startup, you need followers, because if people don't know about your business, they are not going to buy anything from you, right? So mobile phones took 16 years to reach 100 million, right? Internet took 7 years. Facebook took 4.5 years. ChatGPT took 2 months. It took only 2 months for ChatGPT to reach 100 million, which took around like 16 years for our mobiles to reach there, like 100 million users. So that is the impact of AI in today's date. Okay, this is something of importance. Genesis of AGI. Anyone knows how GPAIs are different from AGIs. Like generic AIs are different. Let's call them generic AIs. Yeah.
Generative AI is for a specific purpose
Mm.
for us. And API is like it can do multiple tasks. It can process text, audio, video, and can interact with you. API can do all the things simultaneously with the same model.
You're right. Yeah. So, like he said, generic AIs were designed to do one thing at a time. When we talk about foundational models, when ChatGPT came into picture, if you give it a text data, it returns a text data. That is only one modality it supports. In today's world, it's a world of AGI, because AGI can take multiple inputs and get multiple outputs. So speech or text or image or video, these are one modals. Like there is models, they are calling these modals, and AGI enabled applications are the ones which are capable of taking multiple modals at a time. They are capable of taking text as an input, they are capable of taking image as an input. अभी Google में आता है, you can drop a image and it will tell you where it belongs, right? वो image इंसान का है, घोड़े का है, machine का है, किसका है? It tells you that what image that is. That is again a capability of AI which they are providing. Okay, this diagram which is present here, it kind of explains why single modalities did not work. Right? The traditional approach of AI model development involves training a model on a specific data set with a specific task in mind. For example, we want a bot only to reset passwords. So we are training a bot only to reset passwords. If you put that bot in a hospital and ask it to tell about who are the list of surgeons who are present today, it won't be able to do that. Even that simple task, it can only reset passwords. That's all it can do. So currently, we are not going for evolving such models which can do only a specific task at a time. For example, an entity recognition model requires specifically tagged entity data, and a sentiment analysis model requires specifically trained sentiment data, which can be a bottleneck in training ML models. As a result, not only it is a lot of tagged data required, but the data remains segmented for specific tasks, leading to higher development costs and slower deployments. So the evolution happened to get foundational models into picture. The future of AI is the models that are flexible, reusable, and that can be applied to just about any domain or industry task. आज आप say for example you're Uber or you are Urban Clap. So Urban Clap started with a concept of introducing only beauty and salon as an initiative. But now, if you look into Urban Clap, it has variety of different services being offered. You need a technician, you call Urban Clap. You need a handyman, you call Urban Clap. You need a someone to just even flush your toilet, you call Urban Clap. They come and flush it for you and they go away. So Urban Clap in today's date is doing a huge round of things. So think if Urban Claps support chatbot only had the functionality for salon. So if you're asking for an electrician, it is sending you a salon specialist. That won't work, right? So we need bots, we need AI models which can, evolve themselves, ML language which can learn from different kinds of business that you're providing with just one go. Like Urban Clap is providing different spheres of business with just one application. So we need AI models and specifically those chatbots. They should be having the ML such that they're able to understand whatever data is coming into picture and not just going with a single objective. So foundational models were the way to go, wherein foundational models are at the heart of many of the latest breakthroughs. These models have been influential in the development of artificial intelligence systems and have played a major role in changing how AI systems are constructed since their introduction in 2018. A foundational model is a machine learning model that is trained on a large amount of unlabeled data. I would like to specify this. It is unlabeled data, allowing it to be adapted to a wide variety of tasks. These models capture general patterns and structure of data and aim to replace task-specific models by unifying different tasks and modalities into one, eliminating the need to train individual models and integrate several models together. An example is a large language foundation model that can perform various NLP tasks and can be used for out of the box experience. Foundational models are self-supervised learning, transfer learning to apply information learned in one situation to another situation or task. Training these models can be complex and resource intensive as they are typically large and require a significant amount of data. The scale of these models also plays a big role in training process. So let's talk about that. Okay. So initially, you might have known of OpenAI. Anyone can just give me a nudge on what OpenAI is. What kind of platform is it? What does it give us? क्या सर्विस प्रोवाइड करता है?
One of the activities come from OpenAI. OpenAI is a non-profitable company, so it's not like to just make profit. It is to increase do the research on the field of machine learning.
Machine learning and AI. Right. Yeah. So this OpenAI, which was non-profitable in the initial days, major evolvement around AI happened when Microsoft partnered with OpenAI and it came up with Azure OpenAI services. So that partnership happened and Microsoft currently has the Azure OpenAI, which is foundationally connected with the GPT-4. So the evolving process of GPTs is GPT-4 is the most evolved one and currently used one. So Microsoft on its foundation Azure OpenAI has GPT-4 integrated to it. Any of you know, could you name a product which uses OpenAI? To be specific, OpenAI GPT-4 as its foundational model. Any? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Dali is one of the products. Any other products? Any Microsoft products that you're aware of? Yeah. Right. So Microsoft Bing is one of the projects which is being used under this foundation model. After all, you guys are IITians, right? So OpenAI, like I said, relies on Azure AI infrastructure. Okay, let's talk a little bit of AI infrastructure that is in place. Azure AI infrastructure is a portfolio of virtual machines and connected cloud infrastructure resources optimized to support AI workloads in the cloud. The purpose built AI infrastructure, this is the norm which we are using, purpose built AI infrastructure is designed to optimally handle everything from complex deep learning workloads like large language models to training and interference, making AI more accessible to organizations of all sizes. When performance of high end training are often sensitive, only Azure AI infrastructure gives you speed, reliability at scale for which these large AI models processing a single job running synchronously around thousands of GPUs. We used the term GPU before. It is graphical processing unit. It's an evolved term. You might have heard of CPUs, right? This is like GPUs used synonymously, graphical processing units. So whether it's running Microsoft's own AI workloads or building out a cloud-based AI supercomputer for the development of OpenAI, Azure's AI infrastructure demonstrates proven supercomputing performance across the industry's most advanced AI initiatives. Okay, so here's the hero. It's Azure OpenAI Services. Let's talk about Azure OpenAI Services. Azure OpenAI Services enables developers and organizations to access and use the most advanced AI models in the world, including GPT 3.5, Codex, and DALI that we spoke of before. These large-scale generative AI models with deep understanding of language and code can be used for a variety of use cases, including writing assistance, code generation, reasoning over a data for interfacing, and even for comprehension. You'll also soon be able to access ChatGPT. It's already in place. You would be able to access the things which were in ChatGPT with Azure OpenAI service. You guys have tried ChatGPT, right? Some of you have. Okay. So, in amalgamation with the GPT-4 that we have in current process, Azure OpenAI service allows you to use supported OpenAI models as it is and also provides adaptation or customization to the AI models to meet your specific requirements using REST APIs. We know REST APIs. Again, it's a technical jargon, but I'm not sure if you guys know it. You know APIs, little bit. So previously, the way things used to happen is two servers used to connect with each other. There would be SSL handshake. Two servers knowing each other, trying to connect over SSL channel. जैसे कि VPN बनता है. There's VPN, which is a tunneling, which makes sure that your data is not leaked to the internet. You guys know why we use HTTP in the browser? Do we know why we use HTTPS in the browser? What does S stand for? Secure. VPN again provides that secure channel for people of one organization to connect to each other over a secure network. In the same way, REST APIs have come into picture, eliminating the need for two servers to speak to each other via SSLs. REST APIs are the way wherein you can use. They just look like these HTTP URLs, the REST APIs. There is that CURD function. You know CURD functions. Yeah. So those CURD functionalities are integrated with simple, I would say like URLs. They look like URLs. And using APIs, you would be able to communicate get information, send information instead of relying on just server to server connection. So REST APIs, or I would say APIs, are the new way to go. When you are integrating any application, any softwares, you should be currently integrating it with APIs. Because I'm working on it on day-to-day life, and all I'm dealing with is APIs. I had to learn. And importantly, you use Azure OpenAI service of Microsoft's to approach specific functionalities like filtering, like moderating the user's request, and sending responses to codes, even completing your codes. I have a few examples in next slides wherein you will be able to see. You guys use GitHub, right? The coders. You might be aware of GitHub. So GitHub is a place wherein you write codes, you push in codes. जैसे कि आजकल LinkedIn is the digital resume for you guys. If you want to showcase whatever you are doing in today's world, resume तो है, but people are focusing a lot on what are the things which are accomplished using your LinkedIn profile. Just in that way, sorry, I lost track of what I was saying. Excuse me. Okay, let's move on. Okay, so here are a few AI use cases. Yeah, right. So GitHub is a place wherein you push your codes, and it's just like your LinkedIn profile for the coders among you who want to showcase your knowledge to the people in current hiring world. I don't know, it's not to do a lot with startups, but in current world, we are using GitHub as a platform to understand what is your coding potential, how much are you able, and it applies even to developers, testers, even for consultants, or even for people who are going to be architects, product architects. You're building a product, you're pushing your codes. So currently we also have AI integrated with GitHub. That's where I was coming to. Thank you so much. Yeah, so we currently have AI integrated with GitHub as well. I'll give you a few, I'll give you the demonstration in a bit. So let's see a little bit into Azure OpenAI use cases. All of our organizations have a variety of stakeholders. You guys are startups, you must be knowing a lot about stakeholders, right? So stakeholders are the people who either give you money or who are waiting for you to give them money. So your internal stakeholders are the people who you have taken money from to build your startup. And the people out there are the external stakeholders, the customers, where you have to deliver your product. So you can understand of stakeholders in that way. So all our organizations have variety of stakeholders like external customers, partners, suppliers, employees, contractors, etc. And therefore multiple touch points of human interaction. Much of the data generated or consumed in these interactions is unstructured. Take for example support calls. Take for example customer communications. Take for example feedbacks that we give. That's not structured data. There's no structure to the data. It's just blob of data which we are giving. आप स्विगी वाले कस्टमर से क्या बात करते हो, अगर हम उसके ऊपर लिखने बैठेंगे तो we won't be able to comprehend it in a proper way. It is unstructured data. There is a lot of gibberish which goes into picture. There is a lot of conversation which is into picture. So it's an example of unstructured data which we have in today's date, because I mean customer service is integrated onto everything, and that itself is generating a lot amount of data in terms of calls, in terms of messages, in terms of emails, all of that. Internal employee information, I'm just giving examples of unstructured data. Product marketing content, reports, researches, etc. These estimates say that nearly 80% of a company's data is unstructured. And that is precisely the area where LLM models shine. GPT-3 is built on a large corpus of of world knowledge that enables it to perform tasks such as summarization, insight generation, question answering, and it provides quality service. Listed here are some of the top use cases of Azure OpenAI GPT models. These include customer support, knowledge mining, summarization, analyzing sentiments, and content creation. Let's take a more definitive look on how this works with two examples of OpenAI integration into popular business workflows. So these services that we are talking of, this would be somewhere linked to the way the startups are working, depending on what kind of startup idea you have or what are the things that you're trying to integrate. So we are just creating context. Okay, let's see something that we know. We all are aware of these things, right? Dell E. We are aware of Dell E, what it does. We are aware of Chat GPT. We are aware of Codex. We are aware of all the GPTs that have come into picture. So what Azure does and how these things are like integrated into Azure. So these things are deployed in your Azure subscription, secured by you and tied to your databases and applications. Large pre-trained AI models to unlock new scenarios. Custom AI models fine-tuned with your data and hyperparameters. Built-in responsible AI to detect and mitigate harmful use. Enterprise-grade security with role-based access control and private networks. Any of you heard of these RBACs, role-based access controls? Does it click at admin like?
User-based some marketing access. In the single portal, multiple access are given. That is the role-based model.
Okay, yeah, that's close enough. So when Microsoft says that we are providing you security, you're getting Chat GPT, you're getting a lot of services. But what is different with Microsoft? Microsoft is providing you with those services that we spoke of earlier. It gives you privacy, it gives you protection, it gives you security, and we do it on the basis of the existing IAM model that we have. RBAC, like you said, role-based access control, is a way of making sure that no one has extra access or no one has less access than they are supposed to have. Say for example, you are using Azure and you have this small company. You have these employees. Say for example, you have 5 employees. You get a 6th employee to get the data done, but he is an external employee. So do you really want to give the kind of access that you give to your employees, the same access to an external employee? You would not want that. You would want to limit the kind of access an external employee would have in your org. Also, you would want to make sure that your work is getting done. It does not mean that you will not give any access to the external employee, right? The way to do it is using RBAC, wherein you decide that, say for example, external employee को एक application build करना है, उसको application builder का या फिर application developer का right चाहिए. So you give that external employee right for only 1 day, which expires in next 24 hours, whether or not he wants it, whether or not you want it. So that is RBAC, wherein you are giving specific access for specific duration of time. After the job is done, that access goes through. While your employees still have the access, the external employee does his job and is gone. He has access for only 1 day. Here we are talking about Azure AI and how we have instilled Azure AI into the products we currently have. So Azure AI is a collection of artificial intelligence services offered by Microsoft as a part of its Azure cloud platform. The Azure AI services are designed to make it easy for developers and organizations to add AI capabilities to their already existing applications. AI includes a wide range of services, and to name a few, there is Azure Cognitive Services. Do we know what are cognitive services? What is cognizant? What is cognitive? Being cognitive is. You guys had a big lunch, didn't you? Yeah. Human cognitive abilities. Just like humans are able to cognite or comprehend data, such functionalities are getting built into AI. So there is something called Azure Cognitive Services. It's a collection of pre-built APIs that allow developers to add capabilities such as natural language understanding, computer vision, speech recognition to their applications, etc. You might be aware of machine language, at least machine learning, right? And Azure has its own Azure Machine Learning. So Azure Machine Learning is a cloud-based platform that allows developers to build, deploy, and manage ML models as well as to create custom MLs. And there is Azure Applied AI Services. It's a suite of scenario-based services that enable orgs to accelerate adoption, such as Azure Cognitive Search, which provides search capabilities over structured and unstructured data by using machine learning models. These services are integrated with Azure Platform, which provides capabilities such as scalability, security, compliance, as well as a number of other tools and services which can be used to build and deploy AI-enabled applications. Okay, ChatGPT as a service. Can we say a sentence or two about how ChatGPT is being provided as a service? We just spoke of software as a service. Is ChatGPT an example of software as a service? No, why not?
The software is something, a kind of utility that provides us, like for example, Microsoft Word, if we can take. So it is helping us to create some document, kind of software that is something we are using. And ChatGPT is kind of providing us aid. Kind of.
But isn't it a software? So they are not even using SaaS anymore. Like they came up with models as a service. They are using this term that ChatGPT as a service. It's more like software as a service because ChatGPT is a software and it is helping us with the service of providing resolutions to our queries. Right. So we say it isn't fancy that ChatGPT as a service, but it's a software as a service which is evident of innovation. So ChatGPT when it came into picture, जब ChatGPT picture में आया, there was a huge innovation wave which came into picture. So let's talk about it a little. While the public variant hosted at chatgptopenai.com, I'm not sure if you guys are aware of it, it's a closed system which we are just going to focus a little bit on how ChatGPT came into picture and what Azure. So when you see something good, you take the good from it and then you evolve with it. So there were a lot of good things with ChatGPT, which we learned from. There was chatopenai.com, but the drawbacks were it is a closed system which with no means to influence behavior of a brain. The cognitive abilities that we have to develop through AI, those abilities were not present with ChatGPT. How Azure Open AI evolved from ChatGPT is it was able to provide the cognitive services which ChatGPT did not have. So Azure OpenAI gives a window to instruct the brain via a prompt to operate with certain guardrails. This means that now you have a mechanism to tell the brain what to do and what not to do, and then infuse this capability in business scenarios. The service lets business sets guardrails or boundaries for how chatbot should behave. Okay, who can tell me what this is? While I take a sip of water. Is there any water? I know lectures are boring. I find them boring as well. Bear with me. What does it look like? It's a prompt.
Job description for a not a human being.
Yeah, he's partially right. It's a job description, but who is it meant for? What, like, who is the receiving end of this job description? The answer is very simple. You guys are gonna regret it when I say the answer. It's that simple. Yeah, it's for a bot, right? This is a job description for a bot. When we get a job, it is described on our JD कि हमें करना क्या है. So this is for a bot. So this is a sample chat GPT assistant setup. We would put some fancy words into it. It's a chat GPT assistant setup. Now let's see a video of what the conversation between a human and chat GPT bot looks like. You guys might have done this. But there is something to notice here. Something noticeable.
Only answers to specific questions.
Yeah. So you don't get to type your own questions. You get to choose your questions. And there is a huge difference between trying to say what you exactly want to do and just pick from the already existing queries. It's a similar example. We'll move on. Okay, this is an interesting part where I tell you about. I told you about GitHub, right? So I'm not sure how many of you are developers, but developers are a little bit lazy by nature because they are smart people. They try to get things done easily and not putting in a humongous effort on writing each and everything. Right. So ChatGPT is a huge help wherein you tell ChatGPT to write something for you, not ChatGPT per se. It's Microsoft's term for AI. Another AI term that we have is co-pilot. आपने Bing में देखा होगा, Microsoft Bing में there is a co-pilot. Bing का एक छोटा सा logo होगा. When you click on it, you can ask it questions जैसे कि मेरे लिए एक PPT बना दो, make a resume for me, and it helps you as much as it can. It gives you a series of steps. It gives you examples of resumes and as such. So co-pilot for programming, and that is being done through GitHub. How would you feel if you just have to write one sentence and AI writes the entire code for you? You just tell AI that this is the kind of code I want. You be specific on this is what I want to achieve, and AI does the work for you. Let's see how it works. So here we are giving it a input. Write a function that takes data as an input and does bias statistics. You just have to click and it writes the functions for you. Isn't it easier this way than having to put print में डालो फिर output में डालो हर चीज में डालो, right? This is easier. So this is what I was talking about. GitHub Copilot. The video which we just shared before, that gives you a demonstration of how Copilot transforms a developer's creation into code. Developers don't have to put in efforts into struggling with writing the code. They just have to come with an idea that this is what I want, and AI helps them develop that code. In fact, up to 40% of all the lines of code written by developers using Copilot are now fully AI generated. So we have reached 40% already. It is growing very fast. In measured tests conducted by third parties, they found that developers using Copilots are 55% more productive in completing tasks and applications and have a lot of time to spare for their laziness because their work would already be done by AI. But even more striking to me is what developers think about the Copilot experience. So we conducted a survey and we got to know that at least 74% of developers are loving it. 74% of developers using Copilot report feeling that they can now focus on more satisfying work and enjoy their jobs more. Debugging and looking up regular expressions is not satisfying. Believe me when I'm saying it, it's not at all satisfying. Debugging is hectic. By having that work auto-generated, developers can now focus on things that can make them feel more satisfied, complete their works faster, and feel more productive. This is really transformational in terms of how development teams work. Copilot for Business is generally available now, and all developers to use today with developer languages on all platforms with all types of developer tools. This would be a huge topic if we cover, so we'll just move on. Here is a comprehensive look of innovation powered by OpenAI models at Microsoft. Tell me what you see, tell me what you spot. Anything which you read from here, anything which you are able to understand that, yeah, I know this. We know GitHub now. We spoke a little bit about it. There is GitHub Pilot. We know a little bit about Azure OpenAI services now. You might have heard of Power BI, जिसमें हम लोग ग्राफ डेटा बनाते हैं. You given things to it, it comprehends it in terms of putting data, it makes a graph for you. Put in data, it makes a pie chart for you. It's in simple language what Power BI does. It interprets data. Most of it we know by now. We will cover more in the coming slides. This is a slide which describes the way AI increases digital accessibility. So AI can be integrated with live captions. You have used Teams. So there is the option in Teams to turn in captions. Say for example, I'll give you my life example where I talk with the China team. They speak English, but they speak with an accent. So I'm not able to understand what they are speaking. And if in an important meeting I'm not able to understand what they are speaking, I won't be able to take it forward, won't be able to comprehend what I need to do. So what I do is I turn on captioning in Teams. There is something called captioning. If you turn it on, it writes the data for you. So that even if you're not able to understand what they are saying by one of your like organs, ears, you can use your eyes to see and understand what they are saying in the same meeting itself, which saves a lot of time. So what have we built so far, right? We have vision, accessibility tools and features for people who are blind, color blind, or have low vision can include a larger screen, a brighter screen, or a screen reader to read text. So these are the capabilities we currently have integrated. For hearing, for those who are hard of hearing, we have or have hearing loss, our specialized features can provide solutions which includes closed captioning, mono sound, and live call transcription. Just like the one I spoke about Teams. There is neurodiversity that we provide. These include innovative tools such as dictation and Windows Hello sign-in that can make digital world more accessible for those who live with dyslexia, seizures, autism, or other cognitive disabilities. You might have seen Windows Hello. When you open your laptop and you try to sign in, there is a pop-up which comes in, a Windows Hello pop-up. So for the people who are unable to see it, we have services wherein they can hear the Windows Hello and work accordingly. In learning, our applications for people who have learning disabilities can help increase focus, concentration, and understanding, include tools to improve reading and writing skills. Mobility. Okay. Our suite of products help people who have arthritis, who have spinal cord injuries, and other mobility issues to navigate the digital world in a non traditional way. We also have services for mental health. We have supportive technologies for people who have mental health conditions such as bipolar disorder, anxiety, PTSD, depression, or ADHD. Our products can help with focus, organization, and can help improve well being and work life balance. So you name it, and AI can be it, right? That's what I feel when I look at this slide. So you are a lawyer, you need help. AI is there for you. You are a teacher, you need help. AI is there to help you too. You're a doctor, you're a financial analyst. We will be seeing examples of how this works. But I can say in today's world, I am unable to imagine a service or a product where AI cannot be integrated with. So we cannot list. So if we try to make a list of services it can be integrated with, there is no end. Okay, so we spoke about how OpenAI and Microsoft integrated together to form something more meaningful. And we also saw these products which came into picture as an integration of OpenAI and Microsoft. Just to give small examples of what these products are and how they would look like, you would be able to understand by these examples. GPT-3, you see a prompt there. Write a tagline for an ice cream shop. Response, we serve smileys with every scoop. So it's bringing humans' creative side onto picture and giving you an answer which is impressive. That's what we were able to achieve with GPT-3. There is Codex. There is DAL-E that we spoke of. DAL-E is a platform whose modularity is either images or videos. It does not. So it's again a single modularity wherein you won't be able to tell it text and it will understand. It only works with images and videos. So if you prompt it in a speech, speech works as well, but text does not work. So if you prompt it in speech, saying that a white Siamese cat. Okay, I'm seeing those for the first time. A white Siamese cat. You see the cat? It looks nice. Okay. And Chat GPT, you all know of Chat GPT. We don't have to talk about it. Yeah. These are the benefits of Chat GPT. We already know most of it. It's a conversational model. It feels like you're conversing with a human. It's a multi-turn model, and it's a creative model wherein it's able to use cognizance to give you an answer rather than giving you just already predefined answers. Okay. So I'll just bring everything into one picture, summarizing everything. With ChatGPT, we got a conversational AI model, which is again a uni model, structure content. There was a GPT 3.5, maximum GPT 3.5 turbo used to build ChatGPT. So we built this. Okay. Now we bring into Azure OpenAI services, which produces the right steerability. And I'm focusing the word steerability here. Anyone knows what steerability is? English much. So steerability is the way for things to be developed, but they have to be developed in the way we want them to be developed. There is a guardrail which we will define. We want things to be developed in that particular way. If we are creating a chatbot, we don't want chatbot to do something else than what we intended to do. So that's when Azure OpenAI services provide you that functionality. By definition, if we talk about steerability, so Azure OpenAI service is providing you with steerability. So you name it and we can be it. You can be a fashion, so a bot can be a fashion consultant. In today's date, these are the works bots can do. So human beings now have to think beyond just specific, mundane works. We have to evolve beyond AI to prove ourselves to be more successful. So name it fashion consultant, financial advisor, hiking recommendation buddy, or creative writer, marketing content writer. See, content writers are supposed to be the most creative people. And if a chatbot is doing it for you, you have to just, you know, evolve even more than a chatbot to prove yourselves. Okay. On this slide, I want to share some of the most common techniques to reduce hallucination using prompt engineering. This is something which we are working on, reducing hallucination using prompt engineering. The first technique is to include instructions, specifically asking the model not to make up stuff and stay within the facts. We are all going to build AI models. Like I said, if you're stakeholders and you're all going to be, getting a lot of them, stakeholders, and AI is the way they would be looking forward as well because it's the new trend in market per se. So the first technique is to include instructions, specifically asking the model not to make up stuff and stay within the facts. The one which we saw with the GeoBot before, we are telling it do exactly what this is asking you to do. Use the cognitive skills, but don't step outside lines which might affect a customer's privacy, which might, you don't want chatbots to learn filthy languages per se. They are supposed to behave in human way, but in a proper human way. The second technique is to restrict the output. This is specifically useful for classification. Restrict the model to choose from a defined list instead of having it generate free form category names. The third technique is to add chain of thought style of the instructions, which means that just add, please solve the problem step by step in the prompt. The fourth technique is to repeat the most important instructions to help the model following it. Fifth technique is position. Position the most important instructions in the last to make use of the latency effect. Note that this list is high level and certainly not complete. In practice, each use case is different, so please experiment and try variety of techniques and figure out the best approach for each use case. What they mean is everyone's case is different, so you will have to use these methodologies to build or to integrate AI in such a way that you get exactly what you want and not something which can create nuisance for you. Like I said, it may be extracting insights, semantic search, code generation, dialogue agents, anything. Nearly any natural language task you can think of, it is possible with Azure OpenAI services. Anyone from media? Let's take a media example. So say there is a news broadcast, right? Um, there is a news broadcast on global warming. Now Azure Speech Transcription Service, there is a service called Azure Speech Transcription Service. Now that will integrate with OpenAI service to create content as well as to analyze the content. So the meaning of this slide is if there is a podcast and you are using Azure OpenAI services, it will be able to generate this report which you see on the right side. This is a retail example. Say for example, you might have experienced in your day-to-day life. You all buy products from Amazon. You all buy products from Flipkart, Snapdeal, and stuff, right? So you put in a filter that I want itne budget ka chair, and you specify कि I want an office desk. So आपको it gives a list of office desks within your budget, right? And it gives you a comparison of which product you want to buy. Again, that has AI on the back of it. It's an AI which is doing that job for you. That sorting, after you do the sorting, the comparison and the listing, that's the job of an AI. Technology behind it, I already answered the question. Now, these are a few terms which you should take notice of because this would be handy for you. In the engine of these models which are doing these media retail tasks or social media tasks integrating AI, there is GPT 3.4, 3.5 models in their core engines. There are these terms which are getting recognized nowadays. Any of you heard of it? Ada, Babbage, Curie, and Da Vinci. It's not about the Da Vinci Code. They're just using it for popularity, I guess. With respect to time being short, we will just move forward. So, that's my phone. I'm sorry. Okay, respecting time here, we don't have a lot of time. So there are a lot of other things which I had to discuss, but we are falling short of time. So, of interest to the people who are here, for the entrepreneurs who are here, we have something in Azure called, I'll just directly come into the topic, right? We have Founders Hub. Any of you heard of it? You might have. Founders Hub. So let's just give me 1 second. I had a lot of slides to go to you guys, but you got saved. बच गए तुम लोग अगली बार. Okay. This is our agenda here. We have a team here, and so we have also introduced Microsoft for startups. So this is Startups Founders Hub that we have. It provides free access to open AI models up to it's in dollars, $150,000 in Azure credits. Ma'am is going to tell me that I had those dollars before, right? Okay, $150,000 in Azure credits, one-on-one guidance from Microsoft experts, and much more. And the most interesting part is there is no funding required. Whatever you have, whatever you have currently thought of as an entrepreneur, you already have an application set up. You don't have to worry. There's no fund required. You can use the free credits that Azure is offering, and you can just integrate the AI onto your existing product. I'll invite Stanford to talk a little bit more about it. That's my time, guys. Thank you. I take this.
Perfect. So thank you so much, Monsoon, for the session, and I hope you guys, I mean, it was interesting for you all, and quite a learning to take. And I'm really sorry that because of the time limitation, we could not cover up the entire deck. But there's a lot to learn about this. So, as Monsoon just mentioned about the program called Microsoft for Startups, the program is called Founders Hub. What we essentially do here in this program is it's like mentioned on the screen here. It's open to anybody with an idea. So be it you are in the ideation phase or be it you are already established in the market. This program is for y'all. What we do in this is we provide you with credits of up to $150,000, which can go up to a period of 4 years. Now these credits can be utilized for anything. Maybe if you want to host your software, host your website, or you want to build a product on the cloud, you can use the credits for that. If you, like, say for example, if you wish to buy LinkedIn is a product of ours, and if you wish to buy LinkedIn Premium or Sales Navigator, you can use the credits to pay off the premium or the subscription. You can also use the credits to buy off commonly used products of Microsoft, like say for example your MS Office, Outlook, Teams, GitHub Copilot, as we spoke about, which helps you write code, and it can help you build your software or maybe your application. These credits is basically like an umbrella that we give you, which can be utilized for any products of Microsoft. You name any product of Microsoft and you can use the credit. So it's just a very simple process. What we essentially want you to do is there is a QR code that will play towards the end of this video, and all you have to do is just scan the QR, register yourself. The registration is free of cost. Even the credits that are given to you are free of cost. And when you speak about what happens after a period of 4 years, well, it's completely your choice. You wish to stay with Microsoft, or you wish to exit Microsoft, you can do that. We'll help you with the migration as well. Even at that point, there is no commercials. So basically, there's no money involved, even at the start, your entry or the exit point. And the program is free of cost for everybody. Yeah, so towards the end, I mean, this is just a few sliders of what the program is about. To get more details, I'll be around here. You all can just come off and bounce off your questions to me. I'll be more than happy to address. I have my colleague Saral as well. She is outside, I believe. Even she can help you with any of the questions that you have, and we'll be more than happy to address them. Yeah, this is the QR for you. You can scan this. It brings you to a form which will ask you to write just a few details about your startup. Don't get into extreme or maybe nitty-gritties of what you really do, because we want to keep your idea as confidential as you speak of. So just mention about your startup in brief. Answer the couple of questions. Only the ones with an asterisk on the form there are mandatory. The rest, yeah, only. Is it audible? Okay, am I audible this way?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So, yeah, so I was saying only the questions with an asterisk are important. So those are mandatory questions. Fill up those. Towards the end, when you submit the application, it will bring you to a page which says you have applied. I want you guys to give me a copy of that. I'll take a picture of this through my phone itself, send it to my backend team, and get you the credits in about 3 to 5 working days. Generally, when you apply for this program, it takes about 3 months for the valuation, or sorry, the evaluation to take place, where whether if you're eligible for the credits or not. But if you give me a copy of that, I have the liberty to send it to my team and get the evaluation expedited, where I can get you the credits in a maximum of 5 working days. Yeah. So I'll be around. If you all have any questions, anything to do with the form, or if you've submitted the form, let me know, and I'll be more than happy to get your valuation done. At the same time, I'll be happy to hand you with a goodie as well. Thank you. And if you all miss out on this QR, there is a standee outside, just outside the door. It's taking you to the same QR page.
I have also shared it long back. I have shared it long back to be a Microsoft founder. An email has been sent to lot of you who have registered it. किसी ने नहीं किया क्या? अच्छा. 1 2 बाकी किसी ने नहीं किया? Okay, तो अभी कर लीजिए फिर. Okay, so now I request Abhilash Jha, co-founder ROBR Foundation. ROBR Innovations Private Limited. I'm so sorry. Please come. I request him to present a memento to Monsoon ma'am. I would request the whole Microsoft team to come here for a picture, please. We can set up for that event. So next session is the panel discussion. So we'll set the stage and we'll start it immediately.
Is out for a call.
Yeah, okay. We'll give a 5 minutes break. If you want to use toilet or have water, you can go and come back. So we'll be set by that time. Ma'am, sorry. Please come back in 5 minutes. Thank you, ma'am. Fab Society students. Ajay, ma'am, you have to stay back for another picture. With you, ma'am. Ma'am, किसको आना है जल्दी आ जाओ.
Come on.
Fab Society. और कोई है?
रिसर्च टेक वाले हैं. Some for the Facebook.
Satya. Data particular panel discussion one first panel discussion two data. अरे थोड़ा डेली बोतल है पानी ला हायर आइडेंटिफायर हायर आइडेंटिफायर
Sure. Give me a screenshot of the CA Give me a copy of that and I'll send it over.
टेबल थोड़ा मुझे
One thing.
80 watt pencil. Do you want to take your number and the name of the bank?
टिक क्या
मैम थोड़ा
Perfect. So, tell me about the and I'll get you less.
Hello.
Let me just see the criteria. I think we will talk with him. He takes charge of the science. I was able to see the criteria of initial user who can use it or not.
So you apply with LinkedIn. Yeah, after when you're submitting the application, so just give me a screenshot of that with your name, number.
No, I'm not sure. I was just going through some questions here. And I saw it somewhere in the criteria and कुछ funding के बारे में पढ़ा था. We'll talk with him. Let me introduce him.
Essentially, when you speak about funding, then Microsoft does not have any policy that they can fund you, but indirectly they can support. In terms of support, I can get you the credit. Along with that, if you need any kind of assistance or guidance, we can get you people who have that.
Because like current level of AI implementation at 365, that's really great and really boosts our side of things. So that's why I was thinking, like initially I was thinking to buy licenses for each and every member, but on later side we thought whether if there is any way where we can have some sort of startup program or support
I mean, you are on the right path. Basically, as I mentioned about the commonly used application, you get enterprise application. So you can
Okay,
have
can
it
you
deployed
ask everybody to come and
within
sit?
your team or X number of members. We give you the license, you can use.
Please sit.
we can have a discussion on this.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm available here. I am here
Stanford
probably.
is not going anywhere. He is there till सबसे मिलके
So
जाएंगे.
if there's anything, let me know. You can take my
हम
number
छोड़ेंगे नहीं उन्हें.
and float them into your network and building some investments. 9920 3490.
Can I get your email or something in case there's an issue?
Yes, I have a number that you can drop your
Sure. Many thanks for your
Yeah,
Hi. Sorry. How are you?
Good evening, everyone. So now we'll start our next session. This is a panel discussion on market opportunity at Odisha. So I would like to invite our guest, first Mr. Anirban Mohanty from Dry EV. Please. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Sheikh Abdul Samin he's from Kisi. Mr. Oiskan Mohanty could not came today due to some issues. So next, I would like to request Mr. Alexander Das to come. So I would like to request Pudhavi ma'am to be the moderator.
Okay, so am I audible?
Yes.
See, basically, this was supposed to be a discussion among startups where we are very likely to understand what are the opportunities that are there in Odisha for startups. So basically, we would be talking about the market opportunity, in Odisha. And I could not find people best than these who have really worked in the grassroots level with all such opportunities where networking and working with people who are called the bottom of the pyramid producers. And we have Dai who are currently a startup. No, MSME.
Startup is fine. It's cooler.
Yeah, because I have recently seen them in a Sydney event. So I just wanted to understand a few important questions. So I'll ask two questions to everybody and I'll start with Sir. Uh, Taking into account the cultural nuances of the region, because we know how culturally active we are, how dependent we are on the culture and religion and stuff like that. So, what are the local customs? How can we understand them and the traditions that are there in Odisha is crucial for marketing and business success in hyperlocal region. So, if you can address and tell me, because Sir is having a background of
Thank you, ma'am. And I would like to give my best wishes on the eve of National Startup Day. And also, I am thankful to ma'am and Mr. Sakti, all the members inviting me on this auspicious day for discussion of the market opportunity at Odisha. So, according to the question of ma'am, so Odisha is rich in culture and also Odisha people. So, I belong to Jashpur district. So, one thing I want to say regarding our culture and tradition. So, let us start one startup. Now, with an emerging one. Everyone knows Rosie's Kitchen. So, we'll take the example of Rosie's Kitchen. So, she is famous for Kira and Podopita. Kira and Podopita, which is connected to come directly to our culture and tradition. You can see that by promoting Kira and Podopita, how famous she is now. Now we are going to so many cloud kitchens are there also. So another one is I am running a cluster, being an implementing agency in Jaspur district of Haripur. You may all of know, few of know Haripur, where we are all producing the theatre dresses, the famous in Odisha, which producing as well also we are the market up to West Bengal and most of the state in India. So that is the thing we are connected with our mythological things and we are producing these things. And when I started the cluster, I found the gap. I found the gap, then I have started the cluster of MSME Government of India. They funded 1.5 crore almost. I have invested some money as my partial contribution of 25%. I have started the first cluster in Odisha, in Baleshwar, and the second in Haripur. So why I am taking into the example of Haripur? Because it is connected to the tradition and our culture. So that's why now we are able to produce more items, more textile products. And that is only possible when we are able to give the technological advance marketing support. So it is a better market, it is a better time in Odisha. We have a lot of potential in Odisha to promote a hyper local kind of things which is connected to our tradition and culture. It's the most important. We can take the example of our Western Odisha handloom products. You can see that, you can think of Vidya Balan who has already wear a sari of in mathematics film. I've already gone through that. That is the Sambalpuri sari. And also Aishwarya Rai version in our marriage, also Sonpur, Sambalpur sari. So that is the matter that in Odisha we have so many products connected to our tradition and culture and enough potential to take it into a next level. So there is a lot of market in connection to our tradition as well as our culture. And recently we have gone through so many products which have got the GI tag. Nowhere will get this product. We talk about Conta Byron in Noyagad. I think one of the got recently the GI tag. Kandamal Haldi. That is also connected to our culture. Koraput coffee, Jadio still now hasn't got the GI tag, but everyone knows that Haldi is how famous Kandamal Haldi. So these are the products which are directly connected. Puri, Khaja, if you will go through, think about it. Another one is Chenna Zili. So these products are our local products which are directly connected to our culture and tradition, which has a greater impact in our market, otherwise also other states. So that is the most important thing that if we promote our local market products, which is connected to our traditional culture, there is a huge market in Odisha as well as in other states.
Thank you, sir. Now, what I understood from Alexander sir is one thing is that it is not important that always you should go for a brand ambassador because as he named Aishwarya Rai Bachchan or Vidya Balan, they were not paid for wearing these sarees, right? They wore it and then we started promoting the product. So GI is something which has actually opened doors to a lot of raw materials in Odisha, access to lot of raw materials which was not earlier available, and you can always think about using these kind of products and services to ensure that you are actually helping the grassroots level people.
Right.
My next question is for Sameer. So the understanding the demographics of Odisha and consumer behavior and the purchasing power of the local people and the contribution of startup and MSME products in local use is a big question for every startup. So if you can address it.
Thank you so much for giving this opportunity.
You have to actually raise it a little bit.
Most consumer behavior
जो टॉपिक है ये मोस्ट सेंसिबल टॉपिक है। आप जब कंपेयर करोगे आपको अर्बन मार्केट से रूरल मार्केट को, अभी जो टाइम चल रहा है परचेजिंग पावर बहुत अधिक टाइम से बहुत चेंज हो गया इंडस्ट्री का। अभी देखो आप जब देखोगे बहुत सारी इंडस्ट्री एफ आई मैन्युफैक्चरिंग जैप ऑलरेडी इन्वेस्टमेंट किया और उड़ीसा को आ रहे हैं। तो जैसे जैसे इंडिया में 140 पॉपुलेशन है और ओडिशा में 40 मिलियन पॉपुलेशन है, रूरल मार्केट पूरा पेनिट्रेशन बहुत ह्यूज अपॉर्चुनिटी है। मैं आपको एक छोटा सा एग्जांपल दूंगा, क्योंकि मैं हिंदी में बोल रहा हूँ कि आप सबको मैं समझाने ईजी होगा। जैसे अभी हम लोग रिसेंटली कंधमाल से हम लोग का एक मेरा दो लास्ट मंथ में मुझे फ़ोन किया कि उसको एक 2 करोड़ का मैंने घर इन्वेस्टमेंट करना है, हाउस बनाना है। तो आप सोच सकते हो 10-20 साल में कंधमाल का बंदा और 2 करोड़ इन्वेस्ट करके अपना घर बनाएगा। तो मुझे फ़ोन किया, तो जेहेतु मैं बीसी का फाउंडर हूँ, मेरे प्लेटफॉर्म में 500 एंटरप्रेन्योर है। हम लोग प्लेटफॉर्म दे रहे हैं, बहुत अच्छा चल रहा है। आप बीसी का वेबसाइट जाकर देख सकते हो। इसमें जितना टॉप नॉच बिजनेसमैन है हमारा मेंबर, भुवनेश्वर में जो टॉप नॉच बिजनेसमैन देखो उसमें हमारा मेंबर है। तो मैं तुरंत हमारा एक एंटरप्रेन्योर को कनेक्ट किया, तो उन दोनों में अच्छा डील हुआ और वो 2 करोड़ का बिजनेस को कन्वर्ट किया। उसके साथ इतना अच्छा सर्टिफिकेट मिला और 2 रिफरेंस भी मिला। आज के ज़माने में वो चाहता है कि मैं जाके वहाँ पर कंधमाल में मेरा कॉफी सेटअप बनाऊँ, क्योंकि अर्बन मार्केट में अपॉर्चुनिटी है, क्योंकि और एक थ्रेड है कि आपका कॉम्पिटिशन बहुत है। हाँ राइट। रूरल मार्केट में वो कंपटीशन नहीं है। हर आदमी चाहता है कि मैं रूरल मार्केट में अभी का सिनेरियो देखो यार, मैं एग्जाम्पल दूंगा साकेवाल में, अभी वो बहुत रूरल था। अब आप जाकर देखो उसका इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट कितना हो गया, मेडिकल डेवलपमेंट कितना हो गया, हाईवे हैज एडेड। हाँ, हाईवे एडेड हो गया आपका। देखो यूनिवर्सिटी वहाँ बन रहा है। रूरल मार्केट भी मेट्रो की प्लानिंग है। मेट्रो की प्लानिंग है। आपका कंडीशन देखो रूरल मार्केट क्यों ग्रो हो रहा है। जितना इंडस्ट्री है हर कोई चाहता है कि मैं रूरल मार्केट जाऊँ, तो वहाँ पर परचेजिंग पावर भी बढ़ रहा है और लोग भी बहुत एम्बिशियस हो गए हैं। वो कंपेयर कर रहे हैं अर्बन मार्केट से रूरल मार्केट में कंपेयर कर रहे हैं। तो इससे पता चलता है एमएसएमई जो हमारा स्टार्टअप लोग है उसका बहुत अपॉर्चुनिटी है, उनके लिए बहुत अपॉर्चुनिटी है कि रूरल मार्केट में बिजनेस को पेनिट्रेशन करने के लिए। Yeah, I agree too that rural market has actually developed post-COVID. People have become more active. People are willing to spend money in both rural and urban areas. People are living in outskirts, from the town and cities. So this has added to the market value that we would imagine. कि urban जो पहले था, now it is not very lucrative. People want to shift and come to rural market. Okay, thank you so much. Now I have a question for Anirban. Does connection with local business communities, industry associations, and government bodies really help to penetrate in market?
First, thank you for inviting me and Shakti too. So to take the question, to go through the entire process. So I will talk about me. So we are an EV bike sharing platform focusing on 18 to 25-year-old. Thank you for inviting me and allowing me to speak in front of them. What happens is a lot of time there are not a lot of clarity because something is new. So what happens in government bodies, I can give you an example in my case. If you are using EV vehicles, a backup battery and a swappable battery is very important, right? Otherwise, your customers get stranded, your cost of operations goes up. But if you buy a battery with a vehicle, it gives you 5% GST. If you buy a standalone battery, it's 18% GST. Now that's a drastic difference in cost when you talk about it. That is why you need to talk with government bodies, talk about regionalization, because it's nobody's fault. It was so new and nobody was doing anything, nobody ever cared about it. Coming back to local entrepreneurs, local people, see, even if I'm local, probably Drivey is the first time I'm working in Odisha. I've never worked in Odisha before. What happens, the question that you asked me is the same one. Every festival and every religion, cultural, is a marketing and a selling opportunity. You look at India as a vast economy, every state has its high points in terms of business based on the festivals and the religions. So someone, if you have not worked, every time you talk with someone who is from here, you get a chance to how to look at the hyperlocal market or Korea as a market and how to leverage it. A case in point, if you see any of the national brands doing a Roger activation, they do not say Roger, they say Rojo. Because that's a template that will get pushed across, right? Because they do not look at us as a potential big chunk of market. That thing can only be built by local entrepreneurs. Once you have built a certain scale of market, they will change their Rojo to Rojo. So that's the game. So that's why you need to
meet with people and talk with them.
I will talk about this Roger event. I was working with retail for more than 15 years, and I also worked with the World Retail Private Limited. And during that time, we find that it's not because we call it Roger, it became Roger. It is because that is designer. Design होके वो कलकत्ता से आता था. So that is why it was written Roger in place of Roger. But now with the advent of a lot of startups in this designing domain, and things will change eventually, and we hope that you will start with it. I would request Alexander sir. So basically, there are a lot of gaps and a lot of areas of improvement in Odisha market, and which can be a blessing for startups. I mean, I want to know what are the gaps where these startups can actually, come up and start their business, or maybe just open up and find a target market or something like that, where we can really give them on the plate. This is the gap or this is the problem area. If you can think about it and do something about it. So there are a lot of students here who are in Step Zero program, which is the IIT Feb Society initiative, where we actually they talk about their ideas to a VC out of US or some place, and they get trained for around 3 6 months. So if you can really give them something on the plate.
Being an entrepreneur from age 21, so I have very raw experiences in this market. Fully go for the study in the market. So first of all, now if we talk about this 20th century, so the most important is digital divide in case of Odisha, because now whatever all the startups we are doing in the apps, digital marketing. So the most important factor is that one half of Odisha still waiting for digital access. It's very true. I don't know whoever will accept or not. But I have seen all the districts I have gone through, also in Jaspur also. There are so many places I have seen there's no network. So it's the term is digital divide. So the point is that if the digital access is able to reach all the corners of the state, then I think the startup will have a great opportunity to explore their products, to highlight their products and highlight their services, which is most important. We can see now, if we think of the urban company, we can see what they are doing and how their response is. The reviews are it's terrible. I'm really astonished. We are doing, and they have found the gap. What's the gap? The women workmen. Now it is increasing. So that's why the gap is the people required services, this housekeeping in the houses. And the salon services, what are the all services are one company? You see, in Odisha is a huge response. So this is the thing. If these kind of things, if digital divide is not there, that will less kind of things, then it will reach to the people of Odisha so that our startups will flourish here. So that is the most important point which I have observed. And the second thing which I have gone through in my personal experience, I also the first class I have already told in Soro, the stone cluster. In Corona I have seen so many skilled workers are back to the village. Back to the village. And I am really astonished how skilled they are. Our people are staying outside and they are working for other states, and if they will come here, then our market will grow. Our market will, when they will come and they have seen our cluster, our CFC machines, our all the machines, high-tech machines, they are very happy that is it possible in Odisha. Yes, the government of India has given 3 point more crores here for you. I am the facilitator being the implementing agency. It's for you. And they are so happy at the state. Most of the people stayed here. And back to village concept is most important. Most of the people, 1 crore people are outside Odisha. And that is the most important thing that we are lacking. That what I felt throughout the state in my small age. And another thing is that regional disparity. But I am thinking about regional western, there is a culture also, coastal, this is different. When you want product from coastal, it's very difficult to push it. And in western, it is very difficult. You can also able to see in all cases, there are so many gaps. And we have to, government has to take initiatives to less the gap of this western regional disparity. It's also most important because we have one state. One product if you launch, then that will reach throughout the state, each and every corner. There should be no disparity. And another thing is that most important, what sir has told, when will our income source will be high? When will the market will be easy for the startups? What you have asked, why, how this market will be easy for the startups? It is only possible when outside people will come here and invest, and that is possible in two ways. One is tourism, which is the most important. Another is the investor. Government has to make very single window access for the investors, because I know that so many people or startups are facing in case of funding, and the investors are facing so many channels and routes and document all those things, and they are unable to, and they are being out of this when they are interested. And so many also regional issues are there, we have already gone through. Industries should be there, and most important tourism. And this is the first question, which was the local product. How the local product will be able to sell it? When tourism will come, when other people will invest, will spend our money in our area, then automatically our business will grow. You can see with the Puri, the economic of Puri in context to other districts. You can compare. And other we will comprise 2 3 countries that depend on the tourism. That's why they are so rich in economy. So why? And the most important factor is that through tourism we should promote, and also startups should go through this tourism kind of things. They should guide and other things. So now I think I have gone through this Instagram one Odisha travel kind of Instagram page. They have explored, ma'am. You can see nobody has seen, government has seen not beaches, and there are so beautiful places in the state we are unable to find. But they are now moving here and there in the state, and there are located very good spots in Odisha which you can promote to our tourism. So that's why the people will come here and the people will invest. Now Jaspur also is a very growing city in case of tourism. Well, Jaspur district in very 2 3 years will be able to see that Jaspur will be rich in tourism, and the people will come to Jaspur, and Jaspur will definitely enrich in economy. Since I'm telling it that I'm able to see the how the tourism of Jaspur is going now. So that is the most important thing there. So 2 3 things what I'm highlighting in my experience. First is that back to village concept. One is digital divide, regional disparity, tourism, and the government is very should be very access to the investors, as well as government should promote industries so that people will come here and stay, so that one startup will be able to sell their products. And this is, and most important, it is our market. But in respect to the think of the startups, startup has to think many things, because it's not only that funding will be there, market will be there, then one startup will be a successful. Everything cannot, because startup has to take care of most of the things. I have already given one example of urban company, and so many examples. Roji's Kitchens also, one of our young IG drones also. We can talk about a Bodhisattva Sangapri also. One of the best startup was renowned in the national wide now. So the most important thing why I am telling this, because the ethics and the passion should be there in the startups. They should have to wait. They should have a lot of passion that you have to well go grow, and there should be some ethics. Commitment should be there. There our service, time, and these things should be in a commitment mode. So both market as well as the startup has to think about their growth. Unless until both will be the side of the coin, then we cannot able to do. Thank you.
So basically, what we are aiming at is we want people from outside to come back to us. And the first step we have already taken by staying back. है ना? All the startups have already taken the first step by staying back. And that is how we can grow. And I also feel that way that if you really want to tap the market in Odisha, tourism is one market which is actually unexplored, and it can be a very good scope. So my next question is this for Sami. It's a very important question for everybody. What government support and incentives are required to significantly increase market opportunities?
मैम ऑलरेडी मेरा फ्रेंड बोल चुके हैं, आगे जाके देखोगे ब्रेन ड्रेन से ब्रेन में होगा, इतना अपॉर्चुनिटी है, गवर्नमेंट का स्कीम आप जब जाओगे, स्टार्टअप स्कीम, एमएसएमई स्कीम, इतना स्कीम देखो, इतना एम्पल ऑफ अपॉर्चुनिटी, लोग को क्यों नहीं मिलता? ये मेरा सजेशन, मेरा एक्सपीरियंस बोलता हूँ कि मैं आई नो द पल्स ऑफ द मेजर रीजन है उनको अवेयरनेस माने अवेयरनेस उनको नहीं है कि कहाँ पर क्या, हाँ दे डोंट नो, पहला चीज। सेकंड चीज है, कोई सा इंस्टीट्यूट मैं बनना चाहता हूँ, स्टार्टअप बनना चाहता हूँ, पहले वो क्या करें, गवर्नमेंट का फाइल प्लान कर देखे पड़ेगा उसको, और वो बजट को देखेगा, इस 5 साल का बजट को एनालिसिस करेगा, और फिर उड़ीसा में जो बजट है, अभी उड़ीसा उड़ीसा का बजट को भी एनालिसिस करेगा, गवर्नमेंट कहाँ का इन्वेस्टमेंट कर रहा है और कौन सा एरिया में पोटेंशियल है। जैसे आप शेयर मार्केट में आप लगाते हो पूजा पैसा, एक एंटरप्रेन्योर को एक इन्वेस्टर जैसा सोचना है कि भाई मेरा एक पैसा है, कहीं पे ना डूब जाए। जैसा शेयर मार्केट में 2-3% बहुत नेगेटिव मनी बनाते हैं, यूज बनाते हैं, सब कोई स्टार्टअप से बहुत यूनिकल बनते हैं। क्यों? उनमें क्या ऐसा है जो यूनिकल बन रहा है? ये तो उसको पैशन चाहिए और इन्वेस्टमेंट चाहिए। उसके लिए आपको एनालिसिस करना पड़ेगा कि मेरा इस एरिया में इंटरेस्ट है, मैं उसी एरिया में मैं जाऊँ कि मेरा दोस्त। हाँ हाँ, यही होता है हमारा जनरली। हमारा उड़ीसा में क्या होता है, वो कर रहा है कुछ, मैं उसमें जुड़ जाऊँ, तो ऐसा नहीं है। एनालिसिस करो कि कौन सा सेक्टर में गवर्नमेंट इन्वेस्टमेंट कर रहा है। जब गवर्नमेंट का इन्वेस्टमेंट के साथ आप जुड़ जाओगे तो आपका ग्रोथ बहुत ज़्यादा होगा। तो एक एंटरप्रेन्योर को इन्वेस्टर जैसा सोचना चाहिए।
So basically, what sir is telling, we have to actually follow the 5-year plan of government, the schemes of government, and also be prepared what is all the policy changes happening. If we are tapping to the market to get the government initiatives, which can be banks, which can be policy changes, or which can also be very essentially told that we have to be very practical about following कि कहाँ पे invest हो रहा है पैसा. What is the industry?
मैं आपको मैं आईसी में बोलना चाहता हूँ, सपोज मुझे मेडिकल टूरिज्म में जाना है, तो पहले मुझे सर्च करना है मेडिकल टूरिज्म में कौन सा कंपनी अच्छा कर रहा है और वहाँ से एक्सपोर्ट लेना है कि वो वहाँ तक पहुँचा, मैं किसे बन पाऊँगा। तो उस एक्सपोर्ट के गाइडेंस में आप आगे जाओ। जो बंदा 5 साल लगा होगा, आपको 2 साल में पहुँच जाएगा वहाँ पर। एक्सपोर्ट का जरूरी है,
Collaboration and experts, yeah, I do agree to it. So basically we have to ask somebody. ऐसा नहीं कि घर में बैठ के आपको information मिल जाएगा. We have to network, ask questions, and most important thing is that you should be vigilant. है ना, आपके साइड में ही fraud हो रहा होगा, आपको पता न चले, ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए. You should be aware of what is happening around you. So this is the last question for Anirban. What is your overview and experience on the competitive landscape of Odisha market? Because already you are operating in Odisha market and you have almost reached everybody out here.
No, I have not reached everybody. I definitely have not. So, competitive landscape, I think there are people who know more about tech. I am the business guy, I'm the Dhanda guy. So, I will say, in terms of business, a lot of people have not discovered Bhubaneswar as a business hub. Because what happens when if you one of the most strongest businesses are FMCGs in terms of distribution and figuring out every length and breadth of the city, and I have worked in it. People do not figure out the buying power. So, like the report that we gave to World Bank before becoming Bhubaneswar Smart City, uh, nearly 90% of our population are employed in a professional sense, not in any way. So, in terms of a population of 12 lakhs or 13 lakhs, imagine 10 lakh people who have a salary. Not every city can boast of that. So, we have not discovered the city. So, in terms of competitive landscape, the more the merrier. I mean, everybody can jump in. And also, what has happened that is true for most of the cities that have developed. There are two things. One of the things was already said here. You need migrants coming in because if people like us who have a family in Bhubaneswar, we will never opt for a service because there is a kaka, chacha, someone will get the thing done for me. Right? I will not pay for the service. That's an absolute truth. So when we get people like these, or most students that Bhubaneswar is seeing, that suddenly the service market opens up, which is a big opportunity. So there is a lot of opportunity, and I don't believe in absolutely monopolistic games. The more the merrier. For an example, I mean, these young guys can break it like I'm the oldest guy in my company. Everybody is younger to me. And there have been 23-year-old guys who have taken me to school in terms of business. I'm glad that they're working with me, not against me. Uh, so yeah, so I don't think Bhubaneswar has been discovered to find a competitive landscape. Yes, it needs a lot more fine tuning and understanding which customer you talk to because I've seen a lot of startup trying to be a little bit of something for everyone. So you have to just be your customer, you know it, talk to them. If others don't know about you, don't care. It's your customer you need to talk to, not to everyone.
I will take up the last line, little bit of something for everyone. This is very dangerous. This is very dangerous. You cannot satisfy everyone. It's very difficult in a home setup, in a professional setup, and it also applies for your product. आप एक अच्छी बेटी, अच्छी बहू, अच्छी ये, अच्छी वो नहीं बन सकते. नहीं हो सकता. So we have to accept it that we need to find our target market, and as correctly said by Alexander sir, one thing is very important. You need to identify your strength. You know what is that you are eligible to do. What is that you want to do. He has given a long list of different kind of gaps and.
I would like to add one more thing. So, in terms of a lot of startups that I've also seen, you either die a startup or live long enough to become a dhanda. That's true.
I always tell them that if you are not committed, don't come and meet me. If you are committed 5 years of your time, then please come, we'll talk. अगर आप ऐसे मान के चल रहे हो कि नहीं 15 दिन में 10 दिन में no,
4 घंटे में हो जाएगा.
नहीं पैसा मिलेगा तो शुरू करेंगे. मैंने कहा तू अपना पैसा नहीं लगा रहा तो बाकी क्यों लगाएगा कोई. So you should at least start investing from your side. So this is a very important thing that I want to put a clear message is Odisha is growing. The market opportunities are huge. People can come from outside. We are ready, as Arupran told. We are ready to take the competition. We are ready to open to investors. And most important thing is we are having the capacity to reach Odisha across because we are very connected. I mean, if you have on this same, somebody from Puri district, somebody from Jajpur, somebody from Khordha, so it makes sense. Right? There is nothing called Western Odisha and Coastal. So we are all together in this and we'll be able to achieve. Thank you very much. Okay. Now I request Sachidanand to present a memento to Alexander. I'm going to take some pictures. Can somebody move the chair? Abhishek, please. Memento to Yuvraj, can I request you to present a memento to your industry partners?
Roaming along.
Huh?
They're wearing the same colors.
He's also my customer.
कौन किसका कस्टमर है वही नहीं समझा मुझे. कस्टमर तो ओके है सर आपके. So we'll start the next panel discussion. Could you please join us for little 30 to 15 minutes and then we can.
ଆଜ୍ଞା ଏଇଟା ଉପାଡ଼ିକିରି ଆଉ ଟିକେ ଇଆଡ଼େ ଗଣିଲେ ଶହେ ଗୁଡ଼ା ଦେଖାଯିବ ତାକୁ ତାକୁ ନେଇଗଲେ
We'll have our last panel discussion now. So I request Rahul Kumar from Gondi to please come on the stage. Mr. Yuvraj, please come on the stage. Mr. Gautam from Abu Dhabi. Request Purvi ma'am to please proceed.
Okay, basically, that is a major thing whenever I discuss with startups is हमारे problems कोई सुनता नहीं है ऐसा है ना so now that is why we have picked up this issue and we are recording this for future reference for you people. So basically I just wanted to understand, I always discuss with startups that what is the problem and where we can jump in and help. So now the issues with startups is not related to the team, or it is not related to funding, or it is not related to something specific. Then also we can discuss. And maybe when we start talking about it in this kind of a forum where we have students, we have faculties listening, we have the whole IIT ecosystem. So the first question I would start, because I know we are hurry in a time. It's for Rahul. He is the co-founder Bonvi. Now, as in the last panel discussion, we heard about GI, sustainability, local ecosystem, and these kind of things. So, do you think that entrepreneurs can integrate sustainability, social responsibility into their business model at an ideation level? If they can, I mean, if you think that they can, then what are the areas which can actually be explored so that we are one of the responsible startup or impact startups in the future?
Yeah. First of all, thank you for allowing me to speak. Yeah. Actually, I don't belong to these kind of social kind of startups, but still, I like to answer that because I have a lot of friends who has passed from ISDM. These are like social enterprise guys who works in these kind of startups. Yeah, truly, they have great potentials. I have heard a story about a startup named Karigar. Okay, they are from they are based out of Rajasthan. What they do is they take goods or processed out goods from the artisans and sell out to Bollywood, sell out to you can say tourist, great tourism places. So we can implement same kind of model in Orissa also.
Let me reframe the question. What I meant was you are a tech startup and you are also producing a product and you are quite known in the ecosystem. Sustainability and social responsibility in terms of buying components, using local talent, using the technology indigenous. So these kind of activities is something that we expect from a startup, like creating products made in India, made in Odisha, involving local people. Do you think that it is a issue, it is a problem, you are not able to do it, you don't find enough talent, or what is the hindrance you face so that you are not able to contribute to social responsibility?
Yeah. So now it's bit clear now. Okay. Yeah, it's like looking as per my aspect or as per my product setups or my you can say view. It's a bit hard to find great talents. Okay. Like well engineered because we belong to a product type of background where we have to work with engineers who have quite good experience, and we need talents to be there to work out in the same way or same manner. And finding that talent in Orissa ecosystem or even like in all over India also it's very hard. We had faced a great issues. That's why our team is very small right now because it took us a great or immense amount of time to filter out those talents and recruit them. Along with that, there are some also technical boundaries with the institutions also in the training of the students, like because there are things that we can implement while they're in the education systems that can really help them to focus towards a really great side of advancement in the, for startups or for creating a solution to a particular problem.
So basically, we think that there is a lack in the talent pool, and the education system is not supportive enough for startups. People are not aiming to join startups. Is it that what you mean?
No, it's not like that. I'm saying there are few things that needed to be added right now in the existing systems or in the existing mindsets also that can help that can really help students or really help entrepreneurs from the start to develop a good business or a good potential for their products.
So we have to create a conducive environment to students so that they can actually think about building of startups. Okay. Yes, I have another question. Maybe after asking them. So the next question is for Yuvraj. Now, do you feel that it is difficult to attract and retain skilled talent? And if we are getting skilled talent, what is the kind of remuneration they are looking, or where from they are coming, and how a startup can actually get a skilled talent, especially in a manufacturing setup that you have?
Hi everyone. Just to give a brief context, we are into the EV manufacturing space. It's a very bit challenging topic to be addressing on the talent acquisition part. To be sitting in Bhubaneswar, Odisha, and expecting the things to have. But I would say one thing that you know talent is always there, and it is in our perspective that how we could use it. We have built scratch up from in our whole research team comes down majorly from the ODA background, and we have taken people who have already been working outside Odisha and showed them the vision how we are planning to do something big from here, and the idea of basically the whole point was to sell what we are selling to our investors. So these people are the first investors who will be actually believing in our own idea. So they should be trusting on what we are doing and what the founders think of, and how we are going to prove them that yes, this is the next big thing what we are going to build. So that is majorly if we are able to convince them, I think so retaining would not be a challenge. And yes, finding talent would be a difficult task. But I would say rather, you have to seek your skill sets accordingly. You cannot find everything as we get in major cities maybe, but you can always create a pool where you can get your things done. Trainable people, and we work with my team is here, and I'm not afraid of saying that most of them are a bit new to this industry and might be doing first time. So trusting on them also is our job, to making sure that okay, you can trust on these people who have never worked on this automobile projects and giving them that exposure to work on. There would be mistakes and all, so we have to deal with it, and you have to always be there to support the things done.
Do you think this process is time taking and unnecessary? You were unable to scale up if you had better talent or better people in your team?
Everything comes with a price, ma'am. Either it would come with a time point of view, or otherwise you have to pay a bit higher, which either way is not possible for a startup. So we think how we are going ahead, it might be the best sustainable way, because people is going to be a problem in the longer run for any company. So with our experience, it is going to be, and retaining people is going to be very hard. And I feel if this team who is there in the ideation level and being our core attachment to the team with the product, and they understand the whole soul of the product, I think so if they stay back and they grow with the company, that is the best thing that any company can imagine for.
How do you plan to retain these people for a longer period of time? Let's say 3 years, 4 years. What is your strategy? How are you planning?
It's two things. One is we need to understand the mindset of the person whom we are working with. That any person or any employee who is working in an organization, coming from an experience from, as I was also an employee one point of time, there were two things I would always expect: continuous growth and learning, and yes, to be respected in what I'm doing, and my work should be appreciated, or maybe that's what has to be. My work should not be appreciated, maybe my work should impact the whole project. If these two things have been taken care, I don't think so it is any trouble for anyone to retain employees in any company.
Okay. So do you anytime feel that there are any kind of obligation, legal obligations, MDAs, or ESOP or something like that, which can actually add on to this?
Yeah, so ND is one term.
Is it required? I mean, is it
It,
required?
it is required because when we are working in a very technical environment, discussing it day in day out on technical advancements, there is always of
With employees.
with the employees. Yeah, there is always a risk of getting poached or getting approached by the competitor, and you might lose the IP. But you should always have a see all this documentation and everything comes in a place, but trust is something should
But
be.
still, we should be ready.
We should be ready. We should be ready.
So we should be ready. Now the next question is for Abhishek. So did regulatory complexities, the things like NDAs or things like the software, the sandbox, or anything that has actually, diverted your attention, or you didn't, sometimes you thought that इतना काम करना पड़ रहा है, I will not become an entrepreneur because फिर मेरे को ये भी करवा रहे हैं, वो भी करवा रहे हैं, ये भी करो, है ना? Because there are a lot of regulatory compliances associated to your business model. So have you ever thought, and is it a hindrance or is it something which is actually protecting you from the business ecosystem altogether?
Actually, ma'am, there are two aspects of it. One thing, like if you're going unrecognized, then in those cases, this is gonna protect you. But if you're at a stage where people have started recognizing you, then if they are making it more, complex, then that's gonna be a hindrance over there. तो जब आप
Like what? Any example?
एग्जाम्पल जैसे जब हमें सैंडबॉक्स जैसे मान लेते जब मिला, मान लेते हैं एबीडीएम का सैंडबॉक्स जब हमें मिला, तो उस समय ये हमारे लिए अपॉर्चुनिटी थी, लेकिन उसी सैंडबॉक्स से एग्जिट करना, अभी हमें एग्जिट नहीं दे रहे हैं, तो वो अभी हिंड्रेंस हो गया, क्योंकि अभी हमें प्रोडक्ट को लाइव करना है, तो अभी हम लाइव नहीं कर पा रहे हैं। तो जो चीज़ हमारे लिए अपॉर्चुनिटी थी कि नहीं यार चलो अभी सैंडबॉक्स मिला है, हम जल्दी जल्दी बना के अभी लाइव करेंगे, अभी एग्जिट नहीं दे रहे हैं, तो अब इसको अपॉर्चुनिटी माने या हम बीच में फंस गए, मतलब ये कैलकुलेट कर पाना बहुत मुश्किल होता है इस स्टेट में कि यार अभी हम कहाँ हैं। तो एज अ स्टार्टअप मुझे लगता है कि सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज ये होता है कि आप जो टाइमलाइंस बनाते हो, उस टाइमलाइंस को अगर कोई थर्ड पार्टी कंट्रोल करता है, ठीक है, तो आप किसी भी कमिटमेंट के अकॉर्डिंग, मार्केट तो आपसे एक्सपेक्ट करता है कि यार इस टाइम पे आपने करा नहीं, इस टाइम पे आपने करा नहीं, जो भी स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं, जो उस थर्ड पार्टी इंडिपेंडेंट स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं, उनको उस बात से प्रॉब्लम होने लगती है। तो एज अ स्टार्टअप आपको इस चुनाव, मतलब इस नतीजे पे होते हैं कि मैं भी सही हूँ कि नहीं हूँ, देयर आर मल्टीपल डाउट्स दैट कम इनटू योर माइंड, यस, कि एज अ ह्यूमन मैं कहाँ हूँ, एज अ स्टार्टअप मैं कहाँ हूँ, है ना, क्योंकि सोसाइटी तो आपके अकॉर्डिंग ग्रो कर रही होती है ना, आपके आसपास का सर्कमस्टांसेस ग्रो कर रहा होता है, तो आप एक कंफ्यूजन वाले स्टेट में होते हो, तो उस कंफ्यूजन से निकलना मुझे लगता है बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज हो जाता है उस केस में। तो अपॉर्चुनिटी भी है और हिंड्रेंस भी है, डिपेंडिंग अपॉन द स्टेज कहाँ पे आपको।
बेसिकली अगर मैं मान लो कि आपने जब स्टार्टअप बनाया, जो आपको गवर्नमेंट से सपोर्ट मिला है, so you think that what you will suggest people कि you should wait for a government scheme to pump in your idea, or you should start and then maybe wait for opportunities to follow?
नहीं, देखिए मुझे लगता है इस केस में कि आपको अपने एंड का, मतलब पहले आपको अपने हिस्से का अपना योगदान देना है। पहले तो अगर आपके मन में कुछ है, तो पहले तो आपको दौड़ भाग करनी पड़ेगी, आपको अपना कुछ लगाना पड़ेगा, लगाने के बाद ही सामने वाले को लगने वाला है कि नहीं, तुम चाहे वो गवर्नमेंट हो या प्राइवेट के लोग, वो सब लोग देख रहे होते हैं कि भैया तुम्हारे में कितना दम है, तुमने क्या खोया है इसके लिए। जब वो इवेल्युएट कर लेते तो फिर आपको देना शुरू करते हैं। ऐसे सिर्फ आइडिया के बेसिस पे आपको बहुत कुछ मिल जाए, ऐसा अभी तक के पूरे जर्नी में तो मुझे ऐसा नहीं लगा है कि सिर्फ आइडिया के बेसिस पे या सिर्फ क्रेडेंशियल्स के बेसिस पे आपको कोई कुछ दे दे। उसमें ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट हो जाता है कि लोग देखते हैं कि आपने क्या लगाया है, तो उनका ट्रस्ट एक्स्ट्रा होता है, फिर आपके पास चीजें आने लगती हैं।
अच्छा, do you feel that licenses, sandbox, जैसे गवर्नमेंट के licenses, sandbox, are these the strengths of the startup when you are making a valuation? Suppose आज की डेट में आपके पास कोई एक्सक्लूसिव लाइसेंस है किसी भी प्रोडक्ट का या किसी भी चीज़ का, जो हो सकता है कि 2 साल के लिए फिर गवर्नमेंट दोबारा किसी को ना दे। सो अगर आपको अभी एक अपॉर्चुनिटी मिलता है कि आई विल सेल इट ऑफ टू समबडी एल्स, सो अगर यू आर नॉट श्योर अबाउट द गवर्नमेंट लैंडस्केप की हो सकता है कि लाइसेंस 2 साल बाद किसी और को भी मिल जाए, सो इन दैट पीरियड हाउ विल यू चूज? विल यू sell your startup and go out, or you will build on it? If you will build on it, then what is the strength that is required and is that's it?
Yeah, I think मैम their mindset makes sense because मेरे लिए ज़्यादा ज़रूरी ये है कि मैं आइडिया के लिए उतरा था या बिजनेस के लिए उतरा था. मैं बिजनेस के लिए नहीं उतरा हूँ, ठीक है. तो मैं आइडिया मैं उसको नहीं बेचने वाला हूँ किसी भी सूरत पे, किसी भी स्थिति में, ठीक है. क्योंकि मेरा कोई पर्पस ऐसा नहीं था. आई एम टेकिंग लाइसेंसेस, आई एम टेकिंग एवरीथिंग, वॉट एवर द टूल्स बीइंग आई एम गिविंग टू मी to make the idea more sustainable, more impactful, and must reach to the audiences which it targets.
Users.
Right? Yes. तो जब तक उसके पास वो पहुंच नहीं जाती तो मैं बीच में बिजनेस बना के मैं निकल जाऊं, ऐसा कोई हमारा प्लान नहीं है और हम इस नियत को सपोर्ट भी नहीं करते हैं.
अच्छा, इस नियत को सपोर्ट
भी नहीं करते.
मुझे ये सुनना.
हाँ.
You think that you should always try to grow and build up.
Yes. नहीं, हमारे हिस्से का हम अगर कुछ लेके आ रहे हैं तो मार्केट किसी इनर्सिया में है तो रजिस्ट तो करेगा. इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं कि वो रजिस्ट नहीं करने वाला है. तो ये हमारे परसिवरेंस पर डिपेंड करता है कि हम उसके रेजिस्टेंस को कितना झेल के आगे मतलब आगे निकल के आते हैं. तो मुझे लगता है कि हारने की किसी भी मोमेंट पर जरूरत नहीं है, ठीक है. जब तक जीवन है तब तक लड़ेंगे, क्या पता अंतिम दिन जीत जाए.
ऐसी नौबत नहीं आनी चाहिए, अंतिम दिन तक नहीं वेट करना, ये गलत हो जाएगा फिर. ओके, सो बेसिकली जज्बा इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट.
नहीं, मैं बता रहा हूँ मैम. देखिए, लाइफ में आपको किसी प्रिंसिपल्स पे टिके रहना इसलिए जरूरी होता है. मैं बताऊँ, एक छोटा सा वाक्य है. हमारे यहाँ पटना में राम रतन अस्पताल है. उन्होंने क्या करा था, कैटेगरी के थ्रू, वो थे जनरल, उन्होंने कैटेगरी के थ्रू अपना डिग्री ले ली थी एमबीबीएस की. मैं डॉक्टर हूँ तो ये स्टोरीज हमें मिल जाती है हमारे आसपास. तो डिग्री ले ली थी. वो पता है मरने वाले थे, मरने के ठीक मतलब ऐसे नहीं होता कि बेड पे चले गए. उनके अंतिम दिनों में उनकी लाइसेंस रद्द कर दी गई कि नहीं, अब आप मतलब आपने जो भी उनका सम्मान था वो सारा सम्मान वापस ले लिया गया. तो भले जो उनके मरने के 5 साल कटे होंगे ना वो पूरे जीवन में उनको लगा हुआ कि हमने गलती कर दी. तो आपको अपने प्रिंसिपल के साथ जुड़े हुए रहना होता है. अभी हमको लगता है कि नहीं यार आगे का हम नहीं सोचते हैं, बट बुढ़ापा भी आता है. हर जीवन का हर मोड़ आने वाला है. उस मोड़ में आपका मतलब अभी हमें लग रहा है कि नहीं यार बहुत
कुछ मत करो कि बाद में पछताओ.
बात मतलब हर एक चीज जैसे अभी हमको ऐसा लग रहा है कि नहीं यार जो चीजें अभी हैं उतना ही है, ऐसा नहीं है. उस समय का भी वो जो टाइम होने वाला है वो भी आप ही का जीवन होने वाला है, वो किसी अलग दूसरे व्यक्ति का नहीं होने वाला है.
Okay.
तो आपको डेविएट नहीं होना चाहिए क्योंकि वो कष्ट आप नहीं झेल पाओगे उस समय.
वो भी सही है. So my next question is for Rahul. It is very important question because we are aiming to see you as a unicorn very soon, and we hope that you do. So, what are the challenges that you have faced in securing funds for your ventures, and what is that you would say to other startups? That what should be the right way? I mean, any way that you think that is the right way.
Okay. For my startup, actually, investment was really great. It was a tedious job for us at that time. हमने जो करना पड़ा, like it was basically choosing a correct investor is very important for a startup. The investor should be able to risk, and you should be able to convince the investor कि आप हमारे लिए थोड़ा help करो. So how we did was कि हम जब भी investors के पास जाते थे, तो the starting was always we have to ask for a fund. Okay. But second thing that we do was कि हम जो investor उनको ही बोलते हैं कि how you can also support us in our journey. So there are few investors who are also working, who are also marketing us to multiple different other investors too, so getting more funds.
So basically, we should not be afraid asking questions to investors. So if there is something required, we should ask them or we should suggest and tell them.
Yes.
Because it happens with a lot of startups, they don't ask questions. जो उनको बोला जाता है, they think that is fine. So we have an opportunity to negotiate with every investor because end of the day we choose investors. I mean startups choose investors.
Yeah.
That is.
And basically, जब भी आप investor के पास जा रहे हो तो it is very important that investor should align to your product. आपको investor जैसे investor हमारे due diligence करते हैं, वैसे ही we also have this responsibility. हमें भी investor का due diligence करना चाहिए. Before asking for any funds, हमें investor को समझना चाहिए what is his mindset, what are the challenges we can face if we onboard that kind of investor. So I can share you. So I have 3 startups. I have started 3 startups. One is Katana, who is still in Bhubaneswar. Second is Poison Aerospace. Okay. So we divulged it very recently. So the problem was that it was also a drone company, okay, and we had onboarded a great team of experts. There were people from ISRO's, there were people from DRDO, Asteria, even some people with Reliance and background. So we had created a great team. We had worked on a product. हमने एक product बनाया. We had put 9 months of efforts to developing that, and then we started seeking for an investor. Earlier it was bootstrap. Then we started seeking for investors, and we went to an investor who doesn't belongs to a tech guy. Okay, he was a textile minister, textile industrialist from Gujarat. Okay, and he loved that idea. He loved that design. उनको team बहुत अच्छी लगी because at that time two of the main founders, co-founders were from Gujarat. तो उनको आइडिया अच्छा लगा, उनको ये अच्छा लगा, बट दे weren't knowing the risk involved कि टाइम कितना लगने वाला है, टेक्नोलॉजी जो टीआरएल्स मैच कर पाएंगे नहीं कर पाएंगे. And after like even months of investment, putting the investment, we started asking, and asking धीरे धीरे बढ़ती गई कि you acted as a, you can say, director or a very lead type of who can change, make decisions for the company. Okay, तो उस टाइप के इन्वेस्टर्स से थोड़ा अलग रहना चाहिए, and it's really good to ask your investors to work along with you. That is a really great practice when you say when you work with some investors or investment companies.
Being in Odisha, I mean, how do you think that we can choose investors from Odisha ecosystem? Is there a scope, or we should go worldwide and seek VCs and?
So that totally depends on startups.
How did you do it?
Okay. So for us, our line product was mainly for the defense use cases. So for these kind of use cases, investors, we know what kind of investors are there. Okay, because from past 7-8 years we are doing the same thing. Okay.
Experience is very important.
Experience is very important. But for in Orissa, actually we haven't explored the market yet greatly. कि यहाँ पे investor potentials हैं, कैसे हैं, tech based investors, because there are a lot of investors who are in non tech domain. Okay, तो उनके पास reach out करना and उनसे fund लेना, it's not a big deal. Okay, we can put some time and get the funds, but wait, जो they will align to our focus, understand, तो वो थोड़ा एक hard चीज होती है. But there are a good pool of investors who are like small size investors who can put money in small size startups.
They have. So my next question is for Yuvraj, and this is a very specific question to the industry that you are, the market dynamics of EV, the kind of new age technologies that has come, like liquid hydrogen and stuff like that. People are now talking about coal burned EV and stuff like that. Do you feel a challenge in terms of market dynamics?
So market dynamics is something which is going to. So market dynamics is something we are rather to be afraid of those market dynamics changing rapidly. We should be actually very much aware and be keep our eyes open to the new trends, and that's what we have been also doing in the past, and I think so that should be the core for every startup. Because you have to make sure that the new trends and not every trend is going to work out. There would be certain challenges, and the domain what we are working in, the EV space, is changing every day. In terms of research which has been going on, I guess every premium institution in the country is working on some or other technology. So to keep an eye on everyone, what is going to come out and what is going to be commercially viable, and all those things parameters has to be keeping an eye on, and even what our closest competitors are working towards. Keeping an eye on all this, I think so that should be the healthy option to be addressing on, and rather being afraid of it, we have to be making ourselves competent enough to adapt these changes and move ahead, because that is how it is going to be, because we have to be innovative. Tech wise also we have to be very much innovative, because when EV started, as per today the report says that the three-wheeler L3 category EVs, today there are around 300 to 400 companies working on the same ground. So
what is going to happen after 1 2 years of to this 300 or 400 companies? Might be 50% of them have already made money in the market because that was a growing stage. But when the technology is going to change, if this is it is not possible for this 300 400 companies to adapt to the new technologies, and that is how the market is going to be, and there would be only few players who adapt to these changes and keep themselves relevant would be able to take the market share or take to the next level, I guess.
Scaling up and relevancy has to go hand in hand.
Yes.
So we have to understand that the technology is going to change, the market is going to change, and we have to be ready to accept as it is because we cannot change the market.
Yeah, that is how it has to be. So the
So this is a like a 3-year plan, 4-year plan, 5-year plan. How do you actually change? I mean, currently you are just 2-year old as a startup, and how do you think that you will be able to manage this issue? Because if suddenly there is a law passed that EVs are, maybe after 10, जैसे गाड़ियों के लिए आया ना, it has to be thrown out.
correct.
Something like that.
So that is true because.
Are you ready?
Yeah, so I'll just share a short instance, not exactly the technological changes, but we have faced in the recent past about regulatory roadblock which came to us. So, no, we were ready rolling out a 6-seater electric three-wheeler, and bam, there was a new change in the regulation that 6-seaters are not allowed for tier 2 cities or tier 1 cities. And eventually we have to go back to the D3, the three-seater passenger vehicle. Although we have worked relentlessly on getting this vehicle ready, got our design copyrighted to make sure that this proves with all the safety parameters and it is much safer than the previous records. But it is not every time the policies and regulations in are always not in our favor. So it's okay. So, but we cannot be always fighting and stopping there and arguing that okay something bad has gone with us, but rather we have to. So because we are in the land of jugaad, so that's how we have to pull in our socks and move the steering.
Did that that experiment of whole 1.5 years, did it help when you are preparing for the next vehicle design that you are
Yes, yes. So we learned in the process a lot of things.
So is it like you took, let's say, 2 years to make that one? This one will take lesser time or how?
I think so. To change the design and all, we did it in the span of 45 days because we were. That's how our the factor which got in our favor was because the design and R&D and the indigenous livelihood what we had in our product was completely in-house. And the team which was working on it, it was very much capable enough to change to the adapting situation. It was very much easier for them.
अगर सही से किया हो
Yes.
तो things
If we would have just taken the parts and gone ahead, and we might have made some mistakes while making those things and making a market entry with those mistakes would be challenging. And the same thing goes with any new trend coming in. We are very much ready today to adapt to hydrogen cells coming even tomorrow. So we are very much ready with that. We have made sure that it is a very modular platform. So and we have to be agile enough because that's how we are going to beat the new competitors or the legacy companies and
or the market dynamics.
or the market dynamics. Yeah. Correct.
Thank you. So this is what I just wanted to put stress on, that we have to be prepared for the market dynamics because market will not change for us. So customer के हिसाब से, requirement के हिसाब से we have to change. I have one last question for Abhishek. It is regarding operations because you are operating for 5 different places. As I know, you have one team in Bangalore, then one team in Hyderabad, one in Bhubaneswar. You are in Ames. So it is like you have 5 different places, and you are a doctor, and you recently were busy with your exams and all. So how did you manage the operations? And what was I basically want to know what are the constraints? I mean, how is it difficult?
Ma'am, first of all, I mean, being a founder, I think this is the challenge only when you have to take care of everything. If you are, I mean, if you have decentralized the things.
Delegate.
Yes. तो अगर आपने डिसेंट्रलाइजेशन कर दिया कि भैया जिसका जो काम है वो अपने टाइम पे कर दे, then you just have to track the thing कि जिसका जितना काम है उसने कितना करा है, तो आप रात भर में मतलब एक घंटे बैठो और देख लो कि हाँ इसने इतना करा है कि इतना करा है. बट इसका एक घाटा भी अगर मैं आपको इसमें बताऊं, जब तक आपकी वो
मतलब आपकी एक रिस्पॉन्सिबल, जैसे जो फाउंडर्स होते हैं ना उनकी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी होती है कि यार कितना किसने करा है वो थोड़ा देखे। जो आप रात वाले काम में, जब आप डिसेंट्रलाइजेशन करने के बाद देखते हो तो आप पूरा डिटेल में नहीं देख पाते हो कि किसका कितना है कितना है। मतलब अपडेट में आप ये तो नहीं
छोड़
देखते
के स्टोरी बनाना डिफिकल्ट हो जाता है।
हाँ, तो नहीं तो हमारे जैसे मेरे टीममेट्स हैं तो यहाँ पे सुन भी रहे हैं वो, तो उनका ये है कि उन्होंने एक ग्रॉस अपडेट दे दिया। ठीक है, ग्रॉस अपडेट में प्रॉब्लम ये होता है कि माइन्यूट माइन्यूट चीजें छूट गई। अब जैसे मान लेते हैं, मैं रेगुलर जो कन्वर्सेशन होता है हमारा एनएचए के बीच में, तो
So do you think that in startups micro management is very important?
बहुत ज्यादा, आई मीन अगर आप नहीं करते हो तो फिर चीजें बहुत, मतलब आपके सामने इतनी वेग और डिफ्यूज हो जाती है कि आप ढूंढ नहीं पाते हो कि कहाँ से गड़बड़ हुई थी। आई मीन वो चेन नहीं मिलता है आपको। ठीक है,
Do you also think the same?
Yeah, true.
So everybody agrees that micro management in startup is very important. Now how to tackle it? Because it's very difficult.
हम पहले चीज, अब जो गड़बड़ हो गई है पहले तो उसको सेटल करना है। ठीक है, तो अब सेटल करने के लिए जहाँ से प्रॉब्लम हुआ है सबको बिठा के पहले चलो ढूंढो यार कहाँ हुआ है। तो आपको थोड़ा
Time taking ज्यादा नहीं हो जाता?
नहीं होता है, बट आपके पास कोई उपाय नहीं है ना। अगर सॉल्यूशन
क्या उपाय हो सकता है? What is that would have helped you
आफ्टर ऑल यू हैव
actually?
टू स्पेंड टाइम टू दिस।
You have to spend time.
Time to
So basically that is the answer I wanted. कि time देना बहुत जरूरी होता है. If you see, it is told that baby is a full time job for a mother, for father, for the whole family. अगर एक शादी होती तो पूरा गांव लगता है ना? तो स्टार्टअप बनाने के लिए टाइम तो देना पड़ेगा.
आइडिएशन तक आप ठीक हो, आप स्टूडेंट हो, आप मल्टीपल चीजें मैनेज कर रहे हो, बट टू रन द इंटायर बिजनेस यू हैव टू कम टू द
You need a
ग्राउंड।
team.
आप अकेले नहीं कर सकते हो, आपको बीच में ना पूरा फुल टाइम करना पड़ेगा। आप ऐसे नहीं कि डायरेक्शन दे दो, ऐसा नहीं होता है, आपको
So
पूरा
it
काम करना
cannot be
पड़ेगा।
a side hustle. So it is for Saurabh Khan. So it is basically our important thing is that we need to understand that it cannot be a side hustle. It has to be something where you give a full commitment. So thank you so much everyone. It was really a nice chat. Hope you were hard enough and we have recorded it. तो हम लोग इसको दूसरों को भी सुनाएंगे. And I didn't find any issues because they have solved all of their issues. Thank you so much. So I'll request you for a photograph there. Now I request Nitish and Saurabh to give mementos to our founders. They are from FEBS Society of IIT Bhubaneswar. अच्छा, ये 5 सेकंड में ये प्रेजेंट ही होने वाला. We'll take a picture, please. Please, everybody come and take a picture. जो last में present था ना उसको ज़्यादा मिलते हैं points. So let's come. We'll take a group picture. Please, everybody. वही अपने होते हैं जो end तक रुकते हैं. जैसे
और मैं बाहर मैनेज कर रहा था। नहीं, ये पर्सनली मुझे इतना चुना लगा के गया है, मैं बहुत दिन से आज मैं देख रहा हूँ जैसे कि टाइम गायब है। बाहर मैनेज बदला भी आ जाएगा। हमारे जो कमिटमेंट है
हम लोग 2 लाइन में खड़े करते हैं. मैम नीचे भी आ जाइए. हम लोग दिखेंगे वैसे ना. वो लोग लंबे हैं. You can come back.
आप क्या ही बोल रहे हैं?
कोई थोड़ा बैकड्रॉप चेंज कर सकते हो तो कर दो. ये जगह चाहिए.
बहुत जगह है।
Someone can take a picture. हमारा social media team actually लगा के देखो वो हाइट उनका कम है अब्दुल्ला आगे आ जाओ भी हो गया थैंक यू
Yes, we'll take a move now. We'll transfer to you on board.
अरे अनिर्बन सर तो भाग्य लगी छाड़ियो छाड़ियो
Thank you for coming in.
Yeah.
Last minute.